Well, good morning, everybody. It is day number 6, and it's finals day here at the Sintra Portugal Pro for 2016. Tez McKenna from the APB, along with Dave Hubbard. Morning, Dave.
Morning, Teza. It's a fabulous Portuguese morning here.
Absolutely. We've had a little bit of a misty kind of a start to the day here, but we're pretty confident that this wind that we have at the moment is going to clean stuff up. Wave height looks like it's still pretty solid, Dave, as well.
The swell didn't drop off nearly as much as was predicted, so we have plenty of swell in the water.
All right, well, speaking of plenty of swell, yesterday was action aplenty. Let's check out the highlights for day number 5 right now. As you can see, we had some incredible action, some great riding yesterday, and it's another big day of competition here today. Of course, it is the finals day of the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. This is event number 5 for the guys, event number 3 for the Pro Junior and the women, and of course it's the one and only event for the drop knee guys. So Dave, of course, defending world drop knee champion, good luck today, mate, in defending your title.
Cheers. Thanks. Yeah, I'll give it my best.
All right, well, let's go out into the water. We've got the first of the Women's Consolidations final. This is to determine 3rd and 4th place getters. So let's go out into the water and see what we're in for day number 6 here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. And we have some pretty good waves on offer here. Teresa Almeida is in the red singlet. Alexandra Rinda, of course, the former world women's champion, is wearing the yellow. So let's go out into the water and have a little look at what's happening right now.
And this is the women's podium final. These ladies are battling for a spot on the podium. The winner of this heat will get 3rd place. 2nd place, of course, in this heat will be deemed 4th place in the Women's Sintra Portugal Pro.
All right, well, looks like we don't have any action so far. Judges might be having a little hard time seeing. I just had a message from Chico Garitano, the head judge, who's saying that he's a little worried about the visibility here at the moment. This is one of the classic things about Sintra, is that the fog can just roll in on these hot days, particularly preceding a very hot day. Dave, we get a little microclimate here in Sintra.
It is such a microclimate, and exactly that you know, the fog kind of comes and settles in, and it makes it really difficult to kind of see, as well as to, you know, really just even when you're out there riding, when you can't see the land, you kind of start losing your bearings a little bit. And This is definitely kind of a classic Sintra-esque attribute that we have here. It's happened most of the years that the 21st edition has run, that fog is a concern. And a lot of times the event has to be put on hold, and that is what has happened. So right when Alexandra and Teresa hit the water, as you're seeing on screen, the fog just kind of thickened. Since we got here this morning, right about 9 o'clock local time, it wasn't this foggy, and then the fog got thicker, and then it seemed to be lifting. We were hoping that it was going to continue to lift because we do have some nice fresh wind blowing. Typically, when there is a nice breeze, it kind of blows that fog off of the water. And the fog is only really collecting right around the coastline, especially right here at Praia Grande, maybe one or two beaches to the north. But as you move south from Praia Grande, the cliffs just go right into the water, and the beautiful mountain of Sintra that the castle is on just leads right down to the coastline. And there is this kind of mountainous separation from Cascais and from the kind of outer limits of Lisbon, that that's the microclimate that we're kind of talking about, that kind of collects the fog. And so we're just gonna kind of wait and see what the official call is gonna be.
All right. Well, just as we started the webcast here, folks, unfortunately, the old dreaded fog here at Sintra has rolled in. It's looking a little bit like Snoop Dogg's lounge room on a Saturday night right now. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens here. But we've actually put a call out. I've just jumped out of the chair to talk with our head judge, Chico Garitano, and so the situation is that we've asked our athletes to return to shore until this fog clears. Traditionally here at Sintra, we do get 1 or 2 foggy days, and as I said, it always precedes the what is going to be a beautiful day weather-wise.
So what we can do for you guys now is just treat you to some of the highlights from the Sintra Portugal Pro, because some people say all roads lead to Rome, and inevitably, all days of competition lead to this, the finals day. So let's just kind of take a look back in time and see how we got here to day 6 of the Sintra Portugal Pro.
That's right. There's a bit of a wide shot here, but we do have highlights. We're going to start with the highlights from day number 1. I'll just make sure with the webcast crew that we're right to go with that, with the highlights from day number 1. Okay, so check it out. This is what happened here on day number 1 at the 2016 Portugal Pro. So once again, welcome along, everybody. Just the timing was pretty bad there. Things were shaping up very nicely indeed for this final day of Sintra. We've got waves, we've got the right wind, but we have got the fog has rolled in, and it's completely looks like a whiteout in the lineup at the moment. So the athletes have returned to shore, and what we are doing is just trolling through the highlights from the day's competition each day. Dave, this has been one of the best Sintras as far as consistent waves every day goes. I mean, we've had better surf over the years here, but as far as consistency goes, this has been one of the better ones.
Yeah, we've had nonstop swell the entire time, and even in between the two swells that we had, it didn't drop off to, complete flatness. Like you said, super consistent. We've had waves every day, so just a terrific event, and the wave riding has definitely been proof of that. As we can continue to check out what we've gone through to get here.
That's right. So we've checked out day number 1. We're going to now just skip a day and go to the highlights for day number 3 of the Sintra Portugal Pro. Check it out. As you can see, day number 3 here at Sintra, folks. We had some incredible action. Some of the highlights for myself was I was really stoked to see some of the young guys like Louis Finnegan from Australia, Tristan Roberts from Australia stepping it up, and talking off camera there with Dave Hubbard. Dave, you were really impressed with PLC.
PLC was doing awesome, and just briefly, Tristan Roberts from South Africa, as well as Ian Campbell from South Africa. Jared Houston was also surfing really good that day, also from South Africa. But yeah, it was a terrific day to see some of the higher seeds in the men's hit the water. They really showed their stuff, and as you can see on that highlights reel, just really impressive action.
All right, so thanks for hanging in there with us at the moment, folks. The fog looks pretty thick here at the moment, so we're just going to continue to troll through those highlights from the previous day's competition here at the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. So let's now have a look at day number 4's action. Check it out.
Like a mirror, wanna see my reflection. Your hands up like a question. Wanna get close, whisper something now. I don't think the sugar can told that to me. I know I come to do what's up. I know they'll fight. Skeletons dancing at the scene of the crowd. to me. I know they come to take us up. I know they'll find skeletons dancing at the scene of the crowd. I know they come to take us up.
All right, well, welcome back, folks. We are just, well, that's pretty much all of our highlights clips that we've been able to show you today. Of course, we kicked off the day with day number 5 highlights, and thanks to Javier, the guy doing the highlights, is doing a fantastic job. The competition officially on hold for at least 30 minutes, folks. So in the meantime, we would love you guys to stick around, of course. Maybe go and hang the washing out, or go for a little run around the block, or, do some chores around the house. But for now, Dave, we are on hold here at Sintra.
We are on hold, and we're still looking to, once this fog clears, finish out an incredible event we've had. This is our 6th day running, so 5 terrific days. We just showed you kind of a glimpse in those highlights, but we've got, I think, some of the best action yet to come, and it's going to be coming to you live here on this broadcast. And just some of the things we have to look forward to, I'll just kind of run through what we're hoping to do with the schedule. Women's podium final. Then we're going to go into both of the men's semifinals, and then both of the DK semifinals. And then I think we're going to go into the men's podium final, the DK podium final, and then hit all 4 finals: the Pro Juniors, the women's, the drop knee, and the men's finals. And so that's how we're going to finish out the day, with all 4 finals of the Sintra Portugal Pro, and then we're just going to be crowning champions back to back, left and right. It'll be a fury of crowning with big trophies. It's something you definitely won't want to miss. Along with the action in the water is that awards presentation.
That's right. So well said. Thanks, Dave Hubbard. So, from the APB, we are going to just throw out and show you guys what's happening with the fog at the moment. And we will be back in around about 30 minutes' time, folks. So please stick with us. We've got a massive day of competition here at the 2016 Portugal Pro. We'll be back in around about 30 minutes' time with more action live from Sintra. Thank you. welcome back to the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. Tez McKenna, Dave Hubbard once again taking you through the final day of competition here, Dave. And finally, the fog has lifted.
The fog is lifted. It's actually super sunny, and the waves look super fun. So just a nice little bit of a delay that Mother Nature thought was necessary. And hey, now we're going to go right into the action.
Oh, yeah. Let's take a look out into the lineup, folks, as we get underway with the first heat of the day. It is the women's consolidation final. This is Teresa Almeida is wearing the red singlet representing Portugal. Of course, she is a ISA World Women's Champion, taking on the former APB World Women's Champion. Of course, the new World Champion is Isabella Souza from Brazil. So Alexandra Rinda is wearing the yellow singlet. No scores locked in, no priority at this particular point in time. So welcome along, folks. The final day of Sintra is underway.
We are underway, and it looks like we do have a paddle out the back. It is Teresa Almeida up on the first wave being ridden of day 6, Sintra Portugal Pro. And just to, just kind of touch on what the podium final is out in the water. It is the battle to get onto that podium with a potential third place finish. The winner of this heat will get third place overall in the event. Second place in this heat gets fourth place. So we have gone away from calling it the consolation final, thing of the past. And so a bit of old terminology. It's called the podium final for those who are tuning in and been watching us all year and know it as the podium final. That's what we are surfing right now in the water.
All right, nice clarification. Thank you very much, Dave Hubbard. And the difference, of course, between these two places, third and fourth place, not just the points, was 400 points difference, but also $800 difference. So it's worth really fighting for.
It certainly is, and these help to break up those important points racings. But let's check out live action. Teresa Almeida finds a roll there, gets kind of hung up at the top, but definitely completes it. So she's opened up her account with a 1.5, and will get you her last scoring ride when it drops. But it is so important because I feel one of the best reasons to surf a podium final I'll get to after the replay.
Yeah, nice replay here, the APB replay, and throwing it up there. A little bit of a sticky roll there for Teresa Almeida from Portugal, but she has an early break over her opponent, Alexandra Rinda. So Teresa with a 1.5 and a 3.75. It looked like we just might have saw a glimpse of Alex's first wave.
And Alex looked like she went for that right-hander. We'll see if we can get you a replay of that. And just going back to mention, these are two of the top performers of the division. Here's Alex up and riding on this one, stalling, waiting for the section, finds it there with a smooth roll, unable to complete it. So, as I was mentioning, these are two of the most well-surfing riders of this Sintra Portugal Pro this edition. So it's only natural that we want to continue to watch them. And they've surfed so great. They've made it all the way here to be in the top 4 placings. Let's let them go out at it for another heat. And that's what the podium final does for the spectators especially. You get another opportunity to watch two of the best women of this particular edition of the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro.
Yeah, that's right. And, of course, both of them world champions or former world champions in Alexandra Rinda, of course, from Canary Islands in the yellow. Her first wave score was a 1.75. She's been the champion, of course, 2014, 2015. And Teresa Almeida, the reigning ISA World Women's Champion. Of course, the International Surfing Association. I guess that's the ultimate end to an amateur career. You can get along and, of course, come through your state titles, your national titles, and then go to the world titles in the ISA. And then, of course, that's where the APB take over. We run the qualifying and, of course, the championship tours.
In the professional realm, so definitely a good breakdown as far as where everything fits in. We're seeing a couple nice right-handers really reel off on screen. The tide has filled in quite a bit over the fog delay the past couple of hours, so we are actually seeing the conditions getting close to their, kind of their utmost peak today. Right now, they're starting to get to that high tide. The water's filling up. The banks are really receiving the swell nicely. and the sun's out. It's just gorgeous conditions.
Yeah, you betcha. Beautiful day for the finals day of Sintra. So thank you very much to those people watching the webcast. We'll get something on the website shortly to try and interact with you people online to see where you're watching from. You might want to do some shout-outs, some cheerios, or just let us know where you are in the world. At the moment, it's Teresa Almeida from Portugal in the red singlet in the lead and looking to upgrade a 1.5 second best score. And Alexandra Rinder, of course, from Canary Islands in second, only needing a 3.51. It is priority red, second priority yellow. And right now, 19 minutes on the clock for this first heat of the day.
And they were, a bit shaken. We know that these fog delays have an impact on the athletes, and they weren't necessarily too stoked. But, hey, Mother Nature was calling the shots this morning, but they had plenty of time to warm back up. They came in, got out of their suits, and were able to relax and kind of catch their breath and kind of reset. And now with the sun out and the fog is lifted, they are back in the water, and you know that they've just been kind of going over that heat in their mind, that they were prepared to surf a few hours ago, but because of that little delay, they had to postpone it. So I will mention, as an athlete who's gone through a very similar thing, actually the exact same thing here at Sintra, it can kind of wrestle with your emotions a little bit, and it really takes an extra level that you don't typically get to really practice or train for, to really manage those feelings so that you can still go out and compete to your best. Teresa Almeida has been doing that so far, and she just cuts out of the back of that one.
Okay, so you're watching what is the first heat of the day, finals day, the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. Of course, the APB World Tour will crank up and head north to Vienna for the next event. Of course, will be a Pro Junior and a World Tour men's event. And then after that, it's, of course, on to Nazaré and wrapping it up in the Canary Islands in October. So another fantastic year for the World Bodyboarding Tour. Some very cool stuff is happening behind the scenes, but we'll try and get Alex Leon, our CEO, in here throughout the day, and maybe Alex can touch on some of that stuff.
Yeah, super exciting, and we're so thrilled to be in Europe, specifically Portugal, for these 3 events that we're going to be having on the APB World Tour, and then to finish up the Men's World Tour at Fronton. Just a very exciting finale to what's been a terrific year for the APB.
All right, well, coming up later today, of course, the women's final will consist of the brand new APB World Women's Champion Isabella Souza from Brazil will take on Portugal's Joanna Shanker, so that will be a fantastic matchup. But coming up next, folks, we're going into the men's semi-finals. Ian Campbell will take on Louis Finnegan in semi-final number 1. Then it's Tristan Roberts from South Africa taking on Alan Munoz from Chile.
Both of those should just be such terrific matchups. I'm really excited for the men's final semifinals coming up. We're actually going to get Jared Houston into the booth to help us call the first semifinal of the men's. Let's take a look at this one from Alexandra.
All right, nice little section there from the former world champion. In fact, multiple world champions. So she falls into an elite group of girls now, of course, joining the likes of Neymar Cavallo and several others, including Carla Costa-Taylor, who've won multiple world championships. There's the replay.
Nice roll through the lip. It was a powerful one. 5.75 was the score for Teresa's last wave, and a 5 came in for that ride of Alexandra Linder.
All right, so it's very close indeed, folks. You are watching the podium final for the women's here at the final day of the Sintra Portugal Pro. As we said, going straight into the men's semi-finals, 25-minute heats all day. And a bit of a slow start to the day, Dave, but we're going to come home strong with an incredible final day here at Praia Grande.
Yeah, this is terrific. And, we didn't have fog for any of the previous days of competition, so that in itself was kind of rare. We've kind of touched on how consistent the swell's been this entire event. That also is kind of not so normal, but, to have a little bit of fog during some part of the event, totally expected. So for that to happen this morning, it actually happened during probably the poorest conditions of the day, the dead low tide. And now sun's out, It's right around the middle of the day here in Portugal, and we are getting right into the incredible finals day that we have on tap.
Fantastic stuff. Maybe it's nature's way of pushing the contest a little more into the high tide where we've had some of the better conditions throughout the tournament. Who knows? But strange things happen, that's for sure. At the moment, super close, folks. It is Teresa Almeida from Portugal in the lead. She's so far holding on to a 5.75 and a 3.75. And then you've got Alex Rinder from Canary Islands with a 5.0 and needing a 4.51 to take the lead. So 14 minutes remaining in this first heat of the day.
And this is definitely a great matchup. Tessa touched on it earlier that the world titles out in the water right now are present on both jerseys. And so this is kind of a little, kind of a classic little matchup that we have here. That world champions are battling it out head to head for a spot on the podium. They were eliminated from the grand final, but they're here in the podium final. There we see on screen Louis Finnegan. He's gonna do just his yoga stretch kind of routine. I'm sure his all the yoga that he does has kind of influenced the way that he prepares for heats, as we see him doing some very limber maneuvers there to prepare himself, and he's got to be stoked. I think he's fired up for this, and he was very calm all morning. We were hanging out while the fog was around, and he was just so chill and just very calm and patient, and wasn't really trying to push an agenda, and wasn't really worried or concerned really about when the fog would lift or if it would ever, and just very casual, calm, collected. I think he's got some momentum going now that he's made it into these semifinals. So let's wait and see. Of course, he is up against a very in-form Ian Campbell coming up in the next semifinal.
Yeah, it's going to be such a cool heat to watch, that is for sure. Of course, Louis Finnegan from West Australia. I've known Louis since he first turned up as a 13-year-old in the cadets division, and I've got to say, Dave, that I've never seen Louis in better shape. He is just supremely fit at the moment, and like you said, his headspace is really cool as well. All that yoga that he's done has just put him out there into Zen land, and he's looking very focused, very calm, and on the money. So going to be a great matchup. Of course, Ian is just been on a roll as well, and it's going to be super cool to watch. Big shout out to all the Finnegans watching down under in West Australia, and to all the guys. Yesterday we had a bunch of guys from Margaret River checking in for Jake Metcalf and Louis and the gang, and they were watching from the cars in the car park at Margaret River. So I hope you guys are still there with a couple of tinnies and enjoying the action.
For sure, and if they haven't tuned in yet, they will be tuning in the next 11 minutes or so, because that's when Louis' heat is going to be commencing. And we have moved into the second half of this heat. The first half has been dominated by Teresa Almeida. We'll see if Alexandra is going to be able to kind of shift that momentum her way. It does seem like she is potentially looking at this ride here. So let's see what she does. Finds a nice roll, and she's still going on this one. Has to dive out, but that was a nice, clean, smooth roll.
Yeah, very good just execution on that one. She would have liked to get around it. Let's check the APB replay. You can see her get into this one. Just waiting, throwing it up. Nice in the pocket there. Set the rail for another one, but realised that lip was cascading a little quick and decides to jump out of there. So she was only chasing a 4.51. I would not be surprised to see the score falling in and around that vicinity. It could go either side as we see red up and riding.
Wow, this looks like a jam, and Teresa, big roll off that section, a pretty critical one. So I think a terrific exchange there by these ladies, and especially at a good time in the heat. It's good to get these waves underway.
All right, well, there's the APB replay, and Teresa Almeida just good, clean execution on that one, and we are just waiting for those scores to come through for red and yellow to see which way this swings.
This is super exciting as we get to the 10-minute mark remaining in the heat. just a terrific podium final that we have. So exciting, and these girls have made it really radical for us, exchanging blows in the form of rolls. And so we'll have to wait how this unfolds from that last exchange. I think it could end up being the difference in the heat, that last roll exchange. But of course, we got plenty of time left, so they're going to have more opportunity to strike at waves. But having those waves back to back, that was a real opportunity for the judges to start analyzing the technique, the execution, the size of each maneuver that both of the riders did. And I think we got some scores.
We certainly do, Dave. A 6.90 for Teresa Almeida. 6.9 pushes her a little further ahead of Alex Rinder from the Canary Islands, who posted her best wave of 5.85. So now Alex sitting in second position and looking for a 6.81 to take the lead in this consolidation final on this final day of the Sintra Portugal Pro for 2016.
Yes, the podium final, such a terrific opportunity that the APB is bringing into effect. Last year, as well as this year, the podium final is a pretty historic thing for wave riding to be initiated, similar to four-man priority and a lot of the other systems that the APB has been innovating since its inception. And so the podium final is the opportunity for the individuals who weren't able to make it into the grand final to battle off on a one-on-one matchup for the first prize. There's then a one-on-one matchup for third and fourth. So this isn't a concept we developed. Of course, we've adopted it from other sports, but we've brought it to wave riding, and it hasn't been something very common in professional wave riding. And so the podium final is something that is unique and just a terrific opportunity to continue to watch the best riders of the event continue to surf even after they come shy of an opportunity to win the entire event by making it to the grand final.
Yeah, well summed up there, Dave Hubbard, who's been really just nailing with the commentary, mate, this week. It's been a joy to work with yourself. Dylan Beach, of course, from Australia, who is a surprise pack of the whole webcast team. We've had Nunita and also a bunch of, a cavalcade of stars, basically, that have helped us out as we see Alexandra Rinder using up her priority.
I got a good feeling about this wave, Tez. She's got a lot of speed, and she comes to that section, but doesn't quite find what she was looking for. For a second, there's just a feeling that this thing could totally change, but it does look like the situation is still in the hands of Teresa Almeida. She's sitting in first position with first priority. Alexandra needs a 6.81 to move into first. And again, first place at the end of this heat will be deemed third place of the Sintra Portugal Pro.
All right, and as we said, around about $800 difference in the prize money, not to mention the 400 points towards the World Championships. So coming up next, folks, stick around because we have some incredible men's semi-final action coming your way, and we will have the current world champion, Jared Houston, in to take us through that one. Ian Campbell from South Africa will be in the red singlet. He'll take on Louis Finnegan from Australia in the yellow. And semi-final number 2 will feature Tristan Roberts from South Africa taking on Alan Munoz from de Chile. It's going to be incredible to watch.
Yeah, and I'm almost a bit jealous that I have to make an exit from the commentary booth for those semifinals. I think everybody tuning in on the web, you guys are in for a big treat. I think those are going to be absolutely amazing heats. And I think it's just going to be kind of, setting the stage. And I think the ladies are doing a terrific job right now of kind of setting the stage for the exciting action that we have. The men's semifinals looks to be just amazing, as we've seen such terrific and just incredible performances for all 4 of the men who are going to be coming up in the next hour.
I tell you what, it's another heat that I'm really looking forward to, mate. Is the first semi-final of the drop knee division between yourself and of course Cesar Bauer, Cesar from Peru, a former world drop knee champion, and that's always a good matchup, mate, when you guys get out in the water.
Yeah, we're always stoked to compete against each other, and it's actually pretty interesting the way it worked out this year. Is that it's a semifinal repeat of the 2015 Sintra Portugal Pro. I went up against Cesar Bauer in semifinal number 1, and Martine and Emily Laverne were in the second semifinal of the drop knee last year. So we'll see if it's not deja vu all over again.
All right, nice little shot for the webcast crew there, showing that big blue tent in the foreground. That's the competitors area here at Sintra, so they do really get looked after. Here is Teresa once again punching those rolls off, and she's got a very slight frame, this girl, and maybe in this she can afford to take those smaller waves and can get quite a lot of speed out of them.
Especially with the level of fitness that she's bringing to the exchange. Here is just that nice roll again. But like you said, she's light but powerful, and that's allows her on those sections to really project herself through those maneuvers. 5 points coming in for the last of Teresa, so it doesn't necessarily help her situation, but it's good for her to stay active and continue to kind of chip away and see if she can extend that lead over Alexandra Rinder.
Okay, well, coming up a little later on today, we haven't touched on it, but the Sintra Portugal Pro Junior final will be coming up later on today. We will see Tana McDaniel taking on Diego Gomez from Brazil, Socrates Santana from Brazil, of course, and Bruno Martin from Spain. There's a little glimpse of the crowd here at Sintra. You can see the grandstand seating. Back on track is a massage therapist there, and a little further on you've got a whole myriad of shops. You can get a tattoo there as well if you'd like to, and also they've got the CC board store right up the end there that look after you, Dave, and your brother also.
Yeah, just a terrific crew, and they've been actually a part of the Sintra Portugal Pro, I think, since its inception. The CC Board Co., at least CC Board Center, at least from the second edition of the Sintra Portugal Pro onwards, they were, a big part of it, and they've been one of the major supporters of the event in the way of vendors. And they always have their shop set up on site. And, if you need any gear related to wave riding or even apparel, and you're in the Sintra area and you weren't going to come down to watch the action, well, just come down to get some of the gear and then stay to watch the action. But I think we got the action right here in front of us.
Oh, yeah, that is the former world champion, and Alexandra Rinder really looking to try and put some magic sauce on the end of this one. Let's see what she does at the end, waiting for a little inside section. This is going to open up for her, and that allows her to put that finishing touch on. Little reverse on the end section, and she was chasing a 681, and with 2 rolls, Dave, that is going to be very close indeed.
Yeah, I think that was the exact wave needed. And look, this thing reeled off so smoothly, is so clean. Nice clean roll right under the curl. And I appreciated her patience, not forcing any maneuvers and just patiently waiting as it kind of backed off, and then it formed up right here for another nice roll. And she was so excited. She went for a reverse, incomplete reverse, but 2 solid rolls. We haven't seen that yet today, and we're going to wait for the number to drop.
Well, there it is, 6.50, so not quite enough to take the lead, but Alexandra Rinder just falling a little short there. What she has done, though, Dave, is to reduce the equation down to a 6.16, so she needs less than that last wave to take the lead with around about 1 minute remaining.
So we're down into that manic minute, and this has been pretty full bore from the get-go. The podium final at the Sintra Portugal Pro. In the women's division, our first heat of day number 6, it hit the water, and they hit the water just rolling. And here we are going to see our heat leader, Teresa Almeida, up for a nice big roll, and she just flies as she gets projected off that lip. Bit of a victory lap for Teresa. I think Alexandra rode her wave quite a distance in. I'm not sure if she'll be able to get out in time.
All right, well, you can see the APB replay, and she got a lot of pop off that lip, almost just flying through the air at the end. So Teresa Almeida, well, she'll finish third here at Sintra. It will be a great result for her. Alexander Inda will be officially fourth. We do have Jared Houston coming up next for a bit of guest commentary as we get into semi-final number 1 of the men's division. So let's highlight some of our sponsors, and we'll be back real soon with more action live from the final day of the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro.
Welcome back to the live action of the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. Of course, we are on to the final day of action. Dylan Beach here alongside none other than the infamous current world champion, Jared Houston. Welcome back to the booth, mate.
Good to be here, right?
You've been a great addition to the booth this week, and it's been a pleasure to get a little bit of an insight from, of course, yourself as we run through the competition.
Thanks heaps, man. Yeah, I've been loving being here. It's best place to watch the contest, that's for sure. It's shady, it's nice, and yeah, you got a great view of the live action, same as you viewers in your home. So looking pretty forward to this next heat as Ian Campbell's taking on
Louis Finnegan.
Yeah, and it's going to be a pretty big heat in our hands. So I'm looking real forward to seeing what these guys can put on the board for us.
Beautiful. Well said. As we hear the horn at the back kicking off this semi-final heat number 1, let's jump out into the water for all the live action. Of course, we just finished up that last of the women's heat. A nice win for Teresa Almeida with Alexander Rinda in the second spot and taking out a 4th place overall.
Yeah, man, that's a great result for Teresa. Another good result for Alex as well. But up and riding here, we do seem to have Ian Campbell, my fellow countryman, on his first wave of the day. And he's going to roll that one through for his opening ride. So, yeah, Ian, once again, applying his strategy of keeping busy, maintaining active. He's one of the fittest guys there is. Really, really strong paddler and rider. Here we have another look at his wave through the roll, but you know, he's got something on board, and it's a good basis on which to build on.
Yeah, you said that just briefly just there, Ian Campbell, one of the fittest riders on tour. It's I was just talking to a friend out in the car park who's a naturopath and a physical trainer in Lisbon. He said, just as I was chatting to him, that he didn't realise how strong and how fit Ian Campbell looked. Sort of on a webcam and on a webcast, you don't sort of see the physical attributes of Ian, but then in a wetsuit and when you see him online, in live, he's ripped and he's super fit.
Yeah, he is. Like, I mean, I was telling Dave yesterday that he's been playing water polo competitively since he was really, really young, you know, and always excelled at school sports and whatnot. So he's been getting pretty into it, you know, and you know, now that just conveys into his bodyboarding. He lives a pretty active lifestyle. He does train a lot, put a lot into his physical state. So, you know, it's he's definitely, yeah, like we say, one of the strongest guys on tour, and it shows, you know, in his approach to every heat. He always seems to play the same game. You know, he just keeps active, keeps looking for scores, he kind of hunts down the other guys in the heat, hunts down those waves, and that's his plan of attack. And it seems like he's putting it into play right now. He just got himself a 4.25 on that opening ride. And, yeah, like I said, probably not a score that he'll look to keep for the rest of the heat. Here he is up and riding on a pretty cool looking right-hander. He pulls in, unfortunately not able to find the exit, you know. That thing just chandeliered down on him. But I think we're going to see a couple more waves of that caliber coming through.
Yeah, as we've, it's sort of been this fog, as we saw, just put the event on hold for a little bit longer than anticipated this morning. It's been a little bit of a blessing in disguise as we've seen this high tide. This right-hand bank, which we've seen show its teeth a little bit throughout the event, especially during this part of the event. Every day, this right-hand has been throwing down some really good waves.
Yeah, man, it's definitely the majority of the big scores that we've seen in the event. We look at Alex Rinda. She just picked up a 4th place. Here she is coming up the beach. You know, she's one of the most consistent riders on tour. You know, obviously she's a little bit disappointed with that result. She would have wanted a 3rd. But still, hats off to Alexander, 2-time world champion, one of the best riders there are today. And You know, she's got another one, another fourth for the book. So we're on to Nazare for the girls.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm really looking forward to as we seeing Alexandra just wrap up her 2016 Sintra campaign. Of course, one of the stronger riders, as well as Isabella Souza, in those really big waves. So
Yeah.
can't wait to see, of course, if we get that forecast. Nazare, one of the biggest beach breaks, one of the most powerful beaches. Yeah, super excited to see them. Have you surfed Nazare much before?
I have, yeah. I've spent a fair bit of time up there. Looks like we've got Ian up and riding on another right-hander, you know. Just, I'm really happy with the way that Ian's riding this heat because he's just making all my statements valid. But, you know, there he is keeping busy once again. You know, that wave didn't really turn out for him the way that I imagine he wanted it to. He made the most of it, you know, with a nice little roll and finishing up with a spin, but I dare say it's going to come up a little bit short of his 4.25 on the ride before.
Yeah, beautiful. And it's great to have the insight of Jared Houston, of course, in the commentary booth alongside myself. But down on the beach with Vilma, we have the winner of that last heat and a third place finish from the local Portuguese rider, Teresa Almeida. Take it away, Vilma.
Okay, Nuno, can you get out of the way? We are live now with Teresa Almeida. Hi, guys. Good morning. Nuno came down here to congratulate Teresa Almeida, the first podium of the day, a Portuguese girl. Congratulations, muitos parabéns. O dia começou um bocadinho nublado, mas depois o sol abriu e sorriu para a Teresa e para a atleta portuguesa.
Sim, à segunda foi de vez, de manhã entramos na água, mas o nevoeiro entrou, não tivemos que sair. Mas acho que até foi melhor porque agora a maré encheu um bocadinho, estão melhores ondas e foi preferível assim.
Okay, when the first time they went to the water this morning at 10 a.m. as scheduled, the fog just came down in 30 seconds and they couldn't see nothing. That's why we had to postpone the beginning. But it was even better, Teresa says, because now the sun is shining and the waves are much better. So it was a good eat with Alexander Rinder. Congratulations, muitos parabéns. Queres deixar uma mensagem lá para casa?
Só obrigada a todos pelo apoio durante estes dias de campeonato. Foi bom campeonato, estou muito contente com o terceiro lugar e agora vemos-nos na Nazaré.
Okay, see you in Nazaré. That's what Teresa just said. She's very happy. Thanks to everybody and see you in Nazaré. But for now, we have another eat in the water, so let's check it out what the guys are doing.
Yeah, beautiful. Thanks, Vilma. And I love the colour combo that was just shown on screen there. Beautiful bright green. A super amped Teresa Almeida, the local Portuguese from Praia do Norte. She must be super happy taking home that third place over not an easy competitor in Alexandra Rinder.
Yeah, definitely not an easy competitor. Huge congrats to Teresa. I think that right now puts her the best placed Portuguese rider in this event, so she's going to be proud of that one.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that her hometown support of Nazaré is going to be loving that. Here we've got Louis Finnegan up on his opening ride.
Wow.
And, throws off a pretty nice, clean, projected backflip, but unfortunately getting a little bit caught up in the landing, not able to complete that. Yeah, Louis coming into this heat, guns are blazing. You know, he knows he's up against Ian. He knows the caliber of riding that Ian's going to put forward, and he knows that he needs to come to the party as well with a high performance riding of his own.
Yeah, we're watching this replay, and as you said, all guns blazing. Louis Finnegan going from that big backflip, just getting knocked off that shore break. As we go back to live action, this is Ian Campbell on his fourth wave. That's a better section, and a nice backflip from Ian Campbell. This is hopefully going to put an exclamation mark on this wave as he just waits and sits for that one to wedge up. A nice roll and finishes it off with a little reverse. Ian Campbell dropping a 4.25 on his opening two waves. I think that's definitely going to better and put a little bit of pressure on Louis as that little exchange definitely getting the upper hand here for Ian Campbell in the red rash vest.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's another look at Ian's wave there. You know, nice opening maneuver on the outside backflip. Managed to link that through and rolls this one over perfectly right into the shore break. Finishes off with a reverse spin. So, you know, it's a neat wave. It's he milked it to full potential without forcing it. So I think the judge is going to like that one, and that's going to put Louis, well, Louis was already in combo. It's going to put him into a further combination situation right now. But no, he only needs a 9.51, Louis, to advance.
Yeah, that last wave score from Ian Campbell coming through at a 7.0. Whilst that interview was happening, Jared and I were just talking about the different strategies as these two riders were coming into it. Jared, a really great insight as you did surf against Louis earlier in the competition, saying Louis, and he showed him in the heat against PLC, just sitting and waiting for those bigger waves and waiting for those sections, as we see Ian Campbell turning the coin and keeping really, really busy. It's quite an interesting dynamic here, the two different tactics. Of course, Ian Campbell probably getting the upper hand right now, but Louis Finnegan, as you said, we saw earlier, just waiting for those bigger waves, waiting for the bigger sections, and getting the scores he needs.
Yeah, I mean, Louis, it's like, I guess everyone's approach in the water is kind of pretty reflective of their personality at the same time, where Ian's a very hands-on guy, real go-getter, where Louis has a much more relaxed approach to many things, and it definitely shows in the way he approaches the heat as well. He kind of relies on his surfing ability. Here we got Louis up and riding, trying to thread the needle there in that barrel. Unfortunately, getting a little bit caught up, not able to come out. Louis definitely, he's looking for quality over quantity, which obviously Ian's as well looking for quality. But Ian's like applying the approach of taking the most shots to get the best possible outcome, whereas Louis kind of really sitting back and relying on his being able to put his ability to play on the best possible waves that he can find.
Something that I've noticed, I've been staying with Louis this week, and something reflecting in his strategy. He must be, he's really confident and he's really focused. For a young man, this is his second year on tour, of course, got an event win already under his belt.
Yeah.
He's really confident and he's really focused on the events. Talking to him at night when we go back to having dinner, it's just really cool, calm and relaxed. And to have that confidence, he's not going to catch as many waves as Ian Campbell, but have that confidence in his ability and have that confidence when he's on that small selection of waves to do something big. It's pretty amazing, It's incredible to see such a young man taking that strong focus and that confidence in his ability.
For sure. Louis definitely is, he's got a demeanor that's quite well beyond his years. He's especially matured a lot in the last year. Like I've been traveling with Louis now for a couple of years since we were both riding for the same brand before, and he was always kind of like so active to the point of being annoying, and it was actually the point where we used to travel on the same plane, and I would insist that we'd sit in different seats. whereas now, I'd have no problem sitting next to him on a flight for 10 hours. So. He's matured a lot in the last year, and it shows. In this event, he's taken out. He served a great heat against me. He served a great heat against Pierre and took him out as well. And now he finds him in the semi-finals up against an informed Ian Campbell. But should he play the same tactic and Mother Nature cooperate with him, he could find himself in his first final of the year.
Yeah, it's so cool, and really sort of attributing yoga. Yoga seems to be his gateway into being really relaxed, really sort of calming the mind. I touched on earlier in the webcast during the week that we were chatting to him as we see him up and riding now. This is one of the waves he's picked off. He's got a few little waves under his belt, and you could see super selective, didn't really see much, and decided not to milk it and move back out into the lineup. Going back to what I was saying, physically, Louis, as you're talking about, Ian Campbell, really strong and really fit. And as we see a few fans coming up for the next heat, of course, Alan Munoz taking on Tristan Roberts, another South African.
Yeah, that's going to be a heat to watch as well.
It's going to be a cracking heat. Louis Finnegan, physically, of course, yoga is so good, but he also, the thing that really caught my attention when we were talking about him taking up yoga is he was really, the biggest thing that he said was it cleared his mind.
Yeah.
And you see him, you were talking about just really calming him down, focusing his attention.
Yeah.
And it's, of course, paying off and maturing him, or, making him a more sort of grounded and more all-rounded rider.
For sure. Makes me think of a pretty funny story a couple of years ago. We were in Tahiti together, and I was just sitting down there, just parking off pretty much, just enjoying the view. Here we got Ian Campbell up on another pretty nice looking wave. He opens up with a roll. He's going to back it up with a tight reverse. Already getting his rail there, but he's out of that one quickly. I dare say that one will fall into the similar range as his first two rides. So possibly building on them. So, once again, Ian keeping busy, keeping active. He just wants to try and build on his scores and further complicate Louis' situation. Good job there from Ian. And he nets himself a 4.50, so slight improvement on his opening two rides. And Louis now needing a 9.61. Theoretically, Louis is going to want to have two rides.
Yeah.
To be able to get ahead of of Ian, but should be able to get a 9.61. Well, that will put him in a great position to not need much more.
We haven't seen too many 9.61s, or sorry, too many 9-point rides in this event. You know, we could probably count them on one hand. So yeah, really well touched on, Jared, that 9.61 will pretty much have to restart. You know, he's looking at a few 1.5s, a 1.75 or 1.9.
Yeah.
He's still got plenty of time left as we're coming into the 11.5-minute mark. He's going to have to, you know, be selective, but start sort of thinking, if these waves don't come to me, you know, Ian Campbell is almost doubling my wave score. He's going to have to start to sort of almost rethink his strategy.
Yeah, no, Louis got to get busy now. You know, 11 minutes ago is not much time at Sintra. Maybe a break like a Rika would be, but Sintra, you know, it's a heavy paddle out. Requires a lot more effort to get yourself into the right peak, right place. So yeah, Louis got to get busy now. You know, he's played his waiting game, but now he has to find a strong ride and back it up quickly to be able to compete with Ian towards the end of this heat.
And it's really interesting to note this high tide is almost peaking right now, and throughout the event we've seen the waves really pulse on either side of the high tide, but you know, there's been one or two heats that's been really quiet. We watched Dave Hubbard's heat yesterday. It was a really quiet heat, but the heats before and after it, you know, each rider was catching, you know, 8 to 10 waves, and you know, 5 or 6 of them waves were in that 7 range. So this could be one of those heats that, you know, one of those 25-minute time periods in the tide that it is almost sort of quietening down. So I don't know if the riders have paid too much attention, but this is Louis Finnegan live action. This is what we were hoping him to see, really sort of get a little bit of momentum, driving to that lip. He's been waiting for that section for a little bit on the wave, and a nice big flip, a good solid wave.
Yeah.
It's going to be definitely, probably won't be that 9.61, but it's going to be a pretty solid dent in the score.
Yeah, it definitely will be done. I think that I would say that is the best move of the heat so far. You know, definitely the biggest, cleanest, heaviest wave. He did get somewhat caught up in the landing there. You know, he didn't land as quickly as he would have liked. But yeah, I dare say that wave will make his job a lot easier now to catch up to Ian, who is now sitting out the back with priority. We're still waiting for scores for Louis to drop, but yeah, that's a classic example of Louis playing the waiting game and picking up the best quality wave of the heat. I'm not sure if it will be the best score yet, but it was definitely the best looking wave that has come through so far.
Yeah, exactly right. How's this next heat though, Jared? Your fellow South African Tristan Roberts taking on Alan Munoz from Chile. Alan's sort of gone a little bit under the radar throughout the heats. You know, we've talked about the big names of course PLC, Ian Campbell, Louis Finnegan, yourself, and this is a really interesting heat. The young man Tristan Roberts has probably been a standout for me throughout the event. Some really big scores, knocking out some big names, surfing really, really well. But Alan Munoz sort of really only came to my attention sort of watching the webcast and bringing all this action live to you yesterday, where he surfed a really good heat. And coming under the radar is almost hitting the strides at the perfect time of the event.
For sure. Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting heat, that one. You know, Tristan is extremely consistent. He's kind of somewhat of a machine. You know, so Tristan's gonna come out on this heat guns a-blazing. I think that I've never seen Tristan have a slow heat. So, you know, he's going to come in really strong. He's for sure going to put on a show. What remains to be seen is how Alan's going to approach this heat. Where Alan's also a very exciting rider, very consistent, very fluid. And I'm very interested to see what he brings to the table. You know, he knows that Tristan's been the standout of the event. So he's going to either come in really hard or he's going to get rattled. So it's too early to say what exactly is going to happen, but it's Alan's going to have to, you know, really put on his best performance to be able to edge out a very informed Tristan Roberts.
Yeah, and as we see scores dropping from Louis Finnegan, as we said, you know, we're not judges in here, and our job here is to speculate. And to me, I was speculating a little bit of higher score than that 6.5. I would have, I thought to me it was the best wave of the heat. You said it as well. Coming in just shy of Ian Campbell, 7.0. So the judges in there, of course, they are there for a reason, and we're here for a reason.
Yeah.
They are super experienced, but Louis Finnegan now needing a 5.01 to take over first spot. 7 minutes to go as we see Ian Campbell just continually keep busy on a rare left-hander, but he's picked off a few of these throughout the rounds, and there you go, that nice backflip. Similar, here he goes again, and is just waiting for that whitewash section. A nice roll. To me, this is a really good wave from the rider in red, Ian Campbell. How's that little just finishing that off with a reverse bash? Not finished yet. He's just making this way all the way through the inside.
Yeah.
Now that is going to be, in my eyes, the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, it could very much rival the 7-point ride. You know, the real difference here is, Dylan, that Louis' wave, while it was technically the best wave of the heat, as I mentioned, he did get somewhat caught up on his execution. You know, the judge is going to really be picking this one apart because it is a small heat. It is a slow heat. Sorry, it's a slow heat. So every score makes a big difference. You know, so I think it is fair. And here we've got another look at Ian Campbell's last wave. You know, so clean backflip out the back. You know, and what the difference is here is that he managed to back up his outside move with some strong connections onto the inside, which judges look at as well. You know, they look at length of ride, they look at the fluidity. And, you know, Ian Campbell, classic example here of riding the wave to its full potential. So I imagine that this is going to come up right there with a 7-point ride. Could be better. Just depends on what the judges decide. But, yeah, Louis Finnegan at the moment needing a 5.01. So he's back within striking distance. But we're still waiting for scores to drop from Ian Campbell, which it will for sure make Louis' job just a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, fluidity was, I think, the word that's just stood out for me in that last statement from you then. There was never really a dead spot on that wave. He never really was waiting for something to pop up. A 6.9, a little bit shy of that last one, Ian Campbell's 7.0, but it is changes up his backup score. So Louis now chasing a 7.41 as we see a beautiful shot of the beach. Down here at Playground, a beautiful day. We did kick off a little bit late. That fog was just hovering over us, but the sun is shining now. And action, this is semi-final number 1 of the men's. Ian Campbell taking it to Louis Finnegan for sure.
Yeah, I think the fog was actually the best thing that could have happened for the competitors today because it allowed them to completely skip out on the insanely difficult low tide conditions. So these guys are all pretty pumped to be out there now. Yeah, I mean, that last wave exchange that we saw, Ian Campbell getting himself a 6.9. This is a classic example of Ian just keeping busy, building his scores. Louis now needs a 7.41. So, you know, those scores are out there, but that is going to be the highest score of the heat. So he's going to have to do something better than what we've seen Ian Campbell doing, and significantly better as well.
Yeah, really good. So, Jared, whilst you're in Portugal, what are your plans after this event? You've got a week break between here and Vienna, which I presume you're going to compete in against?
Yeah, I'm going to be competing in Vienna. It's a couple of days break. I'm going to be heading out this afternoon to Nazaré. I'm going to stay there tonight and with Antonio Cardoso and Louis. Hopefully get some waves here tomorrow and then make my way up to Vienna to check out a new part of the country I've never been to. So I'm looking pretty forward to getting up there.
Yeah, from what I've heard, that Vienna coastline is one of the most stunning coastlines, bordering, of course, Spain.
Yeah.
Heard incredible things about that bit of coastline. I'm really looking forward to the last 2 stops of the tour. Of course, the men's and the women's tour will be heading back down south from Vienna to Nazaré as we watch back to live action. This is Ian Campbell looking to improve on his 6.9. Nice floaty sort of reverse. Probably it was an interesting wave. You know, he's now got some good scores under his belt. He's going to have to go for something bigger to really impress the judges. So you could see that's what he was trying to do. Almost just getting a little bit caught up in the wash, but the intention is there, and you know in his mind he's going to try to go big. So you see him there, just a hard one to control.
Yeah, you know, I think the judge is going to reward him for his intentions there. You know that he is trying to put on a bit more of a high risk performance. So you know, while he didn't execute that air reverse perfectly, he did get a bit of pop, and he did ride out of it fairly quickly. So I'm pretty interested to see what the judges thought about that. My personal opinion is that it will be kind of very similar to his previous scores. Yeah, 6.0. So they did like it, but had he, had more control over his rotation, I think they would have gone up into the excellent range. If we got Louis Finnegan, he's striking for 7.41. Let's see what he can do here.
Nice.
Big, clean invert. Biggest wave of the day. Cleanest move of the heat. Let's see what the judges thought about that. He was chasing a 7.41, so that's going to have to be the best score of the heat so far. let's see what they pick apart with that one.
Yeah, big invert off a solid section. You could see him just brace for the landing. What has been really interesting is the differences between these two waves. Louis Finnegan opting to sort of sit at the back, waiting for those big ones, that big single maneuver, whilst Ian Campbell has tried to make himself go really, really busy and combine those moves and really get a lot of maneuvers on the wave. Of course, Louis Finnegan going for those big single maneuvers. That last wave, not quite enough at 6.65. Did get rid of that 1.9, of course, from his which was his backup score. Still chasing the 7.26. A minute and a half to go. 90 seconds. It is coming down to crunch time for this West Australian.
Yeah, it seems that the judges are really after fluidity in the surfing. You know that Louis' approach has been one big move per wave, which has kind of been his approach the last few days, and it's been paying off. You know, yesterday's heat with PLC, he did an invert for 7.75 and backed it up with a 9-point invert. Today, the judges seem to be rewarding Ian's approach a little bit more. You know, he's got a 7 and 6.90 for producing numerous maneuvers on the wave, whereas Louis' approach of a one big punt has been coming up short.
Yeah, and as we did note on it a little bit earlier, this tide is allowing the riders to sort of get a little bit more length of ride. You know, it's sort of breaking a little bit on the outside and allowing the riders to, as we've seen, Ian Campbell link a few maneuvers together. So maybe the judges have taken note of the availability of the waves out there, and you know, they understand the situation. You know, they're always reassessing the changing of the tides and the changing of the conditions. So maybe the judges at the start of this heat, they sort of looked at the scale, looked at the type of the conditions that are on offer, and have set it, and you know, they've stuck to their guns. You know, we've seen Ian Campbell getting a lot of moves on that one wave, and you know, the judges, something that they must have been looking for at the start of this heat.
Yeah, it's definitely something that pays to play when stick to your game plan from the beginning. Whereas because Ian opened up and he put the scores on the board first, he established the scale for the rest of the heat. You know, whereas Louis then had to come and put his own approach. But as Ian had already set the tone, Ian has continued on to win his semi-final and now finds himself in his second final in 2 consecutive events.
Yeah, massive result for the South African Ian Campbell. It was great heat to kick things off for the men's semi-final. Of course, amazing to have current world champion Jared Houston in the booth, giving everyone an incredible insight. We'll be back here with heat number 2 of the semi-final straight after the break. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back, Dylan Beach, alongside Nuno Cardoso, just a little bit of a substitute out of the commentary booth for Jared Houston. Epic to have you back in the booth, mate. I've been missing you a little bit.
Thank you so much, and it's so good to be back. Yesterday I was in beach commentator detail, and I was there almost all day, supplying with the riders with all the goods they need to know so they can apply different strategies during the heat. That's very important information, and I'm so happy to be a part of it.
Epic, and we've just seen an incredible first semi-final of the men's. Ian Campbell taking out Louis Finnegan, and moving on into the grand final. Potentially we have 2 South Africans, as we have Tristan Roberts taking on Alan Muniz right now in the water. Let's go straight back to the action. We don't want to miss out on any live waves. This is, as Jared Houston was leaving the commentary booth, said, it's going to be an absolute cracker.
Yes, for sure, definitely, because Tristan Roberts, if you've been tuning into the live webcast, has been performing throughout the rounds with a very consistent set of moves and a very consistent lead over their opponents. Even if Tristan Roberts on an heat didn't dominate from the beginning, he did sure dominate at the end. And as we talk about him, live action. Yeah,
this is Tristan Roberts. Jared Houston touched on it really early in the conversation we had him last, as he banged, big backflip, picked up on it that last heat. Tristan Roberts is one of those riders that goes out with a bang. He's one of those guys that really likes to have a commanding lead from the get-go. And within a few minute and a half, he picks off this right-hander Nuno. Let's have a look at this backflip.
Yeah, it shows like a medium-sized wave with a lot of the right-handers on this stand bank that we've been watching throughout this days of competition, and he opts to go for the backflip, the move that's been helping him progress through rounds. But let's not forget Alan Munoz. I want to let everyone that's watching clear as it takes us through this replay. Alan Munoz came here to play no games, and he looks so on point. It will risk and say this is the best for me that I saw, and keep on watching Al Munoz. This is the best. I think this best performance he's been having at least this year and the previous years. He's been so solid on his event, and he was almost not making into this event as his planned landed late for his first heat, and he got here just 20 minutes before his heat, just put on his wetsuit so fast, got into the water, and right now is fighting for a place in the final.
Yeah, and Alan Munoz, the better of that exchange, dropping an 8.0. Tristan Roberts, a 6.25. It is an incredible story, Alan Munoz, catching, flying into Lisbon Airport at a 1 p.m. landing time. His heat was at 2 p.m. Straight off the flight from I think it was about a 36 hours or a 24-hour schedule. I think he flew Santiago into the North America, down to here. And Alan Munoz, we talked about it earlier, he's sort of gone under the radar a little bit. You know, we've talked about the likes of the bigger names, Jerry, PLC and Maury. They've got knocked out a little bit earlier in the heat, in the round, but Alan Munoz has been one of those guys that has surfed really, really well. Another of those guys, Ian Campbell, the last heat winner, is just down on the beach with Vilma. Take it away, Vilma.
Yeah.
And one of the men that for sure is going to be at the podium, Ian Campbell. Congratulations. How was your strategy for today?
Yeah, it's just couldn't really see much while the fog was here, so just sitting with Tristan Roberts at the top there and just discussing this little bit of strategy going into the semi. And yeah, just super happy to make it through. Unfortunately knocking out Louis, but it's competition and that's the way it goes, I guess.
And let's see who is going to go against you in the final. So in the water we have two great riders. Which one do you prefer to go against in the final?
I'd have to say Tristan. I don't think there's ever been a full South African final. I know Alan's surfing really well, but yeah, pretty keen to just sit back and watch this heat and see how it goes. So good luck to the both of them, yeah.
Okay, let's do that. Let's sit back and enjoy the show.
Yeah, back to live action out in the water. Of course, Tristan Roberts is the preferred rider that Ian Campbell wants to surf against. It would be pretty amazing to see an all South African final here, Nuno. It would be one of the first times, I think, an APB tour would have a South African.
Definitely, but I'm not so sure about that as Alan Munoz. Oh my God. Once again, like I've been saying, Alan looks like he's on top of his form since I've ever seen him on the APB. At least in this event, Alan Munoz has been knocking out some big names, but with solid performances, with very, very top-level moves like this one. Take us through this replay, Dylan.
Yeah, a big invert. You can see him fully extended, a 7.5 for that guy. It is an extremely solid backup score. Really interesting, you know, the judges we saw rewarding that one from Alan Munoz, a 7.5. The heat previously, 6.5 for Louis Finnegan's invert. The difference what I see in Alan Munoz's wave and why he got rewarded that 1 point extra is his full body extension. Louis almost getting caught up a little bit in the wave, but you see Alan on his last wave really extending out and projecting out from the lip, sort of freeing himself up and out. So that 1 point difference, but from my eyes, that Alan Munoz just getting the upper nod over Louis Finnegan as we compare the two heats.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see that by the landing, as you can see that he free falls from some height, and the landing, even the board bounces out of the water when he lands. So you know that he's got some air. As meanwhile, as you see the Chilean flag been waving off in the air,
So
already
cool.
celebrating, and we're still only 8 minutes into this heat, not even 8 minutes into this heat, but Alan Munoz putting some pressure on Tristan Roberts. I think that has been the man to beat on this event.
Yeah, for sure. If we were looking at the heat draw last night, speculating who might be in the final, in my eyes, I would have put a Tristan Roberts against Louis Finnegan final. You know, those two riders have been a standout for me in this round. Not taking anything away from Ian Campbell, but I just saw Louis Finnegan hitting his strides in the last few heats and really turning it on. You know, he knocked out the likes of Pierre-Louis Costes and Jared Houston, so his confidence level would have been really high. But Tristan Roberts, in my eyes, has been the best bodyboarder at the 2016 Sintra Pro. He would have been, as we would have been speculating last night, the heats. It would have been in, you know, Tristan Roberts, Louis Finnegan final, but really exciting to see, you know, the other guys take it to him. Alan Munoz, we talked about earlier, you know, he's gone under the radar a little bit. You know, he hasn't been the most explosive rider in the event, but he's just been ticking the boxes and slowly making his way through the heat. And as it comes to crunch time, he's gone up a gear. And of course, yesterday, it looked like he was on fire, and he put down one of the biggest heats totals of the event. And right now, Alan Munoz looks like he's just purring in fifth gear and surfing extremely well, putting the pressure on the young South African.
I agree, and I could not say it better. And it's not only your opinion, the scores speak for it. If you look at the score sheets on the previous rounds, you will see that Tristan Roberts took a heavy lead over his opponents. And Alan Munoz did the same in the quarterfinals, comboing our very own Dino Carmo from Portugal. It didn't even needed the waves that he had as throwaways. He had like two 8 points throwaways or high score throwaways. So that's the level that Alan Munoz has been bringing into this event, and that's why I keep referring. He's definitely one of the standouts and looks on top form here at this year's World Tour.
It's going to be really interesting to see where the Chilean goes from here. An 8.0 and a 7.5. He's still got 15 minutes under his belt. He's got plenty more time to sort of build on that score. As we saw Ian Campbell in the previous heat, go for that air reverse. You know, he had a little bit of comfort and he could sort of explore a few new moves and a few opportunities to put a lot more pressure on. So Alan Munoz is expected some fireworks in the next 15 minutes, because this thing is going to be really interesting. He's locked down a 15.5 heat total. Tristan Roberts is now chasing a 9.26. So from either rider, we're going to see some fireworks. Of course, Alan, he wants to improve. You know, he doesn't want to sit still and get sort of stuck in, you know, in the middle of nowhere, as you see him on front of screen, looking and searching for those waves. On the other hand, Tristan Roberts now searching for a 9.26. He's not going to hold back. You know, he's not one of those riders to sort of try to explore those smaller moves, as we see Alan Munoz having a look at that wave, deciding to kick off. Now, first priority, sitting with Tristan Roberts, who I'm expecting to see some big moves go down as we
and there he goes, up and right, live action. There he goes, Tristan Roberts, nice backflip on that closeout section. He didn't have much time to bottom turn and attack that lip, so there was not much space for him to land this move. But we've been seeing Tristan Roberts land massive moves throughout the other rounds, and this wasn't a pickle for him. And he probably would have landed that if he had a little bit more bottom turn time there and time to assert his move and his position on the board, so he could land this move. So this won't be a very good backup. And right now he's sitting in second and needs a 9.26. Very tall order for the young South African, but I believe not impossible, as we've been seeing waves drop in that range from Tristan.
Yeah, we saw yesterday on a similar sort of conditions and on a similar sort of wave, that as he landed that backflip, you heard the slap here in the commentary booth. You probably didn't pick it up from the webcast, but live here on the beach, you know, we're sitting in a little commentary booth. We've got one little window open, but we heard the slap on that backflip, and One of my friends, Minnie, noted yesterday in his heat previous, he did a backflip on a similar sized wave, and it almost looked in slow motion. It was so big. So Tristan Roberts, as we are coming into that last 12 minutes here in semi-final number 2, it is going to be really interesting. You know, he's going to go big as we see him live action right now. On a medium-sized wave, he's eyeing off that section to start off with, and there he goes. They're the fireworks we were talking about, an air reverse, and he comes out in front of the wash. Nuno, that's what he needed.
Amazing move, and we'll be seeing Tristan Roberts kind of using a medium-sized wave and probably going for an excellent score there on a wave that was definitely not the best wave of the heat. He didn't even have priority, but he opted to go on this right-hander, got enough speed to reverse in the air that move and land it without any difficulty, as we could see on the live webcast. And he just posted a 7.65 on this last wave. So things are looking better for Tristan. He now needs a 7.86. And if he can pull off this scores on medium-sized waves, what can he do on a big wave set?
Wow, yeah, I can't wait to see Jared Houston hit the nail on the head. This is an absolute firecracking heat, 5 waves ridden, and there's really only that one throwaway from Tristan Roberts. Beautiful day here on the beach. You can see on your screen right now live footage of everyone enjoying it. You know, the Chilean flag just waving so proudly. You know, Alan Munoz has got a strong following, a super popular rider back home. We talked to Roberto, the drop knee rider, saying how, you know, excited he is to see Alan out in the water. And, you know, he's such a frother, surfs in all conditions, you know, reef breaks, beach breaks, offshore, onshore. He's always that one out in the water.
And there he goes, up and riding, live action. Alan Munoz going for his 3rd wave. Oh my God, big backflip. As you can see, he's been so consistent and choosing so well his rides, and now coming with 2 more rolls. He's been doing this all event long since he got there in a taxi direct from the airport into the water and getting some barrel time, some flying time, and it looks like he's having a blast while his Chilean friends just cheer him up. Take us through this replay.
Yeah, I love this replay. Straight into that air bowl. We're talking about backflips in slow motion. That thing looked like it lasted an eternity in the air, and this is what I loved. He was really combining that wave to make a huge score. You know, big outside maneuver, big backflip, but he wasn't finished. That's what I love. He didn't just pull out. The score reflecting the judges and the commentators' froth levels right now, a 9.5.
Look at this. This is live.
It's so cool. We're watching this live footage. He's just running past his fans, and it was really funny as we watched him look back at that last wave. He was waiting for the score, looking where he was. He was almost thinking, yeah, should I maybe paddle in? I've got this under the bag. But the other guys on the beach, his fans, were telling him just to get back out there, get back out there. Yeah. As we see him running up the beach, coming up onto the northern end, he's looking past and running past all of the crowd who are just giving him heaps on the shoreline.
Yeah, and how amazing is our sport. You could be at 3 foot away from the rider that's competing currently in the heat. Is just running along the beach as we have live action. Tristan Roberts answering back with a huge backflip and talking about slow motion. That was super slow motion over there. Took him ages to land that thing, and he turned it around so nicely. He didn't even want to finish off that wave, as he probably knew that he had a strong move already on that single move alone.
Okay, so this is where it gets really interesting as we watch that another replay.
Wow.
A great angle. The cameramen are doing an incredible job to bring you all the action. We just heard the beach commentator putting that thing through a 9.5 for Tristan Roberts.
Same score as Alan Munoz right now. So this is amazing. We still have 8 minutes. We just saw Alan Munoz running on the beach. Like I was saying, you can get close to the action. The people here enjoying this beautiful day at Praia Grande. Day number 6 of the Sintra Pro. Just getting a suntan. being with his feet wet right next to the shore and watching Alan Munoz running for his life as he's just searching for a place in the finals. But we got a battle in our hands, Dylan.
This is why I love bodyboarding, and this is why I love bringing all the action to you for the webcast. It is, of course, the final day of action here at the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. We've been hyping up this day for the last few heats, and of course yesterday we could not wait for the action, and this is it. This is what bodyboarding is all about. This is what the APB World Tour is all about, bringing the finest athletes into some really good waves, and they are not disappointing us. A 9.5 from both the riders. The only thing that's separating it is that backup score. Tristan Roberts backing up with a 7.65. Alan Munoz in his opening wave of the heat, an 8.0. So, you know, I've got hairs just tingling right now.
You're not the only one. And we do remind you that Alan Munoz got that 8 backing up his 9.5. He's got that 8 with a solid backflip. And Tristan Roberts got that 7.65 with a nice punty reverse air. And right now, Tristan Roberts is holding priority as he needs a 8.01 to take the lead away from Alan Munoz. And we saw Alan Munoz paddling out the back and trying to get his way into the outside, and probably will have to defend his first place position, because if Tristan utilizes his priority and gets a wave similar to that, he's going to bash that lip and he's going to bring it on home to South Africa, because he just only needs a 8.01. When I say just, looks like it's easy to get an 8.01. Most competitors, if you bring him here in the booth, would say that's not an easy feat, but we're talking about Tristan Roberts.
Tristan Roberts, of course, the young South African. Now, this is a very, very interesting situation. I'm not too sure. You can see it on your screen. A little P1 just to the right of Tristan Roberts' name. That does mean he's in first priority. Of course, we see Alan Munoz after his last wave running along the beach and paddling back out. Tristan Roberts deciding to flick out, which is a really smart move. You know, he decided not to milk what was left of the wave. You know, he decided to flick out and try to get underneath and back out into the lineup. He's chasing an 8.01, but he's in first priority, so gets the top choice of the wave, and he's, of course, looking for a solid maneuver. 5 minutes to go. This is an extremely exciting heat. I hope you are all enjoying the live webcast as we see Tristan Roberts.
Oh my God, here he goes again. Tristan Roberts opting to go on this right-hander, going for a backflip, but looks like he's getting stuck on that one. The wave didn't look like much, and that move was not what he was looking for sure, as he did not even land it. There will not be an 8.01, and Alan Munoz regains priority. Take us through this replay.
Yeah, this wave really from the get-go didn't really look like it was going to be that 8.01. It wasn't a bigger wave. It really didn't sort of shape up to what we've seen throughout the heat. And a little bit of bump in it, and Tristan Roberts just getting caught under the lip. He did try to push that backflip out. I think even if he did land it, it probably wouldn't have been in that 8.01 range. It looked a little bit sort of forced and a little bit hard. So on a medium-sized wave, we've only seen those 8-point rides plus come through for the big section. So Tristan Roberts using priority on an interesting wave choice. With 4 minutes to go, Alan Munoz is at the back in priority and looking to better an 8.0 situation.
Yeah, and definitely that can happen as well with Alan Munoz. As we've been watching, he only has 3 waves on his score sheet so far, and they have been on point. Only the 7.5 for that invert was not an excellent wave. And meanwhile, if you look at the score sheet of Tristan Roberts, he already surfed 6 waves, and only 1 is on the excellent range, and the other one is a little bit below. But we'll see what will happen as we look at Tristan Roberts having a look on this one. And meanwhile, Alan Munoz is holding priority. So we've got an intense battle all the way to the end for sure here.
Yeah, we've got a really intense battle. You can see both of the riders sitting right next to each other. Now, for Tristan Roberts here to get that 8.01, he's really got to separate himself from Alan Munoz. He's got 2 minutes and 55 seconds to get a solid wave So anything that does come through that looks really good, Alan's definitely going to have the first look at it. And Tristan Roberts is either going to get something underneath his belt, or hopefully he's hoping that a second wave comes through the set. So interesting, Tristan Roberts is choosing to stay really close to Alan Munoz. That bank is the one that's sort of just giving away the best wave. So 2 minutes, 25 seconds, needing an 8.01. As we look, this is what we were talking about. Alan
Live
Munoz
action,
on this
Alan
wave.
Munoz up and riding. The rider in yellow from Chile, Alan Munoz, is looking to better 8-point wave. And that's another solid backflip. Alan Munoz has been on point so far. 4 waves, and for sure this is going to be another high-scoring wave.
How incredible is that? 4 waves, and he's throwing away a 7.5. As we watch this replay, straight up, he's looking for nothing less than that backflip bowl.
Wow.
So much content and so much power through that backflip. He throws up his hand. Scores are just coming through, an 8.4, so does better his situation. Tristan Roberts now looking for an 8.41. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. This must be one of the quickest and 90 seconds in Tristan Roberts' life, because he's really got to wait for something big. He knows he can't leave anything left in the tank. As we see a few little sets, he sits up on his board. Let's see if he takes a look at this one.
Yeah, it looks like a set is approaching. He's standing tall on his board, searching for something. But I do agree with the judges scoring that an 8.4. Alan Munoz did show a lot of control landing that move. He even claimed it, as he probably knows that's a score that will and would improve his situation, and actually did. Right now, Tristan Roberts under the 1 minute. Only Mother Nature can help him, and of course himself, in the search of 8-4-1 to take the lead away from Alan Munoz, that has been leading all heat since minute 1. That's impressive.
Yeah, he's gone out all guns blazing, as we see Alan Munoz just a little bit of a victory lap here, unless Tristan Roberts can get something in that last 30 seconds. A backflip, he's got those things on tap.
Yeah, definitely. For both sides, we've been watching him serve, especially the heat from the quarterfinals against the Dino Carmo. He was pulling those off like a baby is sucking milk out of his mother's bosom. He really wants that, and he wants it at all time, and he can probably do it with the left and the right.
All right, that's one of the most interesting wrap-ups I've ever heard of a backflip. As we count it down, that does put Alan Munoz, as you see the crowd just hugging him, so excited. It does.
This is amazing. This is live. We're watching live, because you can see there are people actually just with his feet wet on the shore here at Praia Grande, and everyone is so close to the action. This is how amazing how the sport is. You can be so close to the action, so close to the riders that are actually competing at the moment, and everyone cheering Alan there. That's a great victory, and he'll be facing Ian Campbell in the final. But meanwhile, don't go anywhere, because we're going to a commercial break and live for some more action here at the last day of the Sintra Portugal Pro. And we're back for live action. We're going into the semifinals of the DK division. So I just asked Nicholas Rosner to jump in here in the booth, as Nicholas was the best representative for Portugal in this division. Although you represent Germany, your home country, I consider you Portuguese, as you were a local here at Praia Grande. So welcome, Nicholas, once again in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Nuno, for having me here in the booth. great to be here for this semi-final, which is going to be a cracker for sure. Everyone has a wave under their belt, not a keeper yet. So we see Cesar with 1.5 and Dave as well.
So let's go to live action right now as we have this Eat Banger, as we have two former world champions competing here in the semifinals, hunting for that first place that will allow them to move into the final and probably be crowned their world DK champion. That's what's on hand here at the Sintra Portugal Pro. So whoever wins this final here in the DK division will be world champion. But meanwhile, we're at the semifinals. So this is a very interesting battle that we have in our hands right now.
Yeah, it's finals day here, and a lot of champions to be decided here, as we see Dave taking off with a nice snap, a second snap, and a third snap, really milking this wave. And nobody puts in so many snaps in such a short wave as Dave, and so that's going to be a good score to start the heat with.
Yeah, definitely. Dave is one of those guys that nothing seems to phase him, and he applies those snaps. Looks like he doesn't even lose speed doing those and just continues riding the wave if the wave allows him to progress. And meanwhile, we have Cesar Bauer on the outside with priority right now as we wait for the scores on yellow, and they have dropped Nicholas.
Yeah, so a 5.5 for 4 snaps on one wave. That means the judges keeping that criteria open for some big scores that they are waiting for in this heat. And some really good rights on the hand. And the difference between Cesar and Dave here is Cesar is front side going right and Dave is on his backside. So that might be a slight advantage for Cesar, but of course against Dave he'll need that advantage in my opinion, if he wants to progress to the final.
Yes, for sure. Well said, Nicholas. And if I was competing in the drop knee division, I'm not sure who I want to draw in a heat, either Dave or Cesar. Actually, you draw Cesar on the first heat of the quarterfinals yesterday. How hard is try to beat an formal ex-drop knee champion, world champion?
Yeah, well, be honest, in my heat yesterday against Cesar, the waves were 2-meter closeouts, and most of them were right, and definitely not my cup of tea in there, and Cesar just looking super comfortable, although it was closing out, and yeah, he showed worthy to be a ex-world champion here on Sintra, so Dave is also going to have his work cut out as we go to a live interview with Vilma.
With the winner of the last heat, Alan Munoz. Take it away, Vilma.
Okay, and I'm here with Alan Munoz, a very happy finalist of the Sintra Portugal Pro. Congratulations, muchas felicitaciones. ¿Cómo fue tu táctica? ¿Tienes sido una prestación muy sólida desde los inicios de esta competición?
Sí, lo que pasa es que de partida contra Tristan, que para mí es uno de los mejores porque ataca los hits con lo mejor, no se guarda nada para ningún momento y él es una máquina, un demonio en el agua. Todos temen su surfing, pero en esto se trata de desafiarse a sí mismo. Yo traté de desafiarme a mí mismo, logré sacar lo mejor de mí sin presión por el rival que tengo, porque si no estoy acabado. Entonces luché por mí nomás, contra mí, y aseguré las dos primeras notas, que eso me dejó ir pensando en mejorar las puntuaciones.
Okay, of course, he's saying that his opponent is an amazing rider, a demon, he's saying, a demon in the water. So, of course, he thought, okay, no pressure, I'm going to do my best, I'm going to do what I know. You're an excellent rider, very solid rider, and you've been talking here with me lots of times, so tenés hablado conmigo muchas veces, has pasado en primero, por tanto, sigue para la final.
Ahí estamos en la final, así que nada, quisiera dar un saludo a mis auspiciadores, que gracias a ustedes estamos aquí presentes. Gracias por creer en mí y por apoyarme, a todos mis amigos, a toda la gente de Chile, a los que mandan mensajes. Y nada, pues muchas gracias y espero contar con su apoyo para las demás competencias junto a todo el equipo chileno, así que muchas gracias a todos ustedes.
Muy buenas energías. Gracias. Y ahora vamos, and now back to the water. Let's see what the other guys are doing.
And we are doing well, same as Dave Obert on this last wave, getting some shade there. Let's see what the judges will score that. A nice little barrel, Nicholas.
Yeah, Dave getting shacked on that wave, but just getting a little slow on that exit, so not allowing him to get a finishing move, which should keep that score on the lower side. And it comes in at a 4.25, but already putting some serious pressure on Cesar, which doesn't have a keeper score yet.
Yeah, it is only holding on to 1.5 and holding on to a victory on the last heat. That was Alan Munoz. It was thanking his sponsors for believing in him, and we do believe in you. That's why you are in the final. Meanwhile, backside stand, Cesar Bauer, take us through this one, Nicholas.
Yeah, so Cesar finding a left here, 2 sprays, and let's see if he gets something else in there. And it looks like the wave is building up, but really hard to finish off that wave. So would you have put another move on that? That would have been very similar to Dave's first wave, which also had 3 snaps to the right. But since he didn't, it should be also in the 4-point range. Let's see what the judges think about that one.
Yeah, the wave looked kind of slow, although he was able to put on some 2 good moves before the wave went to the even a slowish area, as we saw the wave build up and then just closed out. And Cesar was not able to complete that wave, to complete that last floater move, but the wave just dropped in as a 4.25. So it's the same as the backup of Dave Hubbard, but Dave Hubbard has a 5.5 for that 4 snap wave, and is holding on to priority right now. And on the outside, we hear the Chileans just cheering out the Alan Munoz for his victory. Looks like he won the event. Amazing. The Chileans are frothing on Alan Munoz, and he should be frothing. As he said, his strategy was to get 2 solid scores in the beginning of the heat. He did so, and then slowly build up as a lead if the other rider was attacking it. And his strategy panned out, and he moves into the final.
Yeah, definitely one of the heats of the event. I mean, I was watching on the beach, and it was just back-to-back, and Tristan really doing great to answer back. And for a moment, we thought he would get the lead over Alan, but Alan staying solid in that first position and solidifying his backup score right there at the end. And I was actually talking to Amaury Laverne while I was watching the heat, and he said, yes, he used to see Alan down in Chile 10 years ago, and very humble kid back then, and he just grew into this monster power machine of bodyboarding.
And live action, talking about power machine of bodyboarding, this is Dave Hubbard from Hawaii, wearing the yellow singlet already. 2 nice snaps there, and he's still trying to connect this wave all the way into the end. A little bit of a foam climb there, but he does finish that wave. This will be a nice score to put on his scoreboard.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be the best throw ride of this heat so far, and it's going to definitely increase the pressure over Cesar. Cesar is sitting out the back now. I'd say he has priority, and he will be looking for one of those high-scoring rights like he had yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. And going back once again to the interview, and I really found it funny, Alan Munoz called Tristan Roberts a water demon. It was very hard to beat that water demon, and it's true, because Tristan Roberts is putting so much terror on his opponents on the previous heats that Alan Munoz decided, of course, to call him water demon. Once you get him in the water, it's hard to beat him. But this time, Alan took the best out of that exchange and is moving on to the finals, like we said. And meanwhile, we just watched the replay of Dave Hubbard's wave. We're still waiting for that score to come through and assess the situation on the seat. As like you well put it, Nicholas, Cesar Bauer is in the outside, holding on to priority number 1, and will definitely need to post something big to overthrow Dave Hubbard away from that first place.
Yeah, so the judges really taking their time to get that score out. They must be comparing to the other waves in this heat to see where that score is going to come in through. And yeah, Tristan Roberts, so consistent, and definitely the next big thing to watch out. He's going to go for a world title in the next couple of years, or even this year, without a doubt. I mean, the kid has so much talent.
Yeah, definitely. And talking about talent, flexibility, there's Amelie Laverne getting ready for the second year of the DK division. Usually you see Amaury Laverne getting ready for semifinals and finals of the men's division, but this time he has already been knocked out of that division, and he will be getting ready to compete in the next heat against Martin Moredien from Guadeloupe Island. And Amaury Laverne himself coming from Union Island, living in Canary Island, talking about islands, and he will be facing off the Guadeloupean in the heat number 2 of this semi-final round of drop knee. But meanwhile, we have in the water Dave Hubbard and Cesar Bauer, and scores have dropped, Nicholas.
A 7.0, so very high scoring wave. The judges loving that second move Dave put in that wave. Although he didn't finish off the wave cleanly, the judges rewarding it with a 7.0. And Amaury Laverne in that second heat of this final, also like Dave, a very versatile rider. Always mainly known for his prone skills, already becoming a world champion before, and wanting to make it to this next final. And so we do have a lot of these riders that do both competitions, the prone and the drop knee. Cesar Bauer here, he only focuses on the drop knee, and so it is it can be an advantage, I'd say, if you do get in those prone heats and you figure out that lineup on your prone heats. Once you're in the DK heat, it does help you with that wave selection and with that positioning. So, but at the same time, the disadvantage is you are tired because you can be competing in both divisions. So, both competitors having a slightly different edge. As we see Dave on another wave here.
Yeah, live action Dave with a nice snap there, and another one. Still trying to get this way all the way to the end, and another move there, goes for a roundhouse and changes the stance into backside, and he applies another slap. That was a very nice, well-surfed wave, and as we watch, Cesar Bauer even dropping a 5.75 and now needing 6.76. I think probably this wave will improve even Dave Hubbard's situation, as he has a 5.5 to drop and applying even more pressure. Take us through this replay.
Yeah, now Dave really comfortable after this wave. Nice big first turn, and the nice thing about this wave was it was a nice clean face, not too many white water on this wave, and I love how he redirects here and sort of like a little roundhouse thingy and really flowing with the waves. I think the judges are going to love that one. I at least really did.
Yeah, for sure. And Cesar Bauer will be in a more difficult position after this wave that just dropped, and it came in as the 7.75. So Dave Hubbard imposing his lead here with 10 minutes to go, and he really wants to go to the final.
Yeah, so this high tide starting to bring some more connecting longer left. So we didn't see that in the previous heats. We saw mostly barreling rights, and so Cesar probably maybe caught a bit off guard. He was hoping for those big rights that came in the heat previous, and not finding one yet. But 9 minutes remaining, still plenty of time left to change it around.
Yeah, definitely. And his holding priority as we watch now live, as we see the two riders not sitting apart from each other, real close. I would say like at least 5 to 10 meters apart. That's very close. But Cesar Bauer holding the first priority right now, as the riders are just sitting there patiently waiting for some more sets so they can try and assess more scores to improve their situation. In the case of Cesar Bauer, he's now needing a 9.01 to take the lead away from Dave Hubbard. Very, very, very high score to obtain, but David Obert has been putting a lot of time in the knee on their seat already, scoring 5 waves. Cesar Bauer already scoring 4 waves, but better out of these exchanges between those two riders was Dave Obert, posting a 7-point wave, and this last wave a 7.75. And you describe it so much. He got a clean wave face, and he had a nice first turn there, and that's where the money is.
Yeah, that's where all the points are, and Dave now sitting very comfortable with 2 7-point mid-ranger waves, and he's just going to look for a wave patiently to really improve a situation. He's not going to pick up a small wave right now. He's really just going to focus on putting Cesar to combo land, and Cesar feeling that pressure right now. Both of them sitting very close together, and that also can factor in, I guess. Dave in a comfortable position to sell Cesar some waves to regain priority, and a lot of tactics behind the scenes, which as a viewer sometimes are hard to take, but definitely these guys taking all of those things into consideration out there.
Definitely, and we are live here at the Sintra Pro, heat number 1 of the semifinals of the drop knee division, and I have here next to me Nicholas Roger, and who better to comment this drop knee division than Nicholas, that was all the way into the quarterfinals. Congratulations, mate, for achieving that very good performance here at the Sintra Pro this year in the drop knee division. And actually, I was talking to you yesterday, and you were saying you were so glad to compete on a man-on-man heat. It was such a different experience for you, and the priority system and whatnot, and having that experience. And we'll go back to that as we have live action. Take us through this one.
Giant first spray. Dave getting speed to get a nice little floater tap, also coming out of that clean. And let's see if it improves the 7.0. That first move, beautiful. And the second move, I think Dave wanted to put a little more power in that. And so let's see where the judges go with that as we go to the replay. Take us through this, Nuno.
Thanks. And it goes nice, clean face wave. He throws buckets of water there on that one. He tries to regain his composure and tries to access the amount of speed that would allow him to float that end section. He quite did, like you said. Looks like he lost a little bit of speed, but is still able to finish that move. And let's see what the judges think of that. But we're going back to you. I had a conversation with you after you eat, and you were happy to compete on a man-to-man eat, and in a drop knee division, that is. And you told me that was a very nice and rewarding experience.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I like competing in all drop knee competitions because now here in Portugal, we do have the national tour, which has a couple of drop knee events, but it's a new thing, and not too many drop knee events to compete in. So I was really happy to make it that quarterfinal, and I have had man-on-man heats before in the pro division, but on drop knee, just a totally different feel to it, because normally in the whole drop knee division, as we see Cesar on live action, nice big snap. If he puts in another maneuver, this is going to be a very strong wave. And there we go. This is what he was looking for. Let's see if he finishes off, and boom, a third snap. Oh, and not completing that last move. And would he have completed that move, he would have been right back in that race. But still, he had a lot of work done already, and the judges are going to reward him for that. So Cesar right back in this heat with this wave.
As we watch the replay, there goes Cesar Bauer driving with a lot of speed, going on the top of the wave and just slamming it real hard, finding another section downwards and just applying another nice turn, going for the end section, tries to kind of snap reverse spin on that end section, but was not able to finish it. Meanwhile, live action, Dave Hubbard.
Oh, and here goes Dave, full of speed, starting off with a nice little floater tap into another spray snap, and getting a lot of speed for this insect section.
Wow. this was the better wave exchange so far between the two riders in this first semifinal. And Cesar Bauer just dropped a huge score, Nicholas.
Wow, an 8.25, and now we've got a heater in hands, fellas, with 3 minutes and 48 seconds remaining as we go through Dave's last wave. And I'm sure this is going to come in as an excellent score.
As well, because he just floated at first section, getting some speed, going for a nice turn and another one. Huge snap there. Now I'd like to check turn at the end just to make sure that the wave had nothing else to give him, and he just jumped out of that. And I'm laughing because another excellent score just dropped, and this time for Dave Herbert. What a wave exchange this last two waves.
Yeah, so Dave's wave coming in at 9.0, so answering straight right back to Cesar. And Dave surfed that wave so well, and he did every possible maneuver he could on that wave. And had Cesar finished that last move, it would have been right up there with Dave's last wave. So Cesar now, although he had an 8.25, he still needs an 8.51 to take the lead. And if he catches another wave similar to his last wave, Dave is going to start to feel that pressure right there. So very interesting these last 2 minutes of this heat. As both riders are back into the outside. And let's see, I think there's a set on the horizon. It's just a matter of is it a closeout or is it another clean wave?
And up and riding live action. Once again, Dave Herbert going again for the floater on the first section, but looks like a funny move there. I don't know if his foot or back leg knee got out of his board. It looks like he was not able to push that move into the front of the wave. And has to pedal back out there and get back into the outside, because meanwhile in the outside, Cesar Bauer, the rider in red, holding priority and now leading 8-5-1.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if this last move by Dave was actually a tactical move, because the wave looked like it had potential, but he saw Cesar right beside him paddling back out, and he might have said, no, I'm not leaving this guy out here for the last 2 minutes on his own. I'm going to try to apply some pressure. And
there he goes
Dave
again.
takes off on another cracker.
Gets around that section into a trophy kind of white foam zone of that wave, and he just opted to pull out. Keeping busy, Dave Herbert. Doesn't look like Cesar Bauer having first priority in the end of the heat is phasing him too much. 50 seconds to the end of this heat as we watch Cesar Bauer up and riding. Take us through this one, Nicholas.
Okay, so small wave, gets a nice little check turn right there. And the wave really crumbling up. And Cesar, I think he knows he's not going to get the score in this one. And calling this a heat. And he should be very content with his third place result for sure, and he put on a great show here with against Dave Herbert, and so this heat seems like it's wrapped up. What do you think, Nuno?
Yeah, it was an excellent heat in our hands. Cesar Bauer even had the chance to attack the first place away from Herbert, but unfortunately for him, just after that 8.25 wave. Dave Herbert just posted a 9-point wave and then made it almost very hard for Cesar Bauer to get back out there and even improve the score. That was already excellent. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this break as we highlight some of our sponsors and get back into live action here at the Sintra Portugal Pro 2016.
Yeah, as we saw Dave going switch on that last wave. Pretty amazing to see him also mixing it up just for fun.
And we're going to some commercials right now, and we'll be back after this.
I feel like I'm gonna drop real soon. My mind's hurting, I'm over the moon. Pulses sagging out and losing the pace. It's the way you feel, man,
Welcome back. That was just a quick little exchange and a little quick substitution. Dylan Beach just taking over Nuno Cardoso. Here with Nicholas Rosner. What a heat to kick things off with a drop knee. I was down on the beach, loving it.
Yeah, that was killer, Dylan. And welcome back to the booth here, as we have another cracker of a heat up there with Martin Morden and Amaury Laverne coming up. And with the conditions really starting to get nice for drop knee, you have some longer rides with these drop knee riders being able to put on a lot of moves on the same wave here.
Yeah, we have kicked off this heat. We'll jump from the booth out back into the live action for you. And as we see, that is Amaury Laverne paddling back out. What a heat to kick things off. Dave Hubbard choosing the left-handers. That was what we haven't seen too much today, but he picked up some really nice waves.
Yeah, we were just talking about that at Tristan's heat before, we had those beautiful right-handers, which obviously were working in Cesar Bauer's favor and which he was trying to pick off. As we just go through a replay of Amaury's first wave. Nice little first snap, little reverse. Let's see what this wave gives him in the inside. Another snap. So he's really milking this wave to the inside. And as he doesn't get a finishing move, but the judge is rewarding him with a 5.0. And that's a good start to start off in the first 5 minutes with a 5.0 wave.
Yeah, Martin Moradian from Guadeloupe, dropping a 4.0. We had troubles with Martin's name yesterday. Dave Hubbard helped me out a lot, but of course, just wrapping up his heat and cementing a spot into the drop knee final. Not here to correct me, so I'm just going to roll with what it looks like. And of course, Nicholas Rosner in with the booth alongside myself. This is the final day of the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro, living up to all expectations.
Yeah, definitely. Really, we had some classical Sintra fog this morning on finals day, which had everyone biting their nails with what was going to be. And we were all thinking, what if the fog stays around all day? How are they going to crown a drop knee world champion? And thank God the sun coming out as Amaury takes off on another nice wave, starting up with a nice snap into a second even better snap. And yeah, definitely he's going to improve on his first score. I like that wave. What do you think about that?
Yeah, really nice wave. Taken off straight after Dave Hubbard. This is Amaury Laverne on the similar sort of bank. That was the nice turn there. And he backs it up with a little slash. I love that fan of water that he just jammed into it. Amaury Laverne, he's got that 5.0 under his belt already. That last heat, though, could have been a final any day of the week. Cesar Bauer and Dave Hubbard, two of the world's best drop knees. This is of course, live action Martin from Guadeloupe on this really nice right-hander.
Yeah, so he gets a nice little first turn, but he opts to kick out, seeing that wave doesn't have any potential, and he tries to hold on to priority and race back out there before Amaury gets it. And yeah, Cesar against Dave, that last semifinal, that was basically could be a final any day of the week. And the drop knee level is so high, and such a pleasure to watch these guys put it all on the line here in Sintra.
Yeah, Amaury Laverne dropping a significant score on that last wave, a 6.5. And as the guys are just waiting to get back out in the lineup, we have Dave Hubbard down with Vilma on the beach after cementing his first place spot. Take it away, Vilma.
And here I am with Dave Hubert once again. Congratulations. What was your tactic for today?
I was watching the waves before I went out, and I didn't see too many lefts. But on the paddle out, I started to see more of them, and I was able to catch a lot of lefts in my heat. So I was super stoked on that because they offered me some nice sections.
And which guy do you prefer to go up against in the final?
Well, Martin has been surfing really, really good. So I think it would be the best show if it was me and him. But it would be nice to have a rematch against Amaury Laverne. So I prefer Moz to meet me in the final.
Either way, it's going to be an amazing show, so stay with us.
Yeah, thanks, Vilma. As we watch this replay, that was right on cue. This is Martin Moradian, and Dave Hubbard was just saying right as he was catching this wave, it would be a great show if these Martin and Dave are into the final. So right on cue there, Nick. Martin just dropping a huge wave there and riding that one the whole way through the inside and just kept busy the whole way through, rail to rail surfing.
Yeah, going to be interesting what the judges give that. I think that's definitely going to be his first keeper score, and he'll be much more comfortable after this fourth score comes in to really rival Amori's second wave, which he surfed on the cleanest part of the wave and opted for 2 strong moves, which was a good choice by Maz.
I wonder if Dave also just seeing the board that Martin is riding, just hoping to see an all Hubboard final. It wouldn't be a bad little advertisement, of course. Hubboard's a huge supporter of the APB. Maybe that's a little bit of a thing for Dave, just trying to get the 2 Hubboards into the grand final.
Yeah, that could be. And as we see Martin having a great jogging technique there on the beach, it's very hard to run in your flippers. And I think everyone from basic to pro has fallen on their face trying to run with those things.
Yeah, I reckon you're right on there. I definitely know I have numerous times. It is a cracking day down here at the Playa Grande. I was just on the beach watching Dave's heat live and getting amongst the crowd. There's hundreds of people just all on the beach, just all along the competitor side, all along the beach, just swimming and watching all the action unfold. As you said, we were a little bit worried earlier in the heat. I've seen, you would probably know this a little bit better than I, but I've had a few days of experience where this fog just stays around all day. So we're lucky it's cleared up.
Oh yes, and today it was really one of the days where it was really thick. I was checking my home brake, and I thought, oh no, this doesn't look good, because sometimes it does stick around for 2 or 3 days even at a time without really lifting enough. And so we have perfect swell. The fog did calm down that wind, so we have really nice glassy conditions. And considering we only had a 1 week window to run this contest, I think everyone can be really happy about the conditions we got this week and just the level of high-scoring waves over the whole contest. A lot of excellent scored waves, which is what you want in a World Bodyboarding Championship here in Sintra.
Yeah, that last wave for Martin coming in at a 6.0, so not quite enough to take over Amori's first spot, and now chasing a 5.51 to take the lead. There's 15 minutes to go. This is, of course, semi-final number 2 of the men's drop knee. We'll be crowning a world champion. You talked about, with this fog coming in, what the scenario might happen if we had to postpone the surfing. Of course, we are crowning the drop knee world champion here today at the Sintra Pro. The technical directors, the event organizers, and everyone was just frantically coming up with scenarios. As this morning, we got here at 8 a.m. Maybe some of the judges here at 7:30, expecting an early start. We've been sitting around sort of twiddling our thumbs in the commentary booth whilst the guys have just been frantically preparing for the worst. A very interesting situation this morning as, of course, this thick fog that made us postpone for a few hours has cleared up really, really nicely. But, yeah, quite a frantic few hours as this thick fog just came across. But let's not even talk about that anymore because the sun is shining and Amori Laverne has picked off one of these great lefts out the back.
Yeah, so getting a lot of speed down the line and seeing something out the back. Nice drifting little off the lip floater section. So not a major move. I really enjoyed how smooth it was and clean, but I'm not sure how the judges are going to score that. If it's going to be higher than his 5.0. Let's see a replay of this. So beautiful clean wave. He gets up nice and early, gets a lot of speed. Nice bottom turn and boom. So had he thrown a little more spray, it might have been definitely for sure higher than his 5-point wave because it was a solid wave nevertheless.
Yeah, really clean conditions here right now, and that beautiful face just offering Amori just enough time to glide for it. Almost held back a little bit on that turn. I think he was just looking for the completion rather than the flare. Would have you loved to see him
just lean back and just put a little bit more power. Did come in at a 6.4, so did better his situation as he dropped that 5.0 back.
Yeah, so Maury's such a smart competitor. We're always talking about in drop knee, it's so easy to over surf a wave, and you want to put everything into that one move. So, and what happens most of the time in drop knee is that we don't have any fins and on the bottom of our board, so it is really hard to ride out of these situations cleanly, and Maury knowing that and really kind of toning it down a notch just to make sure he finishes that ride.
Yeah, 13 minutes and 29 seconds. You can see both the riders paddling out to meet this bit of swell coming through the lineup. It is very, very interesting. Maury choosing these lefts as he watched Dave Hubbard in the previous heat just rip them apart. Dave said in his interview he was watching the lineup and really didn't see too many lefts as he was watching it prior, but when he was paddling back out, saw a few of them just coming through and deciding just to sit on that and just to see if anything come. And that first wave just started to build a little bit of momentum, just like Maury is here on that little left-hand bank.
Yeah, so back to that fog. I mean, in the morning we did have low tide, and so would they have run this this semifinal in the morning, there would have been much more rights and on hand, and because we were on standby and we started right when that incoming tide was coming in, a lot more lefts coming into play. So all these little things do factor in for each individual competitor. Who are, I mean, these guys are playing against each other's strength in the water, and so really interesting to see how the conditions are unfolding. And as we see both riders sitting very close together on the outside, Martin now needing a 6.9, which is already quite a high-scoring wave, but he is in the semifinals. He did a lot of work to get here, and he knows exactly what he has to do to obtain that score at the moment. So Maz feeling really comfortable with the lead right now, but looking behind his back for sure.
Yeah, exactly. We know those big scores are there to be dropped. A few higher scores, including a 9 in the heat previous. So the waves are out there. Slowly counting down though, 3 waves caught from the Guadalupean rider in the red rash vest, Martin Moradian. Really, as Nicholas just touched on, interesting right now. It's Martin is holding down first priority. So, you know, the waves are sort of slowed down a little bit. We saw a fireworks of and a flurry of waves in the pro men's heats. We touched on it earlier. Sometimes Playa Grande can almost slow down a little bit on the dead high tide, and the period sort of drops, and it makes it a pretty frustrating thing for a competitor sitting out there, not too many waves coming through when you're chasing a score. What sort of runs through your mind as you're sitting out there, Nicholas? You competed earlier. Did you come across any situations like this?
Yeah, and it does happen a lot that you have one good set coming in at the beginning of your heat, and sometimes you kind of just let that pass thinking, okay, there's going to be another one, and then you start kind of looking at your watch and see, oh no, 20 minutes left, and the ocean is going kind of flat. What you can do on a beach break, what is an advantage, is you can have someone on land that's kind of telling you where the break is shifting to. And so, for instance, it comes a lot here into play that the peak totally shifts into position, and you're in the water, and you can't really tell where the wave is really getting more quality, and so you can kind of scoop around and search out the lineup a bit. As we see Martin on a nice backside wave, getting a nice clean first snap. The wave having a lot of size, getting a nice second snap. Let's see what he does on the inside. And a third snap. So he's still milking it to the inside, and this looks like it's going to be a really good score for Martin. This is what he was looking for. And I dare to say that this might catapult him into the first position. So Maz feeling the pressure now. I mean, he doesn't know what the score is coming out at yet, but he probably will be as soon as the judges throw in that lock in that score.
Yeah, on his backhand, the man who you're watching on screen right now from Guadeloupe, he's kept really busy. You know, he didn't really let any of that wave slip on by. He made sure that he utilized and juiced everything out of that wave, really making the most of it. That came in at a 5.75, not quite enough to get that 6.91 that he was chasing, but did get rid of his 4.0 that he was holding on to. I think the judges really loving the speed and the flow that Amori's showing. You know, that last wave from Martin, you know, sort of did utilize a lot of the wave and did make things happen, but sort of in stages, whereas Moz has just been surfing super smooth and really fast and powerful.
Yeah, so this is the semifinals here, and I mean, thank God I'm not a judge, because I probably would have given that another point, just because he linked in so many maneuvers, but you're right on that one. I mean, Maz's waves were surfed flawlessly, both his waves coming, as we see some nice shaved legs on the beach here at Praia Grande.
Just cooling off. It is starting to get really, really hot down here on the beach, and the locals just taking every precaution to cool off. It is a scorching day as we see Moz just finishing this wave all the way onto the shore, and as he walks past that Red Bull and the heat sign, it was a nice completed wave from the man from Reunion Island.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what he did at the beginning. Let's see. Take us through this one.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about, that real smooth style. Look at that from Moz, just releasing the tail, getting back onto the rail and just waiting for this thing just to stand up. And you can see him just smoothly just transitioning rail to rail the whole way through. It might just improve. I don't know. In my books, it was a little bit better than the 6.4, but we saw that wave similar to Martin Moiradian. Not too far similar, and it came in at that 5.75. To me, out of the exchange, Moz's was a little bit better because purely that smoothness and the silkiness through the rail.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything about the scores at this point. Let's just see what the judges give that. As we see Martin already on his on another wave, starting off with a nice slash on the outside, getting some speed, a little reverse. The judges are not going to score that too high, and yeah, nice little check turn at the end. So and he keeps going.
Yeah, so that was a really interesting exchange. One going left, one going right. We'll see what the score differences are in that wave from Martin Moiradian. Sort of, you know, that first turn looked really, really nice. He sort of looked like he was going to set a really high stand on that wave, but it sort of just dwindled out as we watch this. This is his last wave as we're watching that replay. That was a nice first turn, really throwing it out and re-engaging that rail back into it. It's really hard to do that second slashing reverse, but this is where I was hoping the wave would just stand up a little bit, sort of just coming through the inside, losing a lot of size, and you know, I think a lot of the points from the judges are going to come through that first turn.
Yeah, so the judges really rewarding speed, power, and flow, and he did have speed and flow, just missing a little bit of power on those waves. And another thing the judges really do consider is where do you place your maneuvers. If you're placing your maneuvers on a big outside wave and get the work done all the way at the beginning of the wave, they're going to love that. And when you start milking the wave all the way to the inside, they do want to see something special. So that's what kept Martin's score a little bit on the lower side. Yeah. And
interesting little exchange we're going to have as we're still waiting for scores to drop from both of those rides. We just saw a shot of Louis Finnegan right there on the beach. He'll be coming up against Tristan Roberts in a battle for third and fourth. That could be a final. We talked about how those guys have been surfing throughout the week. It's going to be a very, very interesting heat. One young South African taking on one very young Australian. Both have been standouts through the event and standouts through the week. We thought, you know, yesterday looking through the heat draw and the potential scenarios, for me, that was the final, seeing Tristan Roberts taking on Louis Finnegan. They were the two guys that I thought would have been the first and second.
Yeah, yesterday's action was amazing. I don't know if you had the chance to check out the highlights yet. If you haven't, you should log on to APB World Tour and check out yesterday's highlights, because that was one of the probably the best surfing done the whole week, and everyone was just sitting on the beach, just I think I saw the biggest backflip live from Tristan I've ever seen here at Praia Grande. That thing was huge.
How did he ride out of that? You could hear the slap of the water from the land up here in the commentaries booth. And I gave up on him, but yeah, and you saw his face and his head just popped through the whitewash. I don't know how he did that.
Oh yeah, I was just, I would have just thrown my back out and gone straight to the hospital after landing that thing. Tristan just riding out of that thing so clean, and he's on fire. I mean, he's in such good shape. He's not missing one move and one beat on these waves, and he's definitely one of the most fierce competitors out there. Everyone having a lot of respect for Tristan in the water, and of course all other competitors.
Yeah, a young South African definitely on the way up. He's coming up in the next heat, taking on Louis Finnegan. Back into this one, bettering his score. Martin Moradian just dropped a 6.65. So that exchange going to Martin Amori Laverne, a 6.15. Still though, Amori holding down first position. 3 minutes to go. Martin in the red rash vest chasing a 6.26. Really interesting. Amori is in first priority, so he's going to be playing this one pretty smooth. Amori, of course, former world prone champion, and knows how to play these games as the few minutes come through. In first priority, he's not going to let this slip under his belt.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if you caught Maury's heat yesterday against Ian Campbell, and he just got that edge right at the last minute of the heat, and got a 0.25 lead. So again today, very similar. Both riders with very similar scores, and Martin breathing behind Maz's back as he takes off on this wave and tries to take the lead off Maury.
Yeah, looking for a 6.26, a little bit of a slow start for that wave, and he just jams it. We saw it might have just missed the start of it and just saw that little bit of a transition because he just gave himself a fist pump, so he must be pretty amped on that. We'll wait for scores to drop. That was really interesting from the rider in the red rash vest who we were just watching paddle out. As we catch up on this replay, this is what we missed. This is the outside section. This one turn here, a nice turn to kick things off. This is what we caught, just that little bit of the inside, and he finishes it off strong. And he was pretty happy with that one. He's chasing a 6.26.
Yeah, so Martin claiming that little wave, and 6.26, I don't know, it's going to be interesting to see what the judges think, because I think he did miss a bit of a beat on that last maneuver, and the judges are going to take that into consideration for sure.
Yeah, 1 minute and 24 seconds remaining. Martin pretty happy about that last wave. We're still waiting to see scores drop to see if he does pull a little bit of a Houdini act over Amori Laverne, who's just held a commanding lead from the get-go. You know, Amori just throwing away a 6.15, which is no easy feat here for the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. Into the last minute, I'm just holding my breath to see what the score is, because Martin really loved that wave. We were sort of just looking at it, and that last score comes through, a 7.25. So the judge is right on point there with Martin's enthusiasm and moving himself into first with 40 seconds to go.
Wow, I'm flabbergasted here. What a turnaround at the end of this heat, and Maz is scratching his head asking what happened. With 30 seconds left, he's just looking to get a last wave to fight back, but time is the enemy at the moment.
Yeah, so almost a few seconds as we count down. Like Dave Hubbard was predicting, it would be great to see Martin take on Dave Hubbard. So with counting down a few seconds to go, the ocean looks flat. We might just be calling it right now. I think it is the rider from Guadalupe, Martin Moradian. Oh, let's not hold the phone. This is Amori Laverne. We're counting everything too soon. Big floater off the top. This is going to be really interesting. How was us? That was just calling it a few seconds too early.
Yeah, that was. I don't know what he needed at that, and I think it was score in the 6-point range. A nice floater on the outside. It'd be nice to get the replay on that to just dissect that maneuver from Amori. And crazy that he still found a wave in that last second of the heat.
You talk about being him being an extremely strong competitor. He needed a 7.51, and I was counting him out as we were counting down into 5 seconds. But Moz, a huge last few seconds. I'm not too sure if that's coming through at a 5.4. It might not be enough as he comes on the inside. We're going to wait for final scores to come through for that one just to bring it up. But really interesting last few minutes. Martin Moradian from Guadeloupe. Just a huge upset. Amaury Laverne holding down first position for the majority of the heat. But Martin just kept busy, built that score. You know, the last 3 waves of that heat was enough to get him through. As we see the 2 riders just coming up onto the beach past this huge crowd that's formed down here for the 2016 Portugal Pro. That was a huge heat, Nicholas. Thank you for helping us bring all the action. Of course, coming up next is Louis Finnegan taking on Tristan Roberts. The action is just heating up here at the 2016 Portugal Pro. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break.
Welcome back to the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. Such an exciting few semifinals, as well as, of course, the women's podium final that we started the day with. But we're getting closer to the rest of the finals. Dave Hubbard alongside Dylan Beach. So let's get right out into the water. We have the men's podium final. Tristan Roberts and Louis Finnegan.
Yeah, Dave, we was talking just before with Nicholas. This is, you know, what I picked to be the final for today. This is 2 young riders that have set the bar very, very high from the get-go earlier in the round. Louis Finnegan, in my eyes, just built his momentum up through the rounds. You know, knocking off some huge names, the likes of Jared Houston and Pierre-Louis Costes. But Tristan Roberts, I'm sad to see this guy in the podium final. I really wished he was in the final because, to me, those huge moves that he did in round 1, throughout the week, and finishing off yesterday with a bang, would have really loved to see this young guy in his first APB men's final.
Yeah, at the same time, that heat, you know, Alan just really kicked it up a notch, and I do think we're going to see Tristan Roberts in countless finals to come. So even though it's not going to happen this time in the grand final, it's on its way. So we don't have to hold our breath, I don't think. Tristan Roberts is definitely one to watch, one of the new shining stars of the sport.
Yeah, and we did just wrap up the second semi-final of the drop knee, of course, following your heat, which was a cracking heat. Cesar Boa choosing the rights. You were just going to town on the left. You said in your post-heat interview that you didn't really see too many waves, too many of those lefts, watching it before, but when you were paddling out, you saw a few sneak through. As we jump into this live action, choosing the right-hander, this is Tristan Roberts, a nice little barrel to kick things off and a little bit of a roll to finish it.
Yeah, he's not done yet. He's going to milk this thing for all it's worth. He's going to open up his account with a nice score, and he does finish with another Rolo. So it does look like we have the drop knee grand finalist, who I guess is going to be meeting me in a couple heats down there with Vilma. So take it away, Vilma.
And it's a deja vu from last year. Felicitations. How do you see the final? It's the same as last year.
Ouais, ben, même finale que l'année dernière, moi et Dave, encore une fois, j'arrive même pas à croire que je suis arrivé jusque-là, là, encore en finale avec Dave Bard, quoi, l'énorme légende qui m'a inspiré là, depuis que je suis tout jeune. Et voilà, trop content d'être passé là encore cette demi contre Amaury, c'était vraiment dur. J'ai réussi à avoir ma vague pour passer juste à la fin là sur la dernière, donc juste énorme, quoi, rien à dire, je suis trop content.
Of course, he's very, very happy to go to the final and compete against Dave. That's it's an icon for him since he started surfing. Yes, an inspiration. And also with Amaury, of course, one of the biggest riders in the world. So it's très content de passer à finale. Okay, back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Vilma. Very excited. Martin Murerian, he's been on fire for sure. And I think I got my work cut out for me in the drop knee grand final. But out in the water now, it is Tristan Roberts and Louis Finnegan. And these two were my favorites, actually, to make it into the grand final. And the level of competition was so high with all 4 of these finalists that hit the semifinals earlier today that, I'm not necessarily shocked that Ian and Alan made it into the grand final and we're seeing these two here. But this could be just as good of a matchup and just as exciting of a heat as the grand final. So the real treat that we get to watch these podium finals, and we're so happy to be able to bring them to you. A huge part of day number 6 here at the Sintra Portugal Pro is all the podium finals that we're going to be surfing.
Yeah, and look at that scene. This is Playa Grande, a beautiful day at the beach here. Obviously started off as a little bit foggy, but the crowd has just built. The sun is shining. It is pretty warm out in the water. Out in the sand, pretty chilly in the water. But what I really like about this heat is, these guys will still get a top 4 placing, still really valuable points leading into the last few events. But, what both of these riders can take out of winning this event is confidence leading into Vienna and Nazaré. So, although they're not going to get a top 2 placing, they're still going to get a really good score rating out of this Sintra event. And a lot of confidence, a lot of confidence leading into this Euro leg. This is, of course, the first stop. And after a few weeks break after, the South American leg, these guys getting their movements back into gear and looking for a bit of confidence leading into the next few events.
Yeah, I totally agree. These two on screen are 2 of the best men's riders that we've seen here at the Sintra Portugal Pro, and they've made it all the way to the finals. So, that's definitely a confidence booster that they surfed super awesome. They surfed great. They were some of the standouts of the entire event, and they made it all the way to the finals. Sure, it wasn't the grand final, but like you said, they're battling for super important points. The difference between 3rd and 4th there is important, and it could potentially even come down to, some title implications once the dust settles from the European Tour. So I would say that both of these fellas are stoked to be, really gunning for that 3rd place position. So whoever wins this heat will be crowned 3rd, 2nd runner-up of the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro.
Yeah, of course. And South African versus an Australian, traditionally very similar styles in the water. The South Africans, of course, the Australians and the South Africans, quite strong on the World Tour now, and it's going to be, it's a matchup of 2 quite similar riders. They've both been going big on those singular sort of moves, and both being sort of going on the backflip as we go to live action. Just what I was talking about, those big singular moves. That big roll from like Louis Finnegan right there. They both sort of had a same style and sort of heat strategy throughout the week.
And what's so cool about the podium final is, even though there is a lot on the line, I feel that these riders get really freed up when they hit the podium final. They're a nice big roll from Louis Finnegan, 6-point ride. So, kind of what I was mentioning is that they've surfed so well, their game was spot on, and they just had a small hiccup in the semifinals, but they're still in a final. But there's not that pressure of, I have to win this to win the whole event. They're not going to be the winner of the event. So they're just fighting for one of those placings beneath. It is valuable, as we continue to mention, 3rd or 4th place. But they're a bit freed up. There's no pressure. They're not going to be the champion, but they could put, their stamp on this event as being potentially the best rider at the event if they have a standout performance. Similarly to what we saw in Puerto Rico last year. Jacob Romero hit the water in the podium final and did the maneuver of the event, and to me was one of the riders of the event, and he really just made a real vivid impact in my memory of his performance in the event by doing the move of the event in the podium final. Just freed up, and he just went out there and just hung loose.
Yeah, this is live action in the water. Louis Finnegan on a mid-sized wave, deciding that he sort of was in a nice position to get that 6.0 and a higher score. Unfortunately, not a big wave, so just flowing on through and leaving Tristan Roberts in first priority at the back with 10 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Hello to everyone watching, of course, around the world. This is the final day of the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. A big g'day to everyone in Australia cheering Louis Finnegan on, and also a big g'day to everyone in South Africa who are watching. 10 minutes to go. Slow heat. Tristan Roberts, who've traditionally seen catch heaps of waves at the very start of the heat, as Jerry pointed out earlier, gets busy. So this is a little bit of a different strategy we've seen Tristan, as we are on the point of him catching a wave, as he's sort of just flying for something, hoping something just pops up. A little backflip right at the very end. A 6.5 is the score that he's holding on to. He's chasing a 3.26. He's going to find that 3.26 with that backflip, but it's not going to be a score in that higher range, as he sort of just tracked all the way to the inside to find that one backflip. So with 9 minutes and 30 seconds to go, it's going to be a little bit of a battle here, because Louis Finnegan at 6.0 and that 3.27. Tristan Roberts just dropped to 2.0, so not a huge score there. The judges didn't really deem that as a landing. And we've just had a flurry of activity here in the commentary booth. And
a flurry of activity in the water and in the commentary booth. A really exciting moment in and out of the water as the Câmara Municipal of Sintra just kind of cruised on in here. And check this out. There's such a huge supporter, and they're just so stoked to see some of the inner workings of the event. And I think we will have a treat after all the finals are completed. Before the awards ceremony, they're going to come in here and talk to our viewers. So you're going to get a chance to connect to some of the faces that represent Câmara Municipal of Sintra, which ultimately has been the reason why this event has run consecutively every year for the last 20 years. This is the 21st event. So 21 years of heritage and legacy, and a bit of that just kind of breezed through the booth, and they're going to be coming back in a little bit later.
It's so cool to see these guys backing bodyboarding and, of course, the World Tour event here at Playground at Sintra. It's a great event. It's not just a bodyboarding event, the whole community gets around it. The restaurants and the bars around this beach area just are buzzing with activity. All the beach, like we said today, is just, there's, a couple of hundred people, young, old, boys and girls getting amongst the activity. The music is pumping, and we saw yesterday, a few different activities. We saw a dance, sort of little bit of an exercise class, a Zumba class, right out the front of our thing. So, right out the front of our webcast booth. So, it's not just a bodyboarding event here for the guys at Sintra. It's a whole community gathering, and it's a big festival, and it's amazing to be a part of it for 2016, of course.
And we're so stoked that not only you, Dylan, could be a part of it, but you, the viewer, for tuning in, day out. And even if you're just tuning in today, we are so stoked to have you on board and be a part of this wild ride of the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. Definitely one of the signature events that really kind of encapsulates bodyboarding all into one, with the men's, women's, pro juniors, even the drop knee division. See live action.
Yeah, Tristan Roberts just having a little look there. He's needing a 3.26, a very achievable score for this young South African. Dave, you just touched on these riders, especially in this final, being able to relax and sort of just let loose a little bit to leave a stamp for me, these guys have already left that stamp on this event. You know, they've been the two of the best riders, as we've said countless times in this heat. I think, you know, for something like these guys, just to sort of relax, you know, they're not taking too much into this heat, but definitely leaving their mark, as these young riders have on the 2016 Sintra Pro.
Big time. I think, you know, initially, just, you know, off the bat from the get-go in his first seeded heat, Tristan Roberts actually had to surf, I believe, potentially even a round before the rest of the top seeds because lack of full participation last year due to completing school. Good on him. But here he is up and riding now. Quick roll. He's going to continue to milk that wave. But just right from the get-go, he's really put a solid performance together, and one that I think everybody will remember, like you're saying, Dylan. And, you know, a lot of people are going to put him as the performer of this event, regardless of who ends up winning the championship. I definitely could see people giving him that title and accolade.
Yeah, as we watched him just go through the motions on this replay, a little roll off the outside, sort of not projected like he was hoping to, and you can see him just flick off there, leaving Louis Finnegan. Of course, these guys will be making the drive up north onto the border of Spain and Portugal as they both look to improve on one heat better at the Vienna Pro. And that last wave, Dave, coming at a 4.5, he was only chasing a mid-3 score to move into first position. Tristan Roberts, now a little bit of a shift in position, moves up into first position. As you see, Louis Finnegan now, who's looking for a 5.01, 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. He's only caught 3 waves in this heat. It's something that we've seen Louis do a lot, be very selective throughout the week of bodyboarding action, and he's just continuing to stick on to his strategy.
Yeah, he's just letting the waves come to him, and even though they didn't come to him in the kind of way that he was hoping, I'm sure, in his semifinal, they potentially could come to him in this one. And, you know, as I was kind of mentioning earlier, Tristan, right off the bat, winning every single heat he surfed of the event, got into the semifinals, was overcome by Alan Munoz in what seemed to me as one of the standout heats of the event. And then now he's in this one. Louis Finnegan had kind of a different road to where he is now. Had a little bit of a rough start, and then he really kicked it up into gear yesterday with a couple of heats with PLC, and he won over PLC twice yesterday, once in round 5, once in the quarterfinals. Just an incredible display of what's possible. So I really thought the momentum was with Louis as he was building, and I wasn't surprised that this man on screen had a little dip in his momentum because he was in high gear all event.
Yeah, Tristan Roberts, just he's been picking off these mid-range waves, just hoping it will hit this little inside bank as we've watching the tide really fill in and slow down this heat. You just did touch on Louis Finnegan's road to this heat. His his round number 4 heat, he came across probably on paper not a super hard heat, but as we watched all the action unfold, Daniel Fonseca and Ethan Nell was a really hard heat and progressing through, just knocking out the South African Ethan Nell. Then he moved on and took on Pierre-Louis Costes and Jake Martin, which on paper was a huge heat, winning that heat. And of course, you said whilst we were calling it, as we looking right now live action, just the man we're talking about. As he, that one big maneuver, he's been very solid on that wave, on those sort of types, really, really sort of selective of the wave. Unfortunately, not able to ride out. 2 minutes to go, chasing a 5.01. Just going through that heat, that road to this heat right now. He took on PLC and Jake Metcalf in round number 4. Then he won that heat and then took on Jared Houston. So 2 massive scalps for Louis Finnegan leading into this, taking out trumping 2 former world champions. Jared Houston, current world champion. So moving into this round with a lot of momentum and a lot of confidence. And you can see him being really, really selective in this wave. Might have been the demise of him in these previous heat against against Ian Campbell. So 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Tristan Roberts currently holding first position over Louis, who is chasing a 5.01. This is to sort of finalise the podium, third and fourth.
Exactly that. So with just over a minute remaining, we will be able to see who is third and who is fourth in the men's division. Of course, that was decided for the women's division earlier this morning, first heat of the day. The result went to Teresa Almeida for third place and Alexandra Rinder fourth place in the women's division. We've still yet to figure out first and second for not only the women's division, but the men's Pro Junior and drop knee. So we will have, right after this heat in the water, the Pro Junior Grand Final, followed by the Women's Grand Final, followed by the DK Grand Final, and then even the Men's Grand Final. And just for the sake of scheduling, the DK Podium Final will be coming up last. So I guess they're just maybe saving the best for last. That could be, who knows, potentially the best heat of the whole event. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, exactly. The action has been red hot in the drop knee. Coming up in the next heat, this is the Pro Junior. Tanya McDaniel taking on Diego Gomez, Socrates Santana, and Bruno Martin. That is a stacked heat as we final countdown for that one. We see Tristan Roberts, just a little bit of a victory lap for that one, and he does trump over Louis Finnegan, a third position and a very valuable points grab from Tristan Roberts and Louis Finnegan in that last heat. Of course, that is wrapping up the men's podium final. We are here for the final day of the 2016 Portugal Pro. Do not go anywhere. The Pro Juniors is coming up next, straight after the break. Welcome back to the final day here at the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. Dylan Beach here alongside a very special guest, Moroccan Brahima Deutsch. Welcome to the commentary booth.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy to be here in Sintra and happy to be commentator of the final of Pro Junior. So let's go to see what's gonna be in this heat.
Yeah, we'll throw back out into the water. A huge heat here. Tana McDaniel, Diego Gomez, Socrates Santana, and Bruno Martin. We did hear the hooter just go behind our head at the beach marshalling area. If we can just shoot back into the live action, we'll continue to have a chat with Brahim Idouche from Morocco. How has your week been? Has it been a very fun week here for the Sintra event?
So I come like 3 days before start the contest, and I was training a little bit here in Sintra. It's I think my 10th time that I am here in Sintra, so I know that wave already are long, and we have like the same waves in Morocco where I live. So I did until the 8th final with the pair, so I lost it with the pair, so it was a good heat and was a good contest.
Yeah, you had a really good few heats. We're just looking back at the heat draw here. Brahim Idouche, you did actually, in your round number 5, beat current world champion Jared Houston and move into that heat with Pierre-Louis. So moving on into that heat, you beat Jared Houston. Did you get a lot of confidence out of that round?
Before I started the round 5, I was a little bit nervous because Roberto Breno too, he's a very good bodyboarder, and Jared Houston is a world champion 2015. So I know that I get like a little bit nervous, but the waves was in my line, so I just get like 2 good waves, so I was happy.
As we jump into live action, that's Tanner McDaniel, the young Hawaiian, on that left-hander, a big role to kick off his campaign. That's something that I noticed a lot in your heats for him. You really chose a lot of those lefts and got a few big moves, and it was sort of going under the radar from the other riders a lot.
Yeah, I like more left than right, but when I was with Pierre, it was like a little bit, I know that he's better than me in right, so I need to catch like a good one to beat him. So I just looking for a good left. So for that I didn't get a good left, and I tried to get some right, but Pierre get the best one, so he beat me. So it's a Pierre, it's a world champion too. So
yeah, of course, former world champion Pierre. Always a really tough competitor, as we see Socrates Santana now. This is a great story in bodyboarding as we get up on this wave. Socrates from Brazil, from the favelas, working his way through the ranks of junior bodyboarding into becoming a world pro junior champion. And that was Tanner McDaniel just on the front of screen there.
Yeah, Socrates Santana, I meet him in Puerto Rico last year, and he's a really nice guy, and he's a very, very good bodyboarder.
Yeah, really, really incredible story. If you are just following the story of Socrates Santana, type his name into Google, jump onto the internet and read up, because it is an incredible story. Tanner McDaniel, his first wave came out at a 5.0. You watch this replay, as he was paddling back out, he picked off this little left, a little check turn, sitting up, waiting for this thing to bowl up, and Tanner McDaniel, a big backflip.
Yeah, very good. Tanner McDaniel is one of the youngest bodyboarder in Hawaiian, and he's a very, very good bodyboarder. And he's very good in, he did a good result in man too. So I always scared to be with him in the heat. He's a young, but he's a really good bodyboarder.
Yeah. Now, can you walk me through what Moroccan bodyboarding is like? You know, much is talked about the waves in Morocco and the beautiful people and the beautiful culture. As I can't wait to pick your brain a little bit more, because we do have the last heat winner of that. That was Tristan Roberts down on the beach with Vilma. Take it away, Vilma.
Hello, congratulations. It was not a very exciting heat, but the job podium, so congratulations.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, it was a tough heat out there, and Louis and I are good friends and teammates, and we were just sitting out there talking nonsense, and yeah, somehow I'm won, so I'm happy.
Okay, but the job is done. So what are you doing next? Are you going up to train in Nazaré? Are you going straight to Vienna? What are your plans?
Yeah, I'll be around here for the next 2 days, and I'll go to Vienna and get some training down there before the event, and hopefully just grow stronger from here in the European League and just come out on a better result.
Okay, thank you so much. Congratulations. Do you want to say, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, just thanks to everyone in South Africa for all the amazing support. My contest has came to an end with a third, and I really appreciate all the kind messages I've been getting, and yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Vilma. Very young and very happy South African Tristan Roberts, just getting a good result, a third under his belt here at the Sintra event. What are your thoughts on Tristan? To me, he's been a standout, some big maneuvers throughout the round, and incredible young surfer to come.
Yeah, Christian, I met him the first time was in 2012, I think, in Canaria, and he was ripping in fronton, and all the guys say that young, he will be a world champion in few years. So he was in the route now to be a world champion. He's a very, very good. I was compete with him in around 3, and he was ripping.
Yeah, and this is another young man, Socrates Santana, who we just lost out the back there. One roll there. We'll wait for the scores to drop. Tanner McDaniel, though, in the meantime, dropped a 7.0. So in first position, 18 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Live action is so thick and fast as we see Diego Gomez from Brazil, a big roll on the left. Now, I want to go back to the sort of Moroccan bodyboarding now, Brahim, whilst I got you in the booth. What are the waves like? What is the state of bodyboarding like in Morocco at the moment?
In Morocco, where I live, there is like a lot of point break and a lot of slab. So I just try to surf more slab than point break. And in the north of Morocco, there is a good waves too. And the south in Sahara, there is very, very good waves. And the community of Morocco getting much better and much bigger too. And there is a really good level in Morocco. There is a good bodyboarder that they couldn't come here, but I think they will be in Nazari. They will, more Moroccan will be in Nazari.
Yeah, that's something to really look forward to as we are looking into the next few events of the APB World Tour. Really cool to see, the World Tour bring together so many different riders. We saw a few scores just dropped as we were talking. Diego Gomez, that last roll on the left, coming through at a 5.0. Socrates Santana, a 3.75 for that wave that we just got lost into the to the left of screen, as well as Bruno Martin, a 5.75. So the Spanish in a pretty good situation. That one wave, a 5.75 in third position, but has a really good score. And Tanner McDaniel, you love the way that Tanner surfs. In first in this Pro Junior.
Yeah, Tanner is a very, very good athlete. So he was waiting now for a good one to make like a shirt to be like in the first. And Socrates Santana, he get only one waves that is like little bit good, but it need more scores and more waves.
So what are your plans after this event, Brahim? Are you going to take a few days to search around this beautiful coastline of Portugal to get some surf in, or are you going to stay in Sintra before Vienna? What is your next few days looking like?
No, for sure tomorrow I go to surf a little bit Super Tubos and Nazari, and after I go to Vienna for the contest. Yeah.
That's something we can't wait to see, as the forecast for this week is looking really, really fun for the Portuguese coastline. And you mentioned that a few guys from Morocco are coming to Nazare, as this is Tanner McDaniel in live action on a little bit of a fat right-hander, but he's got plenty of speed leading into that section, and he just does what I like to call back in Australia, a bit of a salmon off the back there. And that was Tanner McDaniel looking to improve on a 5.0. Can't wait to see the Moroccans come to. You talked about a few a few very talented Moroccans coming to surf at Nazare. Do you know what are the names? Who should we look out for?
Yeah, there is Anas Haddar. He's a Moroccan champion now. He's a very, very good bodyboarder. So he will come with all his team. Like they are like 5 more Moroccan, and we are already 3 in Moroccan in Sintra. So they will join us in Nazare. And there is Adnan Ben Sliman. He's a very good bodyboarder, but now he get his bodyboard academy, so he can't come because he work. And there is a lot of bodyboarder too in Morocco, but I don't know if they will come later or no. But Anas Haddar, he's a very good rider. He will come for sure.
Yeah, really excited to watch. Make sure you keep an eye on those guys as the Nazare event will come into play within a few weeks. Of course, from here at Sintra at Playgrounds, the riders go to Vienna next weekend. So not much of a break for the riders. Are you worried about sort of how the short break, or are you feeling really fit and really ready to go into the competition?
Already, because it's summer in Morocco, we didn't get too much waves, so I didn't surf a lot in this summer. So for that, I wanted to surf more, to train in more, because I didn't surf a lot in July and August. So I wanted to surf more.
Yeah, just always wanting to get into the water. We just saw a little bit of live action. That was Bruno Martin.
Yeah,
this is the replay on that left-hander, which saw in the drop knee events really show some really nice waves, and a 3.90 from that last wave in Bruno, enough to move him into second place over Diego Gomez. Now just chasing a 6.96 to overtake Tanner McDaniel, who from the very start of the heat has put down some really good scores and put a lot of pressure on these other juniors. Now Tanner got knocked earlier in the round in the pro men's, had a lot of time to focus on his pro juniors, and so he's come out all guns blazing, Brahim.
For Tanner, he's already surfed with us, with the man division, so he get more experience than the others for sure. So for that he get like he's not. I think he's not nervous. The other rider are more nervous than him.
Yeah.
For that he's like a little bit confident.
And as we see the riders on camera right now, that is Cesar Brewer from Peru and Amaury Laverne from Reunion Island. That is the podium drop knee. That was a huge heat. Did you get to watch Cesar and Dave Hubbard in the water for the drop knee semi-final?
Yeah, for sure. I watched it. Was a really nice heat. Dave Hubbard, he was ripping in the heat, and Cesar too. He gets some really good waves, but Dave he was like ripping in the left side. So I was like really happy to see the semi-final, and the semi-final too of the Chilean guy and the Chilean
Alan Munoz and
Alan
Tristan
Munoz and
Roberts.
Tristan Robert. He was like one of the best hit that I watched ever in Sintra. I was like really happy to watch like this level. So it was a really nice hit.
As we see Diego Gomez just
in Iris in the beach.
trying to ARS right onto the sand, back to live action, all the way out the back. That's Tanner McDaniel. And there you go, going through the motions, a nice roll out the back and to a solid backflip all the way through the inside. He's holding on to a 7.0 and a 5.0. I think he's going to improve in that 5.0, Brahim.
Yeah, I think. The wave was not like really clean, like not blue, so it was like a little bit white. So, but I think I get like 2 moves, and no, I didn't get a good like 5. He doesn't approve like 5 point because the wave was not really clean.
Yeah, so this is a replay from Diego Gomez. You can see the people on dry sand only a few meters away from him. Bruno Martin, the rider from Spain, currently sitting in second position, a pretty hard one. This is that replay from Tanner. Now, that first roll, not the strongest roll here, and a lot of bump on the wave here, but unable just to get a little bit of a backflip. Not a very strong wave. 4.8, Brahim. Didn't improve his situation, but still sitting in first position.
Yeah, because the wave of 5 point was like blue waves and was clean, like one line, for that he get like a good score. And this wave was like little bit white, and he get 2 moves, but the waves was not really good,
Yeah, so we're counting down 10 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Dylan Beach in the commentary booth, really excited and super amped to have Brahim Deutsch in the commentary booth. Surfed many a heats, some incredible surfing earlier in the round. Probably one of my favourite heats to watch was that heat against Jared Houston. Oh, sorry, not Jared Houston. Yeah, it was Jared Houston, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Jared Houston yesterday morning. Yeah, it was a very, very good heat. The waves was a little bit big and like strange, there's not one line. I was a little bit out of the competition area in the beginning, and I didn't hear that the commentator that they told me that I need to come to the competition area. But I was paddling and until the competition area, and that I get like 2 waves, and after the current just take me out of the competition area, and I was like really out. I didn't hear nothing until the heat finished. Then I didn't know that I was first. Tanner McDaniel would roll and spin.
Yeah, Tanner McDaniel looked like he might have had a nice section there. We can see these left-handers, which we haven't seen too much. Might be something to do with this swell direction change. We were looking at a bit of a pulse in the west, so that's almost directly out from where we are right now, and these pushing this little left-hander all the way across, and you're seeing these young riders just keep pretty busy. We haven't seen too many right-handers break in this heat, and all of the young riders just opting to sit on the left. And some pretty nice surfing going down. Of course, next up in the water we have Amaury Laverne and Cesar Brewer. As we jump back into live action, take this one away for us, Brahim.
Thank you. Her iris of Bruno Martin. Nice waves and rolls. I think he's gonna prove his wave of 3.9.
Yeah, so that was Bruno Martin, a nice solid left-hander, looking to improve on a 3.9. He's needing a 6.26 to overtake Tanner McDaniel, who's been in first position from the very first minutes. But Bruno Martin has, surfed a really smart heat. He's got a really good score of a 5.75. As we watch this first roll was first ARS was really nice.
Yeah.
And just continuing to get around that little bit of whitewash and not letting any of this wave go to waste. Pushes a little roll on the inside and a little bit of a reverse. Needing a 6.26 is going to be really interesting as we're coming down to the last few minutes if he got that score. What are your thoughts?
We'll see, because 6.26 will be maybe he will get the scores. Dependent the judge if they like a waves or not.
Yeah.
For me, it will be a little bit hard to get it.
Yeah, coming in at a 4.75. The judges probably looking for more explosive moves and moves that weren't under the lip so much.
Yeah.
A lot of that second half of the wave was done in the whitewash. So the judges not really rewarding Bruno Martin from Spain that 6.26 that he needed. And just did help him get rid of that 3.9. A 4.75, of course, as we see a flurry of activity. The camera's sticking with Diego Gomez on this left-hander. First forward spin, just sitting and waiting for something to come through, and a little reverse just to keep things busy. But Diego Gomez in fourth, needing a 7.01. That's not going to fall into that category. And plenty of action here at the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. Dylan Beach alongside Brahim Idois, one of the veterans of Moroccan bodyboarding. You've been following the World Tour for a long time now. As we watch a little bit of a replay from Tanner McDaniel, want to touch base on your experiences. Innovative move. Reverse roll from Tanner McDaniel.
Yeah. And he landed. Was not clean land, but as good to see moves like this, It's different moves that we don't see a lot in the competition. But it's good to see moves that we didn't do, actually in the competition.
Yeah, Tanner McDaniel going for the reverse roll. Now, Brahim, I want to touch, you've been following the World Tour for a few years now. You've been one of the standouts, of course, from Morocco, but consistently you've been making it through a lot of rounds in the World Tour. Is there one event or one certain moment throughout your career that you really sort of hold close to your heart?
Yeah, for sure. When I was in 2012, I won the competition in Brazil. I was first. That was the most thing that I will always remember in my life. And in this year, I got a good sponsor, and the King of Morocco helped us. So in 2012, all my life changed to be a professional bodyboarder, because in the beginning I was competing the tour, but was not in all the tour. But in 2012 was a very, very good year for me, and I get a good sponsor that I can do all the tour.
I've heard a rumor, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but the King of Morocco is a very keen bodyboarder, or loves bodyboarding, loves watching bodyboarding?
No, he like more jet ski, but he like all the sport. He help a lot all the athletes that do a good result in all the sports. So when we do we was in the team of Morocco, we was number 3 in ISA game in Canary in 2011. For that he helped us, and after we was five person that we get a sponsor, and we do all the tour for a 5. Then thanks God to help us, and thanks for the Ray of Morocco, the King of Morocco. Is one of the best thing I get in my life. I will always thank him in all my life, because he changed everything, that the dream that I want to make all the tour. So he make it over.
That must be one of the best stickers I think you can have on the bottom of your board, the King of Morocco. What a great sponsor to have. As you said, you're very, very grateful for the Moroccan King, and loves his water sports, and loves the bodyboarding action. As we see so much action out in the water, Tanner McDaniel just dropped a 5.90. We did see a replay live on screen, a big roll on the left. So Bruno Martin, Socrates Santana, and Diego Gomez now just time is ticking away, and Tanner McDaniel is slowly running away with this heat, with Bruno Martin now chasing a 7.16 to take first spot. Socrates Santana is chasing a pretty solid score, and same as Diego Gomez. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. You see Diego Gomez at the back. If you're in this situation, Brahim, how would you be tackling this to get first position with only 2 minutes to go?
If I have a priority, I just wait for a good waves, because 7 point, it's very hard to get it in this kind of condition. So I will wait the best wave. If it didn't come, it didn't come. But I will not go in any waves come, If the best waves come, I will get it. If I had a priority. If I didn't have a priority, I will try to catch any waves before, because the others, they will get priority, and when the best wave come, they will get it. But I will try to make a big moves, in any waves that I got.
Yeah, we've seen Diego Gomez hold priority now at the back for a little while, as he's chasing a pretty substantial score to overtake Tanner McDaniel. He's looking to get rid of a 2.5 there. He's caught plenty of waves, but nothing really of substance after that 5.0 that we saw earlier in the heat. Bruno Martin is probably in the best situation to overtake top spot. He's got a good first score, that 5.75. But since then, Brahim, he's never really got something under his belt to really challenge Tanner McDaniel.
Yeah, for sure. Tanner McDaniel, he's in third priority now. So for him, it's difficult a little bit. He will get like more stress than the others, And the others, they need like a 7 point. 7 point, it's very hard to get it in this kind of condition, So you need to make like a big move. Here, Diego Gomez in the left hand with 360. After he tried to get.
Yeah, he's just waiting a bit.
Here rolls. And after he will get good iris.
So Diego Gomez.
He landed.
In the last minute, you can hear the cheers on the beach. He was going for everything as we see that high tide. Caught a little bit of chaos. He's going to make his way in. It was a nice little way to finish the heat from the Brazilian Diego Gomez. With priority now in Tanner McDaniel. Scores still yet to drop. We saw this replay from Socrates Santana, who was catching that wave, as we see, straight after Diego Gomez. At the back, a little spin, so much speed leading into that, and a big backflip from the Brazilian. That was a very good wave from the Brazilian Socrates Santana.
Yeah, for sure. He need only 6.56, so maybe he will get a scores. Dependent the judge if they like that iris. He was not really clean, but he don't need like a big score. So I think dependent the last point of the judge that it will make him if he will be the first or no.
Yeah, really interesting. We watched this replay as we wrap up everything for this Pro Junior final. That is Bruno Martin on not a bigger wave. He needed a 7.16. Just trying to manufacture something all the way to the inside. Probably not going to be what he needed, but a really interesting last few minutes, and we did see a few scores dropping. Socrates Santana, that last wave, a 5.75. So moving him into second position. Final scores look like this. Tanner McDaniel in first. This is, of course, claiming the 2016 Pro Junior Sintra final champion. Socrates Santana second. Bruno Martin third. Diego Gomez fourth. That is, of course, wrapping up the Pro Junior final And a massive thanks to Brahim Idois for
Thank you.
joining us in the commentary booth. It has been a pleasure, Brahim.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy to be here in Sintra, and I always come here if there is a Sintra Pro. So I will see you next year. And can I say some words in Arabic?
Go for it. I'd love it.
يا المغاربة شكرا بزاف على التشجيعات ديالكم، وكنشكركم بزاف. أنا فرحان ان شاء الله غادي نمشي لفيينا ونازاري من بعد والفرونتون، ان شاء الله ندير فيهم لي ريزولتا اكثر من هذه. كنشكركم بزاف، كنشكر بزاف لي سبونسور ديالي اللي كيعاونني. الله الوطن الملك.
Beautiful wrap up as we see the champion, the Pro Junior champion of the Pro Junior here at Sintra, Tanner McDaniel, the young Hawaiian, being chaired up the beach. That is a huge victory for the young Hawaiian. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right after the break here at the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. Welcome back here, Dylan Beats alongside my good friend Nuno Cardoso, bringing all the action live here for the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. Final day of action, we did just crown our Pro Junior final champion Tanner McDaniel. What a huge heat that was.
Yeah, definitely. This one was one of the titles Tanner was looking for here at the Sintra Pro, the Pro Junior winner. So the Pro Junior title event here for Tanner McDaniel, the youngster from Hawaii, taking it over Socrates Santana, which is actually the current Pro Junior world champion. And we saw even Bruno Martin taking a very, very expressive third position for Spain. Congratulations for all the Spanish viewers viewing online. Bruno Martin did get a third place here at the Pro Junior division, and even Diego Gomes from Brazil in fourth position. So congratulations to all these youngsters, and probably you see them again in the Pro Junior division or even in the men's division next year.
Oh, I'm sure we'll see them in both as we are into the heat number one. Sorry, this is the podium final for the drop knee.
Correct.
Cesar Boa taking on Amaury Laverne. We'll jump out into the action to bring you everything live. A little just missing Cesar's first wave of the heat, and to me, one of the standouts for this event in the drop knee division.
Definitely. I do have to mention that Cesar has a dislocated shoulder right now. You cannot see it in the picture while he is ripping that wave apart, and but he is not feeling so good on one of his shoulders, and he is just waiting for this podium final so he can maybe go to the doctor and even get that checked. It looks like it's dislocated and just jumped out of his place, but we still see Cesar like a warrior paddling out the back just to perform in this podium final as we watch the replay from Amaury Laverne. Take us through this one.
Yeah, Moz, as we were watching that replay of Cesar and you're just going through his incredible story of the dislocated shoulder, I was looking to the left outside into the live action and saw Amaury just go to town on that favoured left hand. You know, these guys are sticking to their front side throughout this heat. Cesar dropped an 8.7
Wow.
for his first wave. We'll wait to see for scores to drop for Amaury, but really interesting, you know, one going left, one going right, both sticking to their favoured front side. Amaury, 5.75, so Cesar getting the better of the exchange there.
Definitely. Amaury in his previous heats has been sticking to the spot where a little left-hander just opens up and he can apply a combo of moves and maximize his score. Meanwhile, maximizing his score all the way to the final and heat win, we've got Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii with Vilma Vicente for an interview. Take it away, Vilma.
And we have the first winner of the day in the Pro Junior competition. Congratulations. It was a tough heat, a big show.
Yeah, thanks. It was pretty tight heat. I thought that no one really had any big scores. I just kind of got two right off the bat, and luckily
nothing else really came in for the other competitors. Yeah, I'm just
Your last year as a junior, I suppose. So you want to get out in style with a world title.
yeah. The junior title is something that's eluded me for 2 years now, and hopefully this is the year that I can finally get it. Feeling pretty good going into Nazare, which is the last stop of the tour.
In first in the ranking, because you were tied or almost tied with the Socrates when you came here, and now you go to Nazare in the best position, the first position. Okay, do you want to say something?
Just shout out to my parents who are watching me right now. Mike Stewart been supporting me, and yeah, just everyone watching and supporting, and just super stoked. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's continue to watch the action in the water. The day is not over yet, so back to you guys.
A super happy young Hawaiian there, taking out the top spot for the Pro Junior. Just saying a big shout out to everyone in Hawaii, and of course the Mike Stewart, one of his mentors. And of course we're looking forward to seeing Mike in the later events coming up on the the European League, as we see Moz live action straight out the front. That was a huge drift tail, and look, he's going to finish it off on the inside. Hopefully he can ride it out. He puts his hands up to claim. That might have been a little bit too early for the judges.
Yeah, it looked like a Statue of Liberty claim there, with his arm just stretched into the air, holding down the light. But as we watch you and take you through this replay, that goes Amori. A lot of spray on that turn with a little bit of tail whip, and he combines the wave into the end, but looks like he got a little bit stuck on that re-entry after that floater. Let's see what the judges think of that. But meanwhile, first wave of Cesar Bauer, wow, 8.75. But let's get back to the interview with Tanner McDaniel. It looks like Tanner McDaniel might take finally the being crowned World Pro Junior Champion next event in Nazare, as he takes the lead in the ranking.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting battle out between, of course, Tanner McDaniel and Socrates Santana. Socrates taking the scalp and is the current junior world champion. Tanner McDaniel, of one of the standouts in the junior world bodyboarding for a number of years, but Socrates Santana, what a great story as we watch live action. Cesar Boa, and this replay from the Peruvian. This is a really, really solid wave for him. A massive floater, just getting unstuck there. It could have been a massive score to back up his 8.75. This is, for me, Cesar is wanting to get that third position. He wants to sort of make himself finish this 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro on a very strong note. He's been a standout. He said he did his shoulder earlier in the day and surfing through a lot of pain. So a great story there from Cesar, never giving up and surfing with a lot of pride.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this year, this is the only drop knee event. So basically, whoever wins this event will be crowned world champion here at Sintra. So Cesar Bauer is now in the constellation final, so he can fight for a third place here. And being on third, being known as third in the world for this DK division is a big feat. And I think both Cesar and Amori want to fight for that title.
Yeah, exactly right. But do not go anywhere, because we'll be crowning the world champion of the 2016 APB World Drop Knee Champion later in the day. It's either going to be a massive matchup of Dave Hubbard or Martin
Moradian from
the
Guadalupe. That's correct, and we've been watching Martin with a solid performance throughout this event, and he's been knocking some big names, and he just knocked Amaury Laverne, I think.
Yeah, Maury and Martin just went head-to-head. Dave actually said in his post-heat interview that he'd love to surf against Martin in the final. He has been really impressed with Martin from Guadalupe's surfing, and I think it's going to be a great display of drop knee action. And of course, we will be crowning the world champion here later this afternoon. We crowned already a few world champions. Isabella Souza earlier in the week a massive, massive result for the Brazilian woman who's just been a standout throughout so many competitions over a number of years, claiming a 4th world title. And we'll be celebrating her later on at the podium.
Yes, at the ceremony awards there at the Sintra Pro, Isabella is going to be rising that trophy and showing to everyone her 4th title, world women's champion, and it's gonna be a nice award just after this section. But like you said, don't go anywhere because we still have to crown a DK world champion, and we still have to crown a female event winner, which Isabella Souza can actually take against Joanna Schenker. She's been battling it with Joanna Schenker, and we have the men's final, and we do have Ian Campbell against Alan Munoz. And I think with the tide dropping, the conditions will improve a little bit. As we notice with the high tide, there's a little bit of a lull in the action and in the sets. But as soon as the tide drops a little bit, the wave starts to come and start to get a little bit more hour, and the critical sections will emerge. And I think with the likes of Ian Campbell and Lionel Munoz in that final, we're going to have a show.
Yeah, as we watch live footage, this is the water patrol just making sure everyone is safe out in the water. It's not an easy task negotiating this shore break on a bodyboard, let alone a jet ski. As we saw one of the local riders, To Cardoso, actually injuring himself on a jet ski a few weeks ago. So it is not an easy task riding one of those things, carrying a lot of horsepower. But it's great to see the Water Patrol out the back as we jump into live action. This is Amaury Laverne on his backhand, which we haven't seen too much this morning, choosing the lefts predominantly, but Amaury just a big float up the top, actually riding out. Once again, that claim just out the front as he claims top spot with his backup score of a 5.25. Really interesting to see if that's going to better him. Choosing a right-hander, kept pretty busy. That first foam climb was not too bad as we see him just paddle out the back in this replay right now.
Yeah, he chooses options to go to his backhand. He has a nice turn there just to check out and let the wall of the wave just form up. He finds that next section, he kind of floats it, but at the end looks like he didn't have much speed and did not complete that move and got away in front of the whitewash. So the score for that last wave just came in, and it's a 4.25. It's not going to count in his top 2 scores so far, and Amaury Laverne is taking the lead. Meanwhile, Cesar Bauer has priority and is up and riding.
Yeah, Cesar, this guy is a drop knee machine. Look at that spray. That was huge, and that's what we really expect to see from the man. Looked like he was just holding his shoulder after that. He did touch on before, just hurting his shoulder earlier in the round. But look at this thing. This is what we come to expect.
Yeah, nice bottom turn. A lot of speed goes over that section. Eyeballs that end section. It just goes in town on that one. Just froze the back tail of his board and just froze buckets of water and lands that move and shown a lot of control. And I think that's what the judge wants to see. Speed, control, and if you can add style to it, which Cesar has in buns and loads, I think the judges will be impressed and reward them with a high-scoring wave.
Yeah, that wave just coming through a huge backup score, a 7.25. So Cesar in a commanding lead now. Amaury Laverne is just in needing a 16.01 combination situation for the man in yellow. He's being told that right now by the beach commentators. 6 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. Cesar is just showing up and really putting his stamp on this event.
Yeah, I think the only reason Cesar is not in the final is because he went on with Dave Albert on that semifinal, and Dave Albert imposed his quality riding and jump up the level a little bit because Cesar had a great heat as well, but not great enough to beat Dave, and was relegated to this consolation final, the podium final as we call it, and now is battling for a 3rd place, and is doing so with such fashion and style that right now he's comboing one of world's best, Amaury Laverne.
Yeah, Nick Rosner and I believe it was yourself called that really well in the semi-final, which was with Cesar and Dave Hubbard. Could have been a final any day of the week in the drop knee divisions. Two of the world's best performers for a number of years, multiple world champions, going back to back in a semi-final, which was it was a heavyweight. It was a huge semi-final, and I would have loved to see those guys battle it out for the world title heat in the final. Cesar, but unfortunately getting knocked by Dave Hubbard. Someone had to go. Someone had to move forward. Someone had to go. Dave Hubbard moving on through into the final. Cesar not leaving anything at home though. He's not leaving anything in the tank. An 8.75 with a 7.25. 5 minutes 25 seconds remaining. Amaury Laverne 16.01. It is a very, very hard task from here.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the name of the game. People do win in advance, and others are relegated and dropped out of the event on the last heat of the semifinals. The riders that do come in second, those heats have the chance to battle out for a podium final, which we are watching now, and they have the chance to battle for third and fourth position because there's points and there's money involved as well. So I think everyone wants to cash in some points and money.
Yeah, and it's really interesting you did note on the points though, because as we do wrap up this world title today, next year, we're looking for a very strong drop knee world title calendar, and these points are very, very valuable. These guys are really looking for seedings and really looking for placings, looking for future events. It is a crucial thing just to keep in the back of your mind that a seeding can be a massive advantage at future events.
Definitely. For those ones that are watching live, I don't know how the seedings work, is that at the end of the year you are ranked at some position in the world tour, and then you'll be placed in different rounds while you go into next year's world tour. And when the event starts, you'll be placing in further rounds. You will not start from round 1, the competition. You might start in round 2, round 3. And that's an advantage because you already see unfold previous rounds. You can watch the conditions. You can watch who's the riders. And even their strategies of you either getting first or second place in some heats, so you can advance and jump into some heat of your preference. So there is a lot of strategy, not only in the water, but outside the water as well.
Yeah, as we go to live action, this is Amaury on his favoured left-hander. This is his little front side. He's looking to basically hit the reset button. He's in combo land, and he's making his way onto the inside. A few little speed checks all the way out on the outside bank, making his way to this very frothy inside section, and he's just going to keep himself busy. Hits a little bit of a bit of flare, drop knee into prone roll, making his all the way through. Amaury is surfed really well in both divisions, but this looks like, as we're coming into the 2 minutes, his last hurrah here for the 2016 Sintra drop knee division.
For him to get out of the combination situation, he will need at least a wave of 6.01 as I take you through this replay. A quick little snap there to start another quick little check turn there to start posting some points there. And this is the money snap there. He goes for a nice check reverse, maintaining his momentum there with the wave, and he goes all the way into the inside and goes for a little drop knee roll, but lands in prone position like Dylan said, and he just posted a 7, so he's out of the combination situation.
Yeah, it's it's a bit of a dampener if you're finishing off this heat in that little land that we call combo land. Amaury dropping a 7.0, so actually a really good wave from the Reunion Island rider, leaving Cesar at the back. How nice conditions right now. A really light wind. The sun is shining. This bank is really, really going to clear up as the water starts to drain off very, very slowly here. And perfect conditions for the drop knee heats. Nice open walls, enabling these riders to really get busy on their rail. Throw a ton of buckets, which you've seen Cesar do throughout the heat. And the spray off his rail has been one for the memory bank, as I'll Really enjoyed watching this heat. Counting down 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Cesar in a very commanding lead.
This was a great podium final. We got two of world's best in this respective division of drop knee, and Cesar Bauer imposing his position is as one of the world's best. You can see paddling only with one hand. Like I said, this is no joke. It's a true story. Looks like it's his right shoulder that's dislocated. You can see paddling with the left hand. He's a warrior and taking down Amaury Laverne with a dislocated shoulder and taking away here third place only if Amaury Laverne just catches a wave and posts a 9:01. It's going to be a little hard to do with 30 seconds to go, but hey, it's Amaury Laverne. Anything is possible.
Yeah, that is incredible. Cesar dislocating his shoulder earlier in the day, and what a warrior. He's paddled out there, just with one arm, and to have the skill and the ability, the strength and the determination to drop an 8.75 and a 7.25. It's amazing. This is live action. You can see him with a little bit of adrenaline pumping through. He's paddling on both arms. That must just be excruciating pain. This is his victory lap. The counter has gone down. He's on his backhand, and you see him holding his arm. That must be so painful.
Definitely. I was with Cesar earlier. He was asking me about the running schedule because he wanted this podium final to be out of his way. I think he does need to check in with the doctor or at some hospital at this point because it was in a lot of pain and he didn't want to take his wetsuit off. So imagine, he must be in a excruciating pain right now. But nonetheless, he takes home this fertile place. What an impressive performance and sportsmanship by the man from Peru, Cesar Bauer.
What a story. You can see him just hitting this shore break. He's in a fair bit of pain, and we hope he can make it up onto the beach. We just finished up that last heat of the podium drop knee final. Do not go anywhere. We'll be kicking things off for the women's final right after this break at the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. Woo!
Ghost rider, motorcycle hero. Baby, he's looking so cute.
And we're back in the booth. I'm Nuno Cardoso.
Dylan Beach here, bringing all the action live to you for the final day of the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. We've just finished the podium final. Cesar Bauer from Peru claiming a third place with a very sore dislocated shoulder. The action has been fully packed here and the beach is just raring up. The sun is shining. We are out in the water with the women's final. Isabella Souza, what a great story, and Joanna Schenker, the local Portuguese, fighting for the first place in the women's division.
This is going to be an amazing final. We have the current world champion, Isabella Souza, riding the red singlet. And we're going to have first ever finalist in this event, Joanna Schenker. She's been coming to this event for 12 years now. And she's the first time she's going to do a podium. I'm hoping that she gets first place.
Yeah, it's a massive heat. And we are hearing all of the action onto the beach. We'll bring you all the action. As we take the live feed into the water, we see the crowd just building on there. Isabella Souza, that first wave, and it's been a great week from the rider from Brazil, claiming, of course, the 2016 APB Women's World Champion.
And there we watch her in the replay for the first wave, 9,360 to start the wave, coming with a reverse spin there. She's trying to take the wave all the way into the inside, looking for that final and closing section so she can apply a move. She goes for a roll. The wave does not close, and she goes for another roll, but unfortunately the wave didn't add much there. So we just have a score dropping for the first wave of red.
Yeah, a 5.75 from Isabella Souza, a mid-range score from that one, and plenty more action to come as we shoot it down to the beach with Vilma, who has Cesar Bauer, who's just won his heat. Take it away, Vilma.
Hello, and I'm here with Cesar Bauer. He just injured his arm, shoulder. So what happened?
It was in the heat before, in semifinals against Dave. In my second wave, I got hit by the lip. So my shoulder almost removed out of place. So I can't paddle so well, and some of the waves I can't perform as I wish. So yeah, it's been hard.
Yes, but you did it, and it was a very nice job. Now, what do you want to leave a message to the people?
Se hizo lo que se pudo, se dejó todo en el mar. Tercer puesto, un podio para Perú. Gracias por todo el apoyo.
Gracias. Vaya a tratar de tu hombro. Gracias.
And that was Vilma in the interview, and she was with Cesar Bauer, and he was just explaining what happened to his shoulder, and it was in the round of the semis when he was battling out with Dave Hubbard, and the second wave, the lip of the wave hit him on the shoulder, and he said that he felt that his shoulder got dislocated out of place or almost out of place. He still doesn't know what happened. He hasn't taken his wetsuit off since that semifinal. He was afraid that he could not put his wetsuit back on so he can go into the podium final. What a warrior, what a story. And at the end he said, thanks for everyone supporting from Peru. I'm taking the third place medal this year at the World Tour.
Huge story, and it is such incredible determination from the rider from Peru. Of course, one of the standouts in any drop knee division. He's a former world champion here, and it is incredible to see him not even take his wetsuit off between heats. You know, he must be so worried, you know, that shoulder popped out through the semi-final. He didn't even come in after the semi-final from Dave Hubbard. You know, he stayed out into the action, into the water, not letting anything slip from the semi-final. And I wonder if Dave Hubbard knew what was going on under the wetsuit of Cesar, and I wonder if, you know, that he heard a few yells and screams. And look at this. This is Isabella Souza's support crew. Look at the riders. Oh, mate, and probably a little bit of Joana Schenker, the local Portuguese, just waiting on the beach to crown.
And dancing and enjoying life, as you can see it here in the beautiful sands of Praia Grande. Sunday, the sun is shining, so it's a real Sunday today. And we have in the water Isabella Souza already posting a 5.75. Now Joana Schenker holding on to priority. You can see Isabella Souza waving her hand into the podium, into the speakers and judges area. So maybe she's looking for to hear the score of her last wave, which was a 5.75. And yet, what a love story from Peru there with Cesar Bauer, and with all that love and effort that he put into that podium final. Even with an injury of a possible dislocated shoulder, he took away third place. What a story. Meanwhile, we watch live action as Joana Schenker tries to catch this wave, but the wave was not even there. And as we see her paddling for this one, and she just lost priority. Now priority is with Isabella, something that is not always good, as we know that Isabella can perform, and she already has a 5.75 under her belt.
Yeah, I wonder what's going through Joana Schenker's mind. She is, of course, a Portuguese local here, taking on the current world champion, four-time world champion Isabella Souza. You know, this is one of the first final for Joana Schenker. A local Portuguese is a great result nonetheless for the young rider. It's going to be, I wonder what's going through her mind now. She must be thinking she can obviously take down the world champion, but she must be pretty nervous as she comes into this final. You know, there hasn't been too many people that be able to sort of compete against Isabella Souza. Alexandra Rinda, one of them. But here she goes. This is the first wave. It's going to be really interesting to see how she sets the bar.
Nice
and she
roll.
sets it very high there.
Yeah, nice wave choice there by Joanna Schenker. She finds a nice punchy right-hander with a lot of power, and she applies the roll. One move only in this wave, and let's see how the judges score this one, as 8 minutes on the seat has already gone. Take us through the replay here, Dylan.
Yeah, that one big maneuver, but it was a big roll on that section. A 5.75, so these girls are on a very equal playing field, both sitting on a 5.75. This is a very, very interesting moment in the heat. The women's, of course, the final here, we will be crowning the 2016 Sintra Pro Women's title right now. Isabella Souza claimed the world title. It would be a great feat if she can go back-to-back here as she goes to get her backup wave. A little forward spin off that check and kicks out off the back. And a 5.75 for both of the riders really just goes to show how equally these surfers are throughout the Sintra Pro in 2016.
Yeah, and both riders now have a 5.75, although Isabella just went for a wave now as we watch the drone there filming all the action here at the final of the women's division, and she backs that 5.75 with a 2.25, and we can see Isabella paddling hard for the outside, probably wanting to take away that priority away from Joanna Schenker, and this where the priority system comes to play and really could help her manage this heat all the way into the end and keep that lead.
Yeah, as we saw that huge crowd on the beach there, Isabella Souza, and how's the drone capturing all the action in the top of the screen. Remember the APB Facebook pages and social media page bringing together an incredible recap of all the action. If you haven't seen the recap of the week's highlights clips, definitely jump onto the APB Facebook page and YouTube page, because the action has been non-stop. Some of the best highlights clips packages I've seen in Sintra for sure, and it is cool to see the angles just being thrown in there with that drone.
Definitely. Shout out to all the camera crew here at the Sintra Pro. Javier from Canary Islands always giving you the goods at the end of the day, posting the highlights on YouTube so everyone can watch. The ones that did not have a chance to follow us via a live webcast. Here me with Dylan and Dave Hubbard and all our guests that join us here in the booth and do this amazing commentary for the 6 days straight here at the Sintra Pro 2016. Meanwhile, we saw Joanna Schenker getting that wave. We didn't even comment that way because almost a in and out kind of wave. So she posted a 1.25, and currently Isabella in the lead and taking away first priority, utilizing it now. Take us live action, Dylan here.
Yeah, this is Isabella Souza using her priority, as you said, and really interesting. She in her first wave during the heat, she caught something similar, but just milked it the whole way through. Isabella Souza on that wave, carving reverse back, but choosing just to knock back and finish her wave. As we watch this is that first reverse spin. We look like she was hoping to get something all the way through the inside. The wave gets really, really bumpy and really foamy, closes out. So Isabella thought she might have been onto another solid score on that wave. Unfortunately, closing out, leaving Joanna at the back chasing only a 3.01. She's got first priority and in a pretty good situation right now. Both of the riders in the water holding on to a 5.75. So really, really important 13 minutes as they search for that second really high score.
We've been talking about the situation with the tide. When the tide is full high, the waves stop a little bit, and the sandbank that we like to watch during this event loses a little bit of life and regains life once again once the tide starts to drop. And been watching along through this 6 days of competition, when the tide is full high, some of the heats during that specific tide are a little bit slow, like the ones that we're watching now. We do have the final in the water. We do have half of the heat still remaining, 12 minutes and 30 seconds of this 25-minute heat. And right now, Joanna Schenker holds on to priority, and she only needs a 3:01 to take the lead away from Isabella Souza. And not an easy feat to win against Isabella, but with a score of only a 3:01, Joanna Schenker is capable of doing that and go back-to-back with Isabella on this one until the end.
Yeah, really, it would be an incredible situation for Joanna if she can finish it in a first position. You know, a huge scalp for the local Portuguese rider. It's going to be a massive boost for the local one. And if she could win it over Isabella Souza, you know, what a huge story it is. The young Portuguese, the first Portuguese women rider to make the final here. And, you know, if she can win this over current world champion, who we are just watching live on the water, this is Isabella Souza on this left-hander. Nice, that signature carving reverse. I love that. Just cutting back into that pocket, just waiting for that section to roll up. And there you go, a huge roll from Isabella Souza straight out the back. That was Joanna Schenker just replying out in the outside section. A big roll. That was a nice little exchange from both the riders. We saw Isabella milk it all the way through the inside. Joanna on that right-hander. A big move on the outside. We'll see how the judges rate those two waves.
Let's watch this replay then.
Waves.
She goes for a nice roll there. The landing is very strange. She got stuck on the lip after that roll. I don't think this is going to be a very high score for Joanna. But meanwhile, under the priority of Joanna, Isabella Souza got a wave just before that one and is now posting a 5-point wave. As we watch the replay, take us through, Dylan.
Yeah, we called this wave live just before. You can see this carving reverse and a little check turn back here. Love the way that Isabella just read that wave. You know, she saw that fatten up on that middle bit and then just wading into that inside roll bowl. Isabella read that wave extremely well. The signature carving reverse, as we see, look at that. That's a great scene right there. Tessa McKenna, the technical director, Dave Hubbard, who's been a very, very busy man this week, jumping between the commentary booth and into both the drop knee and the pro men's. Dave Hubbard coming up next against a huge, huge heat in the drop knee final.
Yes, against Martin Moradian from Guadalupe, which we saw as well live on screen, saying hello to Dave just before that heat. And this is the kind of camaraderie that we are watching here at the World Tour, here at the Sintra Pro. And everyone gets along with everyone, but as soon they hit the water, they're not friends anymore. And as soon as the heat ends, they're back to normal life, and everyone is cool with each other and just giving chakas all over the beach. And as we see now, Ian Campbell as well getting ready for the final of men. So he got a lot of action still on this day 6 of the Sintra Pro 2016. But meanwhile, in the water, heat situation is what, Dylan?
Yeah, Isabella Souza, your current world champion, is in top spot in a very good situation to claim not only the world champion title, but also the 2016 Sintra Pro title. The judges really loving that linking maneuver through and getting the nod over that exchange. And we see her again on this very similar wave. She's finding these lefts throughout the heat. And there she goes. Another explosive move on the inside section. She goes for that ARS. Isabella Souza now in a pretty good situation, although looking at the score, Joanna Schenker only needing a 5.01. Let's have a look at this wave, Nuno. Talk us through this.
Nice carving reverse there. She's connecting that outside part of the wave into the inside with more of a foamy section. She finds that critical end section of the wave, goes for the ARS, but unfortunately not enough speed there as the wave had a lot of bump and she could not complete that move. I think with this high tide, like I was referring earlier, she is looking more for that inside bowling section as she found a nice bowling section on our last wave. She posted a 5. She did perform a ARS on that last section of her previous wave, probably been a little bit of higher score, so she's probably looking for that to back up that 5.75 that she already posted on her first wave. Meanwhile, Joanna Schenker posted a 4.15 on that roll. Once again, a one-move wave, and now she holds priority on the outside, and she's looking at a 5.01 to take the lead away from Isabella.
Yeah, and here we go. This is the rider from Portugal having a look at this right-hander. Now, she might pull off there just in time. She doesn't lose priority right there over Isabella Souza. This is really, really critical point in the heat. 7 minutes to go. She holds top priority. Looking for a 5.01 Nuno. Her last wave came in at a 4.15 for a big roll. So in the back of her mind, she knows what that single move may register as the judges sort of setting the scale. So now she knows the score she needs to get. She knows the score that she did just get on that big roll. So in the back of her mind, she's got first priority, 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. In the head, she's going through scenarios. She knows what the wave she's looking for, and she knows the sort of move she needs to go for. Will Mother Nature provide that wave? And here we go. This is up and riding. The woman who we were talking about, Joanna Schenker, getting busy on the outside. Little reverse check, and here she goes again. Nice little combination of moves. She needs to finish this wave off strongly, and just getting caught up, hitting that whitewash onto the roll. And you see that board fly out underneath her. Needing a 5.01, that's going to be very, very close on that wave. Nuno.
Yeah, I'm not sure she's going to get that score. She did get a good wave as we watch on the replay. The wave opened up quite nicely to the right-hand side. She looks at the section. She knows she has a little bit of space, so she applies a reverse move, another reverse move, so she regains composure and tries to find momentum, to find the speed to get to that end section. But the wave was a little bit over on the crumble side, and she did not perform the best move there. There was not much on offer at the end section, but she did her best, and I don't think that the judges gonna deem that roll as complete, and the score just came out.
Yeah, a 3.65. You are caught up very perfectly as we see Isabella Souza on this left-hander that's just been producing all that goods. There is that signature reverse. She's been doing that all day into that cutback, waiting for that section to just to rear up. And look at that. She's just riding this wave so perfectly, not really outrunning it, and she finds that inside roll bowl, heavy landing. You see the crowd on the beach just loving Isabella's surfing. 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. She has been on point all heat.
Yes, we can see the Brazilian support there at the beach, and we see a lot of spectators. This is the kind of scenario that I love in the World Tour bodyboarding. But meanwhile, we go back to the replay. Nice carving reverse there. She knows she has to get back into the foam so she can connect the wave into the inside. She does that with a nice normal spin, and she goes for a roll on that bully section, like you said, Dylan, and she just lands the move and goes all the way into the sand, and we can watch all the supporters that getting so close to the action. This is a natural amphitheater for a bodyboarding world tour show, and everyone's just enjoying a normal regular Sunday here at Praia Grande. But meanwhile, we have the women final occurring, and probably we could see Joanna Schenker taking this event win for the first time in her career, and Isabella is about to repeat that. I don't know how many times, but she's got her fourth women world's title under her belt since yesterday.
Yeah, it would be a really cool story to see Joanna Schenker take the win here. You know, as you said, a young rider from Portugal, and it would be her first event win here at the Sintra 2016 women's event. And although Isabella Souza is making it very, very difficult here, you know, not content just with that world title. She wants the 2016 trophy to take home back with her at Brazil. She dropped a 7.0 for that left-hander. And now Joanna Schenker needing a 7.01 live action out in the water. One roll, and it sort of looks like it's all she wrote for that rider in yellow on that wave with 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Needs to really sort of start get going.
Yeah, Joanna opted for that right-hander on a little bit on that sandbag that we've been watching throughout this competition, and she links that now this right-hander with an inside section and puts on another roll to finish it up as she went all the way into the beach. And meanwhile, Isabella Souza is holding on to priority, and Isabella has opted to stay on this inside left. Take us way through the replay on this one before we go into that.
Yeah, that was that roll that we just commented before. Came in at a 4.65, not quite enough to change the situation that Joanna needs. And Isabella Souza, what a competitor, what an incredible story here. She's claimed her 4th world title and is on the very brink of getting a very nice week of competitive bodyboarding completed, as she's very, very close to claiming the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro title as well. It'll be a huge week for the Brazilian. You know, she's got the support crew. She's got so much support from back home. Remember, if you are watching back home, make sure you do show your support as you see this rider out the front of your screen. You know, she's looking out at the ocean. Imagine what the excitement that's going through her mind right now. She must be so excited from the week. You can see her. You know, she looks like she's just going through an emotional roller coaster as she sits on her board. She's, you know, it'd be really interesting to be out there at the ski right now to see the front of her face. She must be super, super amped.
Definitely. I've been seeing a very confident and relaxed Isabella Souza, as I think she knows inside herself she's got the skills and the level to be world champion, and she just applied those skills and with a bit of luck and a nice preparation for a world tour campaign all over different places as the tour goes worldwide. She this year dominated and already probably taking her 3rd win this year as we watch Isabella Souza utilizing her priority, going for yet another wave, applying that carving reverse signature move from Isabella Souza and going for another one there at the end section. A lot of foam there, a lot of spectators, and she pulls the move into the sand as she watches the 20 seconds of this heat unfold. Only Joanna Schenker can take this one if she posts a 7:01. Take us through the replay on this one.
Going through the motions, Isabella Souza, you know, counting down in the last few seconds, that has been the trend of the day, her doing that little outside reverse, carving back into the power source of the wave over that little dead section and smashing that inside section. It does confirm, as we hear the siren out the back, that Isabella Souza is your 2016 Sintra Pro champion as well as your 2016 world champion. What a massive, massive week for the Brazilian, and it is the party time for Isabella as she makes her way up onto the beach into her fans and adoring support group. Huge heat from the Brazilian.
Definitely, you can see the Brazilian flag being waved there behind the back of one of her supporters, and everyone is filming and wants to be a part of it, as Isabella this year, like I said, with a strong performance throughout the year, takes her further event this year, imposing her leadership over all other competitors in the world competing in the World Tour event. And she's done it once again. She won a world title, and she won yet another event, and we'll still have a long career ahead of us for Isabella Souza, and let's see what she will bring in the near future. But meanwhile, it's all about celebrations, Brazil style. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this break. Let's go into some commercials and highlight some of our sponsors, and we'll be back into live action, the grand final of men. Don't go nowhere. And we are back here in the booth. I'm Nuno Cardoso. Joining me is
Alex Leon from the APB. Thank you for having us here, and we've got a tremendous final coming up with the South African Ian Campbell, who's been on fire this year. Had an incredible performance off in Arica, so he's come off the back of a win, and let's see if he can back that up here in Sintra. And yeah, it's going to be Chile. He's taking on the Chilean Alan Munoz, and Alan's just been on fire, so it's going to be a really good final. So stay tuned. About to bring you the action.
Let's get to live action as the heat already started, and we're going into the water as we watch live action. That's the man in yellow, Alan Munoz from Chile, with a solid performance throughout this event, already connecting this left insider with a roll and backing it up with a backflip, and still going for another roll and still going. Oh my God, Alan is on fire, I can tell you that.
What a way to start your campaign in the final of the Sintra Portugal Pro. Incredible. He knows he's going to have to throw everything on the line here too against Ian. So that was incredible performance from Alan Munoz, first wave. Let's have a look at this replay.
There he goes. He kind of speed checks the wave a little bit, connecting it from the outside into the inside. He finds a nice section. He's able to roll off of it. Then he gains a lot of speed there and goes for the backflip. Nice extension, nice landing, and then even finds another bowling section after the sand section, which he finalizes with another roll. 4 moves on a single wave, and this is something that we haven't been watching throughout this last day of competition, so this is probably going to be a big score.
Yeah, you can tell now right on the high tide that it's really shaping up nice, rolling right through, creating a few ramps there for the boys to actually, take advantage of it. And like we saw then, four maneuvers on that wave. Incredible.
Incredible it is, and incredible is the score that just dropped from the panel of judges here at the Sintra Pro, and it's an 8-5. Very
Great
good
score.
way to start this campaign.
Very good. Yeah, 25 minutes here in this heat and in this final, and first wave ridden by Alan Munoz, 8.5. And I've got to say, these two have been surfing the best in this whole contest, and and now they're matched up in the final, along with, I think, Tristan Roberts and Louis Finnegan, other two standouts who we saw in the podium final.
Definitely, and we saw the likes of Pierre Louis Cos dropping at the ends of some of these riders competing now in the final and in the semis. As you mentioned, Tristan and Louis Finnegan from Australia, and Tristan Roberts, of course, from South Africa. South Africa as well is Ian Campbell now holding priority with the red singlet on the outside, and meanwhile Alan Munoz just paddling a little bit to the back of Ian, and already having a 8.5 under his belt in the beginning of this heat, and imposing a lot of pressure right now in Ian Campbell. But like you said, Alex, these guys have been performing so greatly throughout all of this event, and posting such excellent scores throughout their rounds, knocking out some of the big names in the world scene, and they're going to battle it off until the last second. Meanwhile, we see Isabella Souza and Joana Schenker exchanging a nice little hug, and this is all. This is what it's all about. And we just crowned Isabella as the winner this year as the women's division, and yesterday,
women's world champion.
Oh my God!
2016 APB women's world champion for her 4th time. So representing Brazil. I know a lot of Brazilians are watching, and congratulations to all of them getting behind Isabella in her career and her campaign to come here and beat Alexandra in the title race and take that crown.
Definitely. I think Isabella was hungry after 2 years of sabbatical in world title wins. Meanwhile, we watch Alan Munoz going for his second wave, trying to pull to the front of that wave with that backflip, and out the back. Ian coming out of a look at that left, but opting to go out the back and search for another one. Meanwhile, Alan Munoz already backing up that 8.5.
Yeah, with a nice flip there. Just he got a little stuck in the landing, in the whitewash. So he won't get a huge score for that, but it was a nice flip. let's have a look on this replay. Takes off. He gets a nice line into it. You can see it just to bowl out on that bank and just project it up. And wasn't a huge bottom turn either. And I know you can see where he's punched through. Wasn't a super clean landing. But you could see it wasn't a long, drawn-out bottom turn. So he's been rewarded with a 6.25. And I think that's a reasonable score for that wave.
Yeah, definitely. That's a very good backup score. And he, as already Ian Campbell in a combination situation, as Ian is still searching for his first wave, although he had an in and out on the previous wave that we saw behind the wave of Alan Munoz, but that was just a 0.75. Still, he is in a combination situation now. He needs a combination of 2 waves that will make 14.76 and overthrown Alan Munoz out of that first place. Still plenty of time to go on this final. There's a lot of waves on grab, and let's see what unfolds as Ian Campbell is holding first priority.
Yeah. I mean, Ian's smart. He's a smart competitor. We saw him in Arica in Chile 2 months back against, one of the fiercest competitors on the tour, Amaury Laverne. And to take him to beat Amaury in Arica is a huge feat in itself. And he was the underdog in that, and he was just smart. He surfed smart, and he waited. He didn't lose his patience. He just held on, and he had a great wave choice in wave selection in that final, and he managed to put 2 and 2 together, and he busted some huge flips there, and really showed the top 10 guys of the world that he's here to stay.
Definitely is one of the title contenders this year.
Yeah,
this is how important he is right now to the world standings. Currently, we're doing the European leg of the World Tour of 2016. This is just the first event here in Portugal. We're going to go to Vienna and then to Nazaré, still in Portugal. And after this little conversation and insight about the European leg of the World Tour, we're going to go to the interview with Velma, with the winner of last heat, world champion.
And after
Isabella Souza.
Take it away, Velma.
Heat, Isabella. And after an amazing heat, Isabella Souza, the 4 times world champion and winner here in Praia Grande, Sintra. Congratulations. Sintra loves you. You love Sintra, right?
For sure, I love Portugal, and Portugal is a country that's special for me. I have a lot of friends, and the waves is always amazing. Today was really difficult conditions, actually now in the high tide, but I'm really happy to win the heat with Joanna. Joanna is surfing amazing all the contests, and I'm really happy to win the title here in Sintra and win to the contest.
Congratulations. Agora vamos falar um bocadinho em português. Eu também queria felicitar a nossa Joana Schenker, que esteve muito bem, quase à altura de uma campeã do mundo. Portanto, boa, Joana. Queres deixar uma mensagem lá para casa?
Bom,
todos os teus fãs, tens muitos, não só no Brasil, mas no mundo inteiro.
Eu queria deixar uma mensagem para a galera do Brasil que está torcendo e está mandando boas energias. Dizer muito obrigado às mensagens que eu recebi quando eu fui campeã mundial. Muito obrigado, foram muitas mensagens. Eu tô até tentando responder todo mundo, mas obrigado pelo carinho, e eu acho que eu fiquei feliz de receber tantos parabéns. Mandar uma mensagem especial, um beijo especial para minha família que está lá em casa, a família Souza, assistindo lá na Praia de Caraí, no estado do Ceará. E dizer que eu estou muito feliz, e eu queria agradecer a todo mundo que tá torcendo pelo bodyboard feminino, por mim. E também a Joana, que surfou muito o campeonato inteiro. Eu acho que eu estou super feliz de ter feito uma final com ela e ter vencido uma final com ela, muito lisonjeada, porque ela surfa muito nessas condições, surfa bastante, em condições extremas também. Então estou super contente com o meu resultado aqui.
E nós também estamos muito contentes por termos uma vencedora a falar português, portanto, nossa irmã. Agora vamos prestar atenção ao que se passa na água, porque o dia ainda não acabou. Portanto, back to you guys. Let's see what's happening. The day is not over. Lots of big scores coming up for sure. So, back to you.
Thank you for that lovely interview, Vilma, with the 4-time world champion, Isabella Souza, taking it home once again here at the Sintra event. She just won against Joana Schenker, the last Portuguese still on the event. and Joanna came to a beautiful, ended this competition with a beautiful and honorable and historical second place. First time a podium for Joanna, coming into this event for 12 years straight. So that's an amazing feat. Congratulations to Joanna and everyone watching in Sagres, which is the south of Portugal. And also congratulations to everyone watching in Brazil, but watching live action. Take us through this one, Alex, Ian Campbell riding.
Yeah, nice little scoop there, punch through a roll out of that lip there. Little forward, but nothing much on the offer, on the end of that wave on offer there for Ian. So, look, he's going to have to dig deep here. He's got to get back out there and really, he's got to get a high score under his belt, because the way Alan's, just been surfing, he's just improving every single heat. And, there's a replay now. You see that roll, and that was about it for Ian. But, I think one of the best heats was... in this whole contest was the semi-final between Alan Munoz and Tristan Roberts.
Definitely, for sure, one of the elite standouts of this event is, and we're going to watch it in the highlights for sure, the final highlights today. You can check them if you were not able to join us through the live webcast. And Tristan Roberts and Alan Munoz going back-to-back on that semi-final heat, but taking the best. And, of course, being in the final right now, Alan Munoz putting on a show. What I liked about Alan Munoz is that he's not been surfing a lot of waves on his heat, but all his waves are high-scoring waves.
Yeah.
So he's choosing very well the waves he will wants to go, and posting high scores on them. Yeah, great wave selection for sure, Alex.
Here we see here. He's having another look at this one, Alan. He's pulled off there. You can see it's a little bumpy now. There's a fair bit of water with this high tide moving right in on the beach, and it is, it's not as sectiony as it was on the low tide, but it's a lot longer rides and a little bit more fatness to those waves. But hey, listen, everyone who's watching, appreciate it's been a long week, everyone tuning in, and just want to thank everyone, the audience and the fans. Give us a shout out on the Facebook. Send the APB Tour a message and we'll give you a shout out. Let us know where you're watching from, what time it is, and whereabouts you are.
Definitely the famous Manny Vargas, where you at? Let us know through the Facebook page, APB Tour. Even you can tweet us or even jump into Instagram and let us know where you at, where you watching, what time it is, who are you, who do you want to win in this final? Who are you cheering for in this final? As Alan Munoz is taking the lead so far, and Ian Campbell is still in combination situation, with a need of a 14.76 to take that lead. Meanwhile, we just saw Terry McDaniel taking the final of the Pro Junior division. We saw just now Isabella Souza taking the event win here at the women's division. And right now we are going to see who's going to be crowned men's winner here at the Sintra Pro 2016. And we still have
the drop knee final with Martin Moradian from Guadalupe taking on 6 times world drop knee champ David Hubbard from Hawaii. That's coming up next in the big finale here at the Sintra Portugal Pro.
Definitely, we're still going to crown world champion here at the DK division. So please make sure you don't go anywhere after this heat, because we still have the consolation finals, both of DK, and we'll wait for that after this action. Still plenty of time to go on this heat. We're a little bit over 9 minutes to go in this heat, and we have Ian Campbell holding on to priority here, as he needs a combination of 2 waves of 14.76 to overthrow Alan Munoz from that first place. A solid performance from Alan Munoz. We would like to let you know that the first round that Alan Munoz competed in this event was round number 3, and his plane landed in Portugal, Lisbon, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and his heat was at 2 o'clock. So he just had time to get his board back, get into a taxi, and get here just before his heat started. But meanwhile, up and riding is Ian Campbell in the red singlet. Goes for a nice float move there on that little trophy section on the left-hander. Now looks like Ian Campbell is opting to go to the left, emulating the same strategy as Alan Munoz as we go through this replay. And we watch Ian Campbell looking for the section there to hit, but unfortunately there was not much there, kind of a crumble section, and he was not able to apply a move. Now the priority has shifted into Alan Munoz, as we see on screen, waiting patiently to maybe get a wave and get rid of that 6.25 that is holding as a backup, and increment his lead and make things a little bit more difficult for Ian Campbell, that's still in the search of two-wave combination of 1476. So while the clock doesn't stop ticking, we are watching some sets approaching, and let's see what Alan Munoz will be choosing. Like we said, Alan Munoz has been choosing his waves very well, so let's see what unfolds until the end of this final.
Yeah, and a couple of shout-outs here. We got Doug Fresh tuning in from Durban, South Africa. It's 6:15 p.m., so thanks for tuning in, Doug. I'm sure there's a lot of other South Africans tuning in to watch
For
Ian
sure.
Campbell and Javier Delgado tuning in from Puerto Rico, 12:15 there. And
Saludo a
also
Puerto Rico.
We got Brad Harrington from Mandurah going for Ian Campbell.
As we watch the replay of last wave of red Ian Campbell, nice roll there. Now a little check turn, trying to link this wave all the way into the inside, trying to find a bull section so he can do another move, and he gets a little of speed there. A nice little jumpy reverse there, landing it quite softly, and let's see what the judges think of that, if it's enough to get him out of combination situation.
Well, he's just dropped a 6. He's out of combo now. He's got a 6 for that. He's now chasing 8.76 with 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the clock. And it seems to be a lot of fans going for Ian on the Facebook. So we'll see what happens.
The South African crew, they have almost the same time schedule as us here in Portugal. I think there's only a 1 hour difference, I believe. And they're probably watching as it's still daylight, probably in South Africa, Cape Town, where Ian Campbell is from, if I'm not mistaken. So everyone is tuned in and supporting Ian Campbell. Let's not forget that the Chileans are just waking up, I think, and probably they are still waking up and taking breakfast as watching Alan Munoz lead this final.
Yeah, I think it would. Yeah, I'm not too sure on the time in Chile, but I know there'd be a lot of people singing "Chi Chi Chi Le Le Le." I know because they are here on the beach and they are here up on the podium. A little paddle battle.
Yeah.
Alan Munoz.
Yeah, utilizing his priority, Alan Munoz going for a backflip once again. That first section, now he can apply the backflip to that first section. Still trying to connect the wave all the way to the end. Nice little reverse there. Still going for the roll. Alan Munoz is unstoppable right now. I have to say this. Since the first heat, he has won every single heat in this event. That's an amazing feat.
Yeah, and you know, I touched on this yesterday. Alan's come back from an injury, you know, this last year, and he's actually, nice flip there. He's come onto the top 30 as the injury wildcard. And, that was warranted because of the results that he was getting prior to his injury and then sustaining that injury through Eureka last year. That was an incredible wave, and he's just received a 7. So he's increased on that 6.25 and made it even harder now for Ian. Now Ian is chasing a 9.51.
Yeah, we were looking for the man who would stop Tristan Roberts, and Alan Munoz was the man to do so in the semifinals. So he probably is the man to win this event. And meanwhile, I have some shout-outs from Carlos Elias in Cabo Verde Islands in Africa. He's watching and tuning in all the live action. Thanks for Carlos and his family of 2 kids, her daughter and her son living currently in Cabo Verde. So there's a big community of bodyboarders in Cabo Verde, and they're all tuned in and watching from his home. Thanks for watching, guys. So we have viewers from South America, viewers from Australia, viewers from Europe, viewers from Africa, and we've been tuning to everywhere in the world. This is a worldwide affair as we watch Ian Campbell going for a wave here.
Yeah, let's see what he can do. It's got a bit of fatness on that wall, so not great for Ian. He's going to have to sort of dig deep here and try and find there. Look, no section there for Ian. You can see the conditions are sort of deteriorating through this final. You know, the swell's still there, but I think the high tide is just killing it.
Yeah, definitely. We saw that throughout all the days of competition. The high tide brings like a dead period and sets, and as the tide is coming in or even dropping, we see that sandbag turning in to life as we watch most of the rides ridden here during all competition were right-handers, but with the right tide we have that inside left and bully section that Alan Munoz has been using so well in this final, and it looks like Alan Munoz is surfing a completely different heat than Ian Campbell, because Alan Munoz found all the good waves and Ian Campbell seems to be a little bit lost out there.
Yeah, that's right. You know, and obviously for Ian to be a little lost out there, it's rare, you know, because we've seen his dominance throughout this whole event. And you know, with Ian and Tristan and Jared, you know, and there's a few other South Africans here with Ethan now on that. We see Alan Munoz using his priority there.
Yeah, definitely. He blocked off Ian Campbell from that wave and backflipping once again. Ian Campbell on point on all of this event. He's been going through rounds, all of their rounds in his particular heat. He did get first place in all of his heats. So the final looks like it's not going to be different. It's still to post this last wave score, and let's see what kind of situation Ian Campbell is in.
Yeah, we've got just under 2 minutes remaining now in the final of the men's division of the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. Coming up next, we have the drop knee world title contender David Hubbard from Hawaii going up against Martin Moradian from Guadeloupe. And I'm sure there'll probably be the whole of Guadeloupe tuning in and getting behind Martin there. So that's coming up in a minute and a half. We're going to see the drop knee final as we look at Ian trying to get out of...
live action. Ian backflip off the bat on this first section. He found the bully section. Now he goes for the reverse, trying to link this wave all the way into the side in a kind of Alan Munoz fashion. The wave died a little bit out there, and he was not able to complete that wave.
Yeah, but I think, you know, he's going to improve on that 4.75 with that flip. It's going to leave him trying to get out the back with 50 seconds remaining. Here's a replay. Let's have a look at it. Nice flip there. Get a little caught up there at the top of that landing, but powerful carving reverse. So you know what? It's really going to, might even improve on his 6, which is going to drop what he needs. It's going to decrease what he needs. He needs a 9.21 at the moment. And let's see what he's got. So I do believe it's a 6.3 that's come in for Ian Campbell. So needs a 9.21.
Yeah, definitely. His situation improved a little bit as he posted a 6.30 on his last wave. Now he needs a 9.21, but I think not enough time. And I think you can sing that Chilean song now because Al Munoz did a great job here.
Chi 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 le le le.
Chi 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 le le le. Viva Chile. And it is Alan Munoz taking the win here at the Sintra Pro. And Ian Campbell taking a second place, coming from a victory in Chile. Not a bad result for Ian as well in his title campaign. So we got a lot on our hands in the World Tour.
We've got a very strong title. It's coming down the wire. It's going to come down the front on this year for the men's. But look, huge congratulations to Alan Munoz from Chile, coming back after a serious injury last year, getting the injury wildcard to the top 30 this year, and coming away with his first victory. So congratulations. I'm sure all the Chile's on their feet. Absolutely incredible feat there for Alan Munoz, your 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro men's champion.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a commercial highlight, but we're going to bring you the final of DK and crowning a DK world champion. So don't go nowhere and stay live for some more action.
welcome back to an amazing final day of action here at the 2016 Sintra Bodyboard Pro. Dylan Beach alongside APB CEO Alex Leon here to bring you the call of the drop knee final. Amazing action. Alan Munoz just taking down Ian Campbell in the men's final.
Yeah, that was incredible, and he's been on fire this whole contest, Alan. You know, and like I touched on earlier with his coming back from injury, and that warrants why we award injury wildcards to him and Ben Player. You know, to have those guys back in the top 30 this year is just incredible. And now, obviously, Chile's got their first major win here this year in 2016.
Yeah, congratulations to everyone who is watching at home from Chile as you're hearing the crowd go crazy here. That is Alan Munoz just being chairlifted up by his huge support group and fans. The beach is packed down there. I was just outside the commentary booth watching on from the beach and everyone's standing up on the shoreline. Alan Munoz just must be so excited right now.
Yeah, and he's taking home the cash prize as well. And you can hear him singing. They got the flag down there. It's, Alan's just, to take down Tristan Roberts, who was, the informed competitor here. That was probably his toughest competitor in this whole event. And that was one of the best heats that we saw this year at the Sintra Pro. That semi-final between him and Tristan was incredible. They were going blow for blow. And Alan Munoz got the win. He's stoked. Great sportsman.
Great sportsmanship, and what a great story as well. Alan Munoz, you did just touch on a wild card for the 2016 after sustaining a huge injury. Also running extremely late. He flew in at 1 p.m. local time. His heat was at 2 p.m. local time. After a massive 36 hours of travel from Santiago in Chile, making it into the international airport at Lisbon an hour before his heat, and racing on down just in time. He actually just got down here moments before his heat paddled out. So, an incredible story for Alan Munoz, and surfing an incredible event all the way through to the final and taking out top spot. But we are, of course, into live action of the grand final for the drop knee division, and that is Martin Moradian kicking things off with a nice little right-hander.
Yeah, nice carve there. Carve section off that foam. We got a little stuck trying to complete that, but it's not bad for Martin to kick off his campaign here against one of the best drop knees in the world, Dave Hubbard from Hawaii. So Martin Moradian from Guadalupe. Look, I don't have the statistics on me, but this could be I think his first final ever on an APB Tour event. So, congratulations to Martin for making it this far, and of course, Dave Hubbard and Cessa Bauer and Anne-Marie Laverne for making the semi-finals.
Yeah, this is his first wave of Martin as we looking at the scores drop for Dave, which we missed during this replay, coming in at an 8.75. So Dave Hubbard just kicking things off on very, very strongly. This is him on his second wave, live action. Hawaiian Dave Hubbard on his favoured front side. He picked apart this left in his semi-final. And
incredible semi-final, yeah. He really just tore the bag on these left-handers. Surfing it, just incredible, linking up every move, powerful calves.
Yeah, he definitely found the hidden gems on this left-hand bank. He was almost set the standard and set that trend, as we saw Dave Hubbard just dropping some 9.0s in his semi-final against what could have been this heat here. Cessa Bauer, former world champion in the drop knee division, take up against Dave Hubbard in the semis. But Dave Hubbard got the nod in the semi-final and is making his way here into the grand final. 8.75 his first wave. Martin answering back a 7.0 for his first wave, which we watched the replay early in the heat, and then his 2.0, which he'll get rid of pretty quickly, I believe. There's still plenty of time under the clock, 19 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. This is the final heat of the final day of action here at the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. The crowd is still going crazy for Alan Munoz as he celebrates his win after a serious injury here. At Arica earlier last year. And what an incredible story. It's great to see the Chilean take out incredible victory and really get some solo momentum going into the next few legs here at the European for the APB World Tour. Live action in the water. Now, this is really cool to see. I was watching Dave Hubbard just getting ready on the beach before this heat. It's hard not to get caught up in all of the atmosphere and all the celebrations of Alan and the pro men's heat as we are live action at the front. Martin Moridian. And we can hear that incredible stuff, and we can't wait to see what all the commotion is about. Vilma is down there.
Let's send it down there and have a look at the team. Let's go.
¡Felicitaciones! ¿Cómo te sientes ahora?
¡Feliz! Claro, mi primera vez, estoy muy contento. Con este grupo de amigos también se pasa increíble. Hoy, 18 de septiembre, es Día Nacional en Chile, así que cumplimos un aniversario más de nuestro país y feliz de celebrarlo de esta manera, así que muy contento junto a todos mis amigos, mis compañeros y nada, soñaba con un momento así, así que estoy muy feliz.
Fue una prestación excelente durante toda la competición, por eso estamos todos muy orgullosos y gracias por estar acá en Portugal. ¡Viva el Chile!
Gracias.
¡Atención Chile, corazón! ¡Chile! ¡Chile! ¡Viva Chile!
Wow, what a scene there, Alex. That is incredible to see, and I hope you guys can feel the energy at home because we can definitely feel it at the beach. That was spine-tingling.
And while we were there, we looked, Dave Hubbard will show a replay. Nice setup carve there. Good little turn and gets a second little turn. And just comes through, trying to get into the shorey. You see it, the high tide there. It's just making conditions a little difficult as we saw in the final. There wasn't much on offer for Campbell. It was really full and fat. And we can see now it's just on that inside. And I don't know if you can hear me guys at home. But cheering Chili's songs out the window.
Yeah, it's a really cool scene. As I was just touching on Dave Hubbard just before in the men's final. You know, we hear all these festivities on the beach, and I'm sure you guys at home can hear it all. Dave Hubbard during that final was just sitting on on the beach, just separate from the rest of everyone else, really focused. He didn't really want to get amongst all of the celebrations and really wanted to focus on this heat. Of course, crowning the world champion for 2016. It is either going to be Dave Hubbard or Martin Moradian from Guadeloupe. So Dave Hubbard really setting up for this heat and really getting in his mind into the right space. As we see both of the riders just at the back there, that is Martin, who has dropped to 5.75 for his second wave. So really evenly matched here. Dave Hubbard in first, an 8.75 and a 6.25. And Martin Moradian from Guadeloupe, 7.0 and a 5.75. So Martin, a pretty significant score of an 8.01 is needed, but still plenty of time left. And we just touched on those higher tides. This is, we saw Dave really make the most of conditions like this a little bit earlier in the day. He found so many of these left-handers in that heat, that semi-final against Cesar Boa, that he really just set an incredible bar leading into this final. I'm sure Martin was watching it, just going, what have I got myself into? Dave Hubbard, of course, multiple drop knee world champion, but surfing extremely well, the Guadeloupean drop kneer. And Dave said in his post-heat interview that if it was either out of Amori or Martin, he would love to surf against Martin because he reckons it would be an incredible show because Martin has been put on an amazing showcase of drop knee bodyboarding throughout the week. And this is a little bit of a paddle from Martin. That last look of a wave from Dave, that last paddle, has just bumped his first priority and switched it over for Martin, who's going to use it up on this wave. This is a little right-hander for Martin from Guadeloupe. He's need to go big, and there he goes. Huge release of the tail, straight into a nice second slash, getting lost into that afternoon glare. That is Martin Moradian. Will wait for the final scores to drop that, but that first turn was where everything was coming from.
That was the money turn. He had a lot of power into that, so this is going to be very interesting. He's going to tighten that gap. He was chasing an 8.1, and he's sitting on a 7 and a 5.75. He'll definitely improve on that 5.75. Dave's sitting on an 8.75 and a 6.25. He's with that last wave of Martin to come in. There it is, a 7.5. So he's still in second position, but here we see a replay of that big turn there.
That was
beautiful turn. That was the one. That was what got all the score in that wave.
Yeah, for those guys that are watching at home and really sort of getting to the grips, that last turn was huge as we just, the replay capturing what we lost in the glare. That last turn was a beautiful thing. We were talking to Dave earlier in the week about the technicalities and the differences in drop knee. And that what we saw of Martin, textbook in the Dave Hubbard playbook of drop knee, really releasing the tail but re-engaging it. That's so much harder to do than just ripping it around into a reverse. As we see the man who we're talking about, Dave Hubbard, just on a little barrel on the outside, something we haven't seen much of, and just jamming it in the pocket, throwing so much spray. And then how is that, Alex? Silky smooth from the Hawaiian, little foam climb transition into that closeout section.
What a response from Dave Hubbard. That was incredible. One of the best drop knee waves we've seen, I think, in this contest. Getting a little cover up at the start and, finishing it off. Let's have a look at this replay. Incredible performance here by Dave Hubbard. Tucks in. Nice little cover up, not too deep. Throws a little nice turn there to set up for this second big floater turn. Just nice little float. And then doesn't pump too much, still has a lot of, and then there's a nice turn to finish off. So, look, that's going to come in a pretty high score there for Dave Hubbard. And he's going to increase that gap now. And there we see...
Goodness gracious me, Alex.
a 10. A 10 has just been dropped in the drop knee final to Dave Hubbard from Hawaii.
Wow, the judges loving that one. So much so, the last heat of the day... The last heat of the event, they've been holding onto that little 10-point ticket in their back pocket for so long and rewarding it to Dave Hubbard. Very well deserved. We love that rave in the live action. The replay just justified it, and then that score just put a stamp of approval.
Yeah, well, let's try and cue another replay of that because I think that may be the only 10 in this whole contest. So Dave Hubbard's come out, with 12 minutes remaining in a close battle here with Martin Radian from Guadalupe, and knew he had to go big against Martin, and he's just dropped at 10. So, we do have one cameraman that is down, so we couldn't replay that one for you. Only the one replay there, unfortunately, but we'll bring it to you in the highlights this afternoon.
Yeah, it's
after this contest.
Definitely worth tuning in for the highlights. Do you know what I loved about that wave from Dave was the transition floater? That first gen. Well, let's just take it from the very start. That barrel at the very beginning, but that jam into that transition floater over the whitewash section really set up the first bit of the wave into the second and kept that flow and momentum going the whole way through. The judges agreed with us here in the commentary booth, and here he goes again, that little left-hander that I'm going to call Dub's left is just firing up for him, and he's in rhythm.
Yeah, he got that barrel at the start, and that was... We haven't seen many drop knee barrels this contest, so that would have got the judges' eyes, opened up a bit. And then he did that nice turn and then straight into that speed float. And he got a lot of speed off that section to get a lot around that section that was holding him back a bit. So the float sort of pushed him through into that next reform, and then he finished off with a beautiful turn on the inside. And that was just ridden perfectly, and that's why they scored it a perfect ride, a 10. And let's see what Martin can do.
You can't do much more on the wave, and let's see how Martin answers back on this right-hander. He's waiting and answering back with a big floater. You saw that arm just rear up as he tried to stabilize himself in the landing. Martin Moradian from Guadalupe is in a very, very tough situation, now needing a whole new heat and an 18.76, 9.5 minutes to go. I won't put it past this rider in the yellow rash vest as we see him. If he can land something like this, which you look at him here, he almost stalls waiting for that section, digs in that arm. If he can land a move like that, it could...
Back in this.
could be really back into it. You can see his frustration there. As when you look at this, I love this. The festivities are just definitely kicking off down here at the playground.
Well, he's a character. That's Jeff Desnoyes from France. He's a character, one of Amory's fellow competitors, travels with him. And he's a funny character, him. Look at him. Enjoying himself down here on the beach in Sintra. Beautiful part of Portugal, beautiful part of the world. And it's been a beautiful week, actually, incredible week. Great weather. We had a bit of fog today, which we caused a bit of a delay, but we've managed to get through and finishing off right now in the final, the last heat of the Sintra Portugal Pro for 2016. And we'll be heading to Vienna on Wednesday to kick off the Vienna Bodyboard Championships, which is another 3-star event on the APB Tour, featuring the men's and pro junior categories. And from there we head to Nazaré, where we come into the Grand Slam for the men's and the women's and the pro junior, which is going to be incredible. 10 days of action there. We've got live broadcasts coming from all these events. And we'll also have Manny Vargas coming back for Nazaré, the Nazaré Pro. And from there we go to Canary Islands, to the Gran Canaria Fronton King Pro, which is the first time we've been back there since 2012. So it's going to be an incredible finish to what's been an incredible year on the APB Tour.
Yeah, and we are just ramping up and winding down the Euro leg as well. This is for the final day of the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. Remember to log on to the APB Facebook pages and also YouTube, Instagram, and website throughout the Euro leg. We'll be bringing so much content. You know, the highlights clips have been an amazing little production. If you haven't been able to tune in live on the APB webcast, remember to log on. Let us know where you are watching from. Let us know who you are, where you're watching from, and who you're cheering for, because throughout the events, you know, it's an action-packed next few months. We'll bring you all the action, and we'll try to do our best to shout out to as many people around the world as we can. And this is live action. This is Martin Moradian from Guadeloupe, really needing to get going in a combination score of an 18.67. Just really trying to get some things moving on that. Looked like it was going to bowl out and might even get his own barrel for the heat, but just clamping on that inside bank.
Yeah, just nice turn there at the start, but then it just broke away from him. We'll see on this replay. Takes off, sets up. Nice turn there. He's got to wait for that speed to come through, and then look, it just broke across on that section. You know what? With this high tide, it's those lefts have been the go. They've been the high scoring waves. We saw Maury Laverne, you know, and Dave Hubbard on those lefts, and then Alan Munoz in that previous heat, you know, getting his 2 high scores on those lefts for those flips, and it's coming down that wave selection that's really winning these heats. You know, Alan's wave choice was incredible, it was perfect, and now Dave's wave choice in his last couple of heats has been incredible on these left-hand bank.
Yeah, as we're coming into local time of 5:45, so another big day of competition here, almost into the afternoon. Into the evening on a Sunday. It is, of course, the final day of action. We are crowning the drop knee world champion here after this, and it looks like it might be Dave Hubbard as he's in a very strong situation. The man up and riding. Wow, I love that style of dab on the left-handers. Really throwing buckets, so much power through his rail on those turns. And how smooth is he through the transition? You know, that little dead spot, it doesn't really look fat when he's riding it. He just holds his speed throughout all of the wave.
He's not holding much weight. He's pretty light. And he's able to sort of, you know, just maintain that one trim line over these a bit of bumpy, fat sections. So that nice turn. Draws that out and he sets up as he's finishing that turn for where he wants his trim line to come. And, you know, beautiful little, just a little Rio off that section there. But I don't know if that'll improve on his 8.75. 5 minutes left here in the drop knee final and the crowning of the world title.
Yeah, massive afternoon. And that last wave for Dave Hubbard, a 7.0, so it doesn't improve his situation luckily for Martin, he's overheard it and just gone, if he improves on that 8.75, I'm in a whole deal of trouble, because he is now looking for an 18.76. Really, really needing to get going. 4 minutes to go. Any other day, any other heat in today's round, he would have been cruising on through, holding on to a 7.0 and a 7.5 as we watch the rider in the yellow rash vest. Have a look at that one. Any other heat, he would have been cruising on through in first position. But when you come up against the names of former multiple world champion Dave Hubbard in the drop knee division, especially in the final, you're going to have to just step it up a gear, and you're going to have to bring your A game. And Martin is trying to do that on this backhand, huge backhand 360, and a little bit of a foamy section. It's not really going to eventuate to too much for him, and he just kicks out. He's really got to bring his A game. He had to step up from the very get-go.
Yeah, it's a nice carving reverse. Let's have a look on the replay. Just, you can see it just fattened out a bit on that bank. That was a nice carve reverse, though. And I'm not sure. He didn't really get a follow-through here. So, he's looking to improve on the 7. But it's just, as time ticks away with only 3 minutes left, it's becoming more and more challenging for the Guadalupe Martin Moradian. But I've got to say huge congratulations to the Brazilian Isabella Souza for not only winning the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro, but also taking the world title away from Alexander Rinda and back in her hands for the 4th time. And another congratulations to Tanner McDaniel, who's taken out the Pro Junior division here from Hawaii. Tanner's now leading the rankings of the Pro Junior Series, and it's going to get very interesting coming into Vienna and Nazaré. And we'll have to have a look at the ratings and see where he is and if he can win in Vienna. But meanwhile, Dave Hubbard.
Wow, big float on the outside section, just getting caught up. Yeah, a massive event here for the 2016 Sintra Pro. You're crowning 4 champions. Pro, men's, drop knee, women's and juniors, as well as 2 world champions here. We're crowning, of course, as you just touched on, Isabella Souza, as well as in this heat, we'll be finalising the points tally to crown the 2016 APB drop knee world champion. So a massive, massive event, and it plays a crucial part in so many rankings here at Sintra, and really, really interesting, of course, with the junior title and the men's titles as we head up north to Vienna, where both the juniors and the men's will be surfing and chasing valuable points. You just touched on Tanner McDaniel now leading the rankings after his event win. He'll be really pushing to get a few good scores under his belt as the guys move up north. And this is, once again, live action. Dave Hubbard on a little right-hander. He's got 1 minute to go. Martin, it's a struggle street for the Guadalupean drop knee rider.
Well, yeah, he's in combo land. And whenever someone's in combo land with only 50 seconds, it's pretty much all she wrote for Martin Moradian. But one last-ditch effort here. Let's see what he can do. He's got a nice wave, actually. Let's see what Martin's heading up there. He's trying to pull into a barrel. Nothing on offer for him, unfortunately. So I think Martin can feel the cloud coming over there, and it looks like Dave Hubbard's going to take this one out. Incredible 7th world title for David Hubbard from Hawaii. Drop knee world champion.
What a phenomenal athlete. He's not only winning world championships, he's also commentating all the live action to you and running out in between heats. He's running back, running forth. It's not only mentally draining, but it's very physically draining. As we count it down into the final few seconds, that is your 2016 Sintra Pro drop knee champion, and as well as your 2016 APB World drop knee champion, Dave Hubbard, right on screen now. It has been a massive afternoon here. Huge, huge heat from Dave Hubbard, dropping a 10.0, a perfect score right there. A great way to finish off an incredible event for Dave.
Yeah, unbelievable. And huge congratulations to all the competitors here that come out here for the first leg of the European Tour. and sorry, for the APB Tour, the European League of the APB Tour. We had a lot of action every single day, and we were actually blessed with some swell here at Sintra. 2 swells in the 6 days, which is pretty rare for this time of year for Sintra. So incredible conditions here, and we just managed to battle around the fog and finish off this event on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. And Dave Hubbard, a drop knee world champion, Isabella Souza from Brazil, the women's APB 2016 women's champion, and Sintra Pro junior champion, Tana McDaniel from Hawaii, and
of course, Alan Munoz. The men, Alan Munoz, just taking out the title over Ian Campbell, and this is a massive heat win for Dave Hubbard. A huge day for the Hawaiians. A massive shout out to all those Hawaiians that have just stayed up watching. You've just been crowned not only the Sintra Pro Junior title is with Tana McDaniel, but also the Sintra Pro drop knee champion Dave Hubbard, as well as the world champion. Look at him just coming onto the beach. The crowd is just frothing over this guy. He's such a nice guy, and cannot really find a better guy to win the title. And you look at the crowd just coming in. What a great way to finish as he gets chaired up and onto the beach. Dave Hubbard, and I've just...
and fellow squad members.
Yes, I cannot just... I cannot think of a better person just to finish the day off and really watch this moment come in than my main man, Nuno, who've been bringing all the action live to you all week. What a great day. And as we watch this live footage right now of Dave Hubbard being chairlift up to the beach.
Yeah, carrying in the shoulders by his fellow squad members. If you don't know who the squad is with the likes of Louis Finnegan, Tana McDaniel, Jacob Romero, Ian Campbell. They formed this group that they proclaim themselves as the squad. And as Dave Hubbard wins another world championship title, he's being carried all the way into the interview with Vilma that we'll go to in a few seconds. But meanwhile, the party is heavy downstairs, and we're just waiting for them to show up from the back of that tent as we watch Vilma patiently waiting to talk to the new World 2016 drop knee champion.
It has a really nice ring to it. I love that just rolling off the tongue. And what sounds even better next to it is the name Dave Hubbard. We've seen it 6 times before. Today has just added another one, and a cool, beautiful number. One of the best numbers on the numerical board, lucky number 7. Dave Hubbard, the party is just starting down here at Sintra. We've finally just gone through a massive day, crowning all of our event winners, crowning 2 world champions, a massive week, and a huge, huge thank you for all of those tuning in. We'll be back right after this commercial break with a live interview from your new world champion. Do not go anywhere.
Come on, we can make it happen.
Okay, we've got Vilma down on the beach with world champion and 2016 pro drop knee champion Dave Hubbard. Vilma is there with the interview. Take it away, Vilma. I know, you've just thrown back to us. They can't get enough of us here at the commentary booth. Yeah, of course, a massive day of action.
And we are live now with
we
the
are
world
throwing it back down
drop
to
knee
sit,
champion
Vilma
for the
right now.
8th time in a row. This is a deja vu. How do you feel? It's different every time?
It's wonderful. It was just so wonderful to compete against such terrific competitors, and the whole event was so special. I felt that everybody's surfing so well, and Alan Munoz, Isabella Sosa, Tanner McDaniel, all the champions, even just everybody else who was competing, and Martin Moridion, he was surfing so well. It was a pleasure to be in the final with him.
You are everywhere in this competition, in the booth, surfing, in all the categories. How can you do it?
I don't know.
Aren't you tired?
I feel very blessed to be able to participate in the sport of bodyboarding. I'm so passionate about it, and so any opportunity I have to participate, I just take the opportunity, and it's wonderful to be part of the. It's wonderful to be a part of the whole team, and yeah, I just definitely want to thank God, Jesus Christ, my Savior, for sure, because this has been a very special event and just a very special time in my life, and I definitely give the Creator all the credit because with the fog, we got the best conditions after we took that break, and so we surfed in the best conditions today.
Thank you so much. We have nothing more to add. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. What it looks like to be the last interview of this year at the Sintra 2016 Pro, that was Vilma with new world champion Dave Hubbard.
Yeah,
DK
what a such a humble guy, and such an amazing, I couldn't think of a more deserving world champion and 2016 pro drop knee champion here at Sintra. As Vilma touched on, an incredible display of surfing in both the men's, the drop knee, and here at the commentary booth, bringing all the action. Talk about action, Nuno. We've had a massive week of action here for the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. A huge collection of highlights, which we are going to bring to you just in case you're just tuning in and missed out everything. If you are looking for some incredible stuff throughout the week, and anything that sticks out in your mind as we are gearing up these highlights.
This is such an amazing event that we just crowned the women's world champion right here at Sintra, and even the DK world champ just now with Dave Hubbard. So how important is Sintra to the World Tour? Very important. This is the longest running event in the World Tour so far, 21 editions straight. So we cannot get a better finish than today, as we had just crowned another world champion. And before we get into some more action and award ceremony, we're going to get to the highlights of all this week's action here at the Sintra Pro.
gold like a mirror. Wanna see my reflection. Your hands up like a question. Wanna get close, whisper something now. I don't think the sugar kid told that to me. I know they counterfeit us up. I know they'll fight. Skeletons dancing at the scene of the crowd. What you're thinking, I run my mouth too much. That's opiate stock, big visions high. Yeah, well I see plastic and glass and shards. Acting nice, twisted cigarettes. They're gonna know us by the Halloween in that groove like a barrel. Take it down to it. I don't think the sugar cube told that to me. That to me. I know they come to take us up. I know they'll find skeletons dancing at the scene of the crowd. I know they come to take us up.
I feel like I'm gonna drop real soon. My mind's a hurting, I'm over the moon. Pulses sagging out, losing the pace. It's the way you feel, man, now the way you taste. Rebel, rebel, I see you with your gun.
2, aqui. 2, 2, 2.
Ghost rider, motorcycle hero. Baby, he's a looking so cute.
Estás a ouvir? Dois, sound check. 1, 2, sound check. Check.
Live in the booth. I'm Nuno Cardoso. I'm really with Dylan Beach, and I'm signing off at this 2016 Sintra Pro event. Don't go anywhere because we still got the award ceremony, which is going to be streamed live. But meanwhile, we want to sign off and want to congratulate everyone that's been watching. Thanks for putting up with us. And my main man Dylan is going to say all the goodbyes and see you on the next show.
Yeah, thank you, Nuno. Massive congratulations to all of the riders taking home. Remember to follow us on the APB social media pages. We are going from here to Vienna next week, following it on down to the Nazare and then on to Fronton. My name is Dylan Beach. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you on the live webcast. I'm shooting back to Australia in 24 hours. I won't be joining you. A massive thank you to my fellow commentator Nuno Cardoso. Stay tuned. We are bringing you the live celebrations. We're crowning 2 world champions and 4 champions here at the 2016 Sintra Portugal Pro. It has been a pleasure. This is our final goodbye. Thank you very, very much.
Microphone. Attention all. With the rap. Vou dar então a todos os presentes e ficaram aqui até ao final no dia do Sintra Pro 2020. The show there at the Sintra Pro 2006. Thank you for
Awesome evil spirit, awesome evil this way comes. They told me how to fear it, now they're placing it on their tongues. Oh, to see it with my own eyes. Oh, to see it with my own eyes. No food or water for the better part of 10 months. Quietly sat between the folds of a tree trunk. Oh, to see it with my own eyes. Oh, to see it.
On refresh boards e outros. We can begin with the award ceremony. To say in English all the entities we would like to thank. City Council of Sintra, being known as capital of romance, active Sintra, of awarded to call Aaron here. Chamar aqui ao Paulo e uma grande salva de palmas, vice-presidente mais nada. O presidente da Associação Costa Sintra, a.k.a. Mini, que todos os anos marca aqui presença e todos nós conhecemos, e é o diretor técnico da APB, Mr. Terry McKenna. Please do join us at the stage. A todos vocês por fazerem esta festa acontecer aqui todos os anos e espero que continue por muitos mais. De chamar conhecidos em Portugal, o Edu. Nunca se esqueçam. Uma grande salva de palmas conforme eles sobem aqui ao palco. Senhor João Campos, presidente da Associação de Bodyboarding e Surf da Costa de Sintra. Gonna first place the Portuguese terceiro momento. A grande para estar um segundo lugar. Esta prova final, salva de palmas Portugal de qualquer maneira. E agora para o último melhor, o prémio de vencedora deste evento e também campeã mundial este ano. Muitos parabéns. Neste acabou por se coroar anteontem e hoje levanta aqui o a Isabela.
Agradecer a todo mundo que assistiu às finais, viajou o campeonato todo. Muito feliz de assistir aqui em Sintra. Não passa nada. Vamos ter aqui a famosa cerimônia.
mulheres. O bem merecido. Leva banho, toda a gente leva banho aqui. Mas o mundo, faz favor. You're welcome. Então agora a foto. Muito obrigado por apoiar. E as meninas vão ganhar um mimozinho. E temos ali o cheque da Isabela, 4.000. Isabela. Fala de palmas mais uma vez. Aqui para as meninas. Porque não mesmo, não foi culpa deles. Às vezes a corrente é mais forte que ele. Que alcançou aqui pelas os melhores portugueses em prova. Por favor, faz a barulho. The best Portuguese rider. Muitos parabéns em Portugal. Aqui ainda temos as de local. Fiquem ligados, pode ser que ainda melhor. Vemos a Joana Nazaré, porque ainda há uma prova feminina e a ti talvez que o vai ser a pessoa indicada, diretor técnico da APB. Mas salva de palmas e a Dino Carlos e Joana português em prova. Best Portuguese riders in this event. Muito obrigado, Joana e Dino. Até à próxima. Vou então agora chamar os categoria Pro Junior. I'm going to call the athletes for the Pro Junior division. I would like to call on stage Diego Gomes, Bruno Martin, Sócrates Santana e o Tanner McDaniel. Foram estes os entregar o prémio, respectivamente quarto, terceiro, segundo. Isto é no... Esta malta está habituada. Tudo durante 6 dias. Sintra Pro. Então, mais uma vez, só mais uma vez, e ainda mais que uma vez, ainda a seguir a esta, João Campos, o presidente da Comini, vai atribuir o quarto prémio ao anteriores. Infelizmente na final ficou. Pro Júnior. Vou chamar então da Junta de Freguesia de Colar e o segundo. Agora vou chamar o Dr. Rui Pereira, Câmara Municipal de Sintra, mas eu... Daniel do... Yes, I'm so sorry, Alex. I was in the wrong. I was in the kids, but we'll do have the microphone for Tanny McDaniels. Please do say a few words to all people watching here at the beach.
Yeah, winning great. Sintra has been a really tough competition for me in the past, so it feels really good to overcome that and get a win here. I'm super stoked. Thanks for everyone for coming down and watching and for putting on the event. It's really cool. And big shout out to the squad who's been down here supporting me the whole time. And yeah, couldn't done without you guys.
Be later, but right now, champagne. Então é assim, eu tirei agora a Sintra Pro 2016, vencedor 2016, Tanny McDaniel, ainda falta aqui a eu de Pinguir. E mais uma vez, one more please. Category at the Sintra 2016. Thank you so much. Voltem para o ano, já sabem, vão ser bem recebidos aqui em Sintra. Congratulations once again. See you in Vienna and Nazaré. Division Final. Queria chamar aqui ao palco o da categoria de homens. Vou chamar ao palco esta divisão. Agora veste lícara, devolve lícara, veste lícara, lícara. Estes foram os atletas que alcançaram as fases finais desta prova. Welcome here on the stage for the award ceremony. Então gostaria então de chamar mais um Campos, o presidente da Associação do prémio ao quarto lugar e desta feita, Luís. Seis. Este tipo de energia, that's the energy we want. Go in. Alex Lee, CEO da IPB, chamado presidente da IPB. Esteve imparável até as finais. Foi só... E agora, no segundo lugar, temos Rui Santos, presidente da Junta de campanha. Fez o prémio. First entry, please, the champagne. The champagne. Please. Mais uma vez, façam barulho. Façam barulho para a Alan Munhoz. Vitória em Portugal 2016. Então, palavrinha. As palavritas. E todos que...
Amigos del extranjero. Ser humano y creo yo es la responsabilidad de desarrollar llevarla a cabo, así que
Congratulations, Alan. Very happy to win. Here. Obrigado por apoiaram todas as marcas e entidades. Now, hands in the air, throw the champagne, throw the boards, throw everything in the air. Photo time. Façam mais barulho, make some noise for the winners here. Sintra Pro. Okay, thank you, boys. Get out of the stage. You made a mess. See you in Vienna and Nazaré. Now, diretor.
And all the we just here We must and also Pereira. Everyone else who's got behind this competition. We would also like to say a big thank you to the man who has been running this competition. Now, can we have a big applause for Armand Alvarez and Charles Campos and the team of him. Set up here 20 years ago. So thank you very much to all of our body, everyone. Just competition every day. It's a special part of our Sintra. So we look forward to in 2017 for a bigger and better. Obrigado. Chamar. Se vocês não sabem, eu sei. Temos guardado esta para o final. Vamos estar a ter o mundo e vamos ter aqui também a cerimónia da atribuição Isabel também e que finally stage that is team about a more and second todo mundo juntam às fileiras. E como acontece às vezes, ter também mundiais. Mais uma vez, da cabeça, peço desculpa, Portugal, agora todas as praias do mundo, classificado, classificado na divisão de Open Portugal Pro. Já de seguida, classificado ao ex-campeão do mundo, César, nas três finais de consolação e alcançar. Felicitações para tu hombro. Segundo. Grande segundo classificado aqui. Integrar-se aqui vai mais um. Façam muito barulho para Dave. shortest interview I've seen. Oh, drop. They've first of all, thank you want to give the timing this morning with the fog on that. Well, but I also want to thank so much the event. Drop Knee Tour. This so great to have an event that has all 4 divisions at it. And on that note, I do want to thank you guys all talent from all divisions. It's all boards and every trip of mine to Portugal. So thank you so much to Bruno at CC Board Center. Very, very passionate connect. That I already seen. Again, we have here an extra board, boards, fins, wetsuit, leash, everything he needs. And so thank you to Martin for riding my board. And I thought he was surfing better than ever. But just everybody, thank you so much. And aloha. Champagne time now, Martin. You can open up the champagne. Champagne shower! Well, temos agora aqui Yolo Surfing Gear with nice street. Pro, and you're gonna get a souvenir. For 2016 Mr. Calma, e vamos a cerimónia de atribuição. Vamos lá embora, Isabela, ali para yes.
jogos aí que eu trave, que de surfar, minha alegria tá coisa e vitória e da lutando pelo título, é o amor pelo mar e por surfar e por a onda e pelo então é todo mundo
Dr. Rui Pereira, vice-presidente. Obrigado. Até para o ano, eu despeço.
Agradecer a todos, à organização, à Associação de Costa mais mundial.
Alma, porque gosto de
I feel like I'm gonna drop real soon. My mind's a hurting, I'm over the moon. Pulse is sagging out, I'm losing the pace.